Reincarnated as the daughter of Severus Snape, Amelia has bound herself to an extraordinarily affluent system. By the tender age of 7, she has mastered the 3 unforgivable curses and the art of mind closure, while also possessing the largest department store in Diagon Alley. Upon entering Hogwarts, she simultaneously plays the role of the exemplary student with perfect acting skills while discreetly managing Quirrell, favoring Draco, and protecting Harry. Moreover, she employs the killing curse to educate Voldemort, declaring, "Keep your distance from my father and me." Chapter 1. The Opulent System. In Nocturne Alley, a woman clad in black robes gazes impassively at several men writhing on the ground in agony. "Please spare us. We did not mean to provoke you." Had they known this woman was so formidable, they would not have approached her, courting their own demise. The woman observes the scene with an expressionless visage, as if the previous excruciating torments were not her doing. "Begone." She gestures nonchalantly, dismissing them. She has no penchant for torturing others, yet some individuals always seek their own destruction. It is quite bothersome. Amelia, irritated, scans her surroundings filled with wary or assessing gazes, before decisively vanishing with a disapparation spell. Upon arriving in Diagon Alley and stepping into her alchemical shop, Amelia breathes a sigh of relief. As the effects of the polyjuice potion fade, the woman on the sofa transforms into a 7-year-old girl. With black hair and black eyes, a straight nose, and a delicate face, she resembles a doll displayed in a showcase. Amelia closes her eyes and begins to summon the system. "System, have I completed the task?" A cheerful mechanical voice resonates in Amelia's mind. "Indeed, host, the task is complete." Amelia sits indifferently on the sofa, lost in thought. This task pertained to punishing the dark wizards from earlier in Nocturne Alley. How dare they cause a ruckus in her shop, courting death? Although she is not originally from this world, she has reincarnated here, and she knows not who her parents are, nor can she recall. Though she speaks of reincarnation, she retains memories only from the age of 2. Nonetheless, she was quite surprised to discover that she had entered the world of Harry Potter. This is a novel she has long cherished, and as for her favorite characters, they would undoubtedly be the esteemed Bat and the haughty young master. At this thought, Amelia cannot help but smile faintly. As for the system, she is not particularly astonished. Having a golden finger is a customary aspect of transmigration. However, it is peculiar that this system is exceedingly generous. Prior to her reincarnation, she had read novels and had never encountered a system so lavish. Not only are the tasks particularly to her liking, but they also present little difficulty. Most importantly, the rewards are so generous that it feels as though it wishes to bestow upon her all the finest treasures. Consequently, she, a mere 7-year-old girl, possesses an array of secret techniques and an immeasurable fortune, with her reserves of potions and alchemy being incalculable. Furthermore, is it truly possible to master the mind closure technique and the 3 unforgivable curses so effortlessly? Amelia is bewildered. Could such rewards be granted directly? Were all the system novels she had read mere pirated versions? She has inquired of the system, which has responded with an extravagant flourish. "Of course. Whatever you lack, just seek me out. I have it all. This world is yours to traverse, provided you do not bring the heavens crashing down. Just allow me to retain a complete little world wherein I can coexist with the main system." Although Amelia was perplexed, she resolutely declared her understanding, asserting her remarkable adaptability. "System brother, from now on, you shall be my dear brother." Amelia thought to herself, she truly did not wish for this, yet the offerings were simply too bountiful. As she pondered, the voice of the system resounded once more. "What do you wish to do next, host? It seems we are lacking in nothing at the moment." Tilting her head slightly, Amelia realized that indeed, perhaps it was time to seek out the esteemed S for some amusement. Despite her lengthy stay, she had yet to encounter S. However, she had stealthily visited Malfoy Manor on several occasions to tease the young master. The young master was truly adorable in his childhood, a delightful blend of pride and charm. Amelia sighed. While she could still coax the young master due to his tender age, the professor, she feared being unceremoniously thrust into the cauldron by him. "Brother system, do you possess any clever strategies?" Amelia inquired silently of the system. Alas, her brother was indeed omnipotent. she found it exceedingly difficult to refrain from relying on him. As expected, Amelia heard the melodious voice of her dear brother. Of course, have you ever contemplated who your parents are in this world? Host? Chapter 2. The Audacious Spirit. Amelia was perplexed. My parents? Indeed, my dear Amy, your father is none other than your beloved Professor Snape. How do you feel about that? Are you happy, surprised? The system's voice brimmed with a hint of pride and satisfaction. It was there to pamper its host. Amelia was nearly overwhelmed by this revelation. Good heavens, Professor Snape is my father. The realization struck her. This is the greatness of my brother. How marvelous. Brother, I adore you. Upon hearing Amelia's flowery gratitude, the system felt appreciated. Yes, I love you too. I hope my host finds joy every day. At 13 Spider Alley, two bats on the sofa exchanged wide-eyed glances. Snape, maintaining a stoic expression, regarded the seemingly obedient Amelia across from him, his mind in turmoil. He had a daughter of such stature, and it was only now that he discovered this fact, both of them utterly oblivious to the identity of her mother. Snape's thoughts roared within him, Merlin. As if dealing with a horde of pesky trolls at Hogwarts wasn't enough, now I cannot find solace at home either, for another troll awaits me here. With a cold demeanor, Snape addressed Amelia. You may stay here, but I warn you, do not cause me trouble, or I shall cast you out. After all, she was his daughter. He could not truly cast her aside, regardless of how she came into his life. Knowing her existence meant he bore the responsibility of raising her to adulthood. That was a father's duty. Yet, Snape silently ground his teeth, hoping she would maintain her current compliant demeanor. Should she dare misbehave like those Gryffindor trolls in his home, he would not hesitate to reprimand her. Amelia nodded obediently and then looked up at her father with sparkling eyes. So, father, what can I do now? Her question rendered Snape momentarily speechless. What was he to do now? He pondered briefly before responding. Return to your room and remain there quietly. Do not rummage through my belongings. Having said this, he departed, leaving Amelia on the sofa, irrespective of her expression. Sighing, Amelia had expected her father to enlist her help with some chores, but it seemed he had simply abandoned her. Nonetheless, it was a blessing to remain. There would be ample time ahead. Bored, Amelia practiced spells in her room. She had already mastered the 3 unforgivable curses. Yet she could not use them indiscriminately, especially in front of her father. She needed to learn some defensive and offensive spells swiftly. After all, she couldn't simply cast Avada Kedavra on every person she encountered, could she? As evening approached, Amelia glanced at the silent basement, resignedly heading out to procure ingredients. After preparing a simple, yet nourishing and comforting dinner, she was just about to push open the basement door when it swung open by itself. Startled, she saw Snape behind the door. Father, you are done? Snape turned to close the door. No, it's time for dinner. He despised interruptions while brewing potions and typically neglected meals altogether, usually opting to forego eating. However, today, he was reminded of the new child in his home while brewing potions. Though irritated, he felt compelled to check on her. He could not allow this little troll to starve, could he? Seeing Snape's furrowed brow, Amelia's heart sank. He must find her bothersome. No. She needed to salvage the situation. Grasping Snape's hand, she led him towards the dining room, chattering away. Father, you must be hungry. I've cooked. You can get back to work afterwards. Oh, how she fancied herself a dutiful little daughter. Snape frowned tightly as he glanced at the hand Amelia held. This little troll dared to grasp his hand. Was it permissible for a man to be so casually held? Even if he were her father. Such familiarity seemed inappropriate. They had only known each other for a day. Accustomed to solitude, Snape found it unsettling to have someone invade his space so intimately. He shook off Amelia's hand, standing there with a sardonic expression. I trust Miss Snape understands the distinction between genders? Holding a gentleman's hand so freely is quite impolite. Amelia's hand was unexpectedly freed, and she paused before processing Snape's words. Without hesitation, she leaped forward and embraced him. I didn't know that. All I know is that I'm holding my father's hand, and there should be closeness between a father and daughter. You are my only family. Had she not known what kind of person the professor was, his words might have wounded her. Professor, oh professor, since I have the fortune of being your daughter, I shall not allow you to struggle alone in the darkness. In her heart, she believed the professor deserved all the beauty the world had to offer. In that moment of being embraced, Snape instinctively reached for his wand but halted, realizing this was his daughter. He remained frozen until he heard Amelia's words from within his arms. Snape was taken aback, looking down into his daughter's clear eyes, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, his gaze went vacant, and he pushed her away. Amelia felt a pang of indignation. She had noticed the sudden emptiness in Snape's eyes, which made her heart ache even more. Was he resisting her? Lowering her head, she pressed her lips together before raising her gaze to reveal a smile once more. Father, let us go eat. There was no rush. Time was on her side, and one day, he would accept her. Drawing on her experiences from the novels of her past life, Amelia concluded that dealing with a father like him required relentless perseverance. She must embody the spirit of audacity. In her mind, she mused, what is embarrassment when it cannot fill one's stomach? Seeing Amelia's radiant smile, Snape breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, her distressed expression had led him to believe she would cry, but to his surprise, she managed to pull herself together. Glancing at the hand she had held, he ultimately chose not to shake it off. He was not one to coddle children. Chapter 3, The Curiosity Shop. Snape looked somewhat surprised at the dinner laid out before him. Did you prepare all of this? Amelia responded proudly. Of course, my culinary skills are exceptional. Observing her beaming pride, Snape felt amusement tug at his lips, though he retorted mercilessly, is that so? It seems Miss Snape has abundant leisure time, even competing with house elves for chores. Amelia chuckled sheepishly. Hee, father, do try it. I believe it should be quite good. Let us not dwell on those trivial details, considering the effort I put into preparing lunch. Snape raised an eyebrow, and under Amelia's expectant gaze, he took a few bites. Well, is it not delicious? Amelia inquired eagerly. Internally, Snape was somewhat surprised, though he maintained a neutral expression. It's acceptable. Amelia's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart racing as she calculated that his acceptable equated to delicious. Watching her bright smile, Snape found his own expression softening unconsciously. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Did you cook for yourself before? Surely, there was no one to care for you prior to my arrival? Yet, her attire and demeanor did not suggest she had been living on the streets. Emily was momentarily taken aback and quickly explained, no, I merely learned a few things out of boredom before. Most of the time, it's the house elf who cooks. Severus Snape, the master of time management, wore an expression of displeasure. It seemed that Miss Snape indeed had too much idle time on her hands. It appeared that he had heard her mention boredom more than once. Clearly, she was excessively unoccupied. Sensing her father's darkening demeanor, a sense of foreboding washed over Emily. As anticipated, Severus continued, since you have so much free time, starting tonight, you shall assist your poor, busy father with potion ingredients every day. Without waiting for Emily's reaction, he began his dinner, and one must admit, the girl's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Ignoring Emily's forlorn expression, Severus remarked that he found the meal quite enjoyable. After dinner, Emily introduced the house elf, Dobby, whom she had brought from her shop in Diagon Alley, to Severus. Severus paid Dobby little mind, merely regarding Emily with a quizzical glance and inquiring, where did you acquire this house elf? With an innocent look, Emily replied, I opened a shop in Diagon Alley, which has several house elves. I brought one to stay here to assist with cooking. Severus frowned at the mention of Diagon Alley. Emily had no intention of concealing the truth from Severus. Yes, it's that department store. Severus paused, suddenly eager, and asked, is it the newly opened Curiosities Emporium from 2 years ago? 2 years prior, a new establishment had inexplicably appeared in Diagon Alley, combining two adjacent shops. Many had been puzzled, questioning how the new proprietor managed to acquire both establishments. The name Curiosities Emporium was given by others, in truth. The sign simply bore the words department store. The merchandise within was varied and peculiar, with many items previously unheard of, including rare potions and alchemical materials. However, the most renowned were the limited-time offerings, such as an antidote capable of counteracting any poison, an alchemical artifact that could withstand a killing curse, and a potion that temporarily amplifies magical power without any side effects. These items, life-saving in nature, drove all wizards into a frenzy. Shops in Diagon Alley were notoriously expensive, leading many to speculate that a pureblood family was behind the operations. However, Severus had heard through Lucius that when the store first opened, the proprietor had dealt with several troublesome dark wizards, and although the identity of the owner remained undisclosed, it was certain that they were not affiliated with any of the prominent pureblood families. To this day, the identity of the proprietor remained a mystery within the wizarding community. Now, however, he was informed that the owner of that establishment was his daughter. Emily nodded and smiled, saying, it's our shop, father. You may take anything from there. I believe those items will reach their utmost value in your hands. Severus, still in shock, suddenly frowned and scrutinized Emily, asking, why would you sell such life-saving items? Why not keep them for yourself? Emily shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I have plenty. It's just that rarity commands a higher price. So I only brought a few to give outsiders the impression that these items are difficult to concoct. And what are those potion ingredients? Some are already extinct and cannot be found again, Emily responded. I have plenty of those as well, and since I do not brew potions, they would only gather dust in my possession. Severus gazed at his daughter with an impassive expression, repeatedly reminding himself that she was indeed his daughter, and he must remain composed. Ultimately, Severus issued a decree to Emily. Henceforth, she would study potions daily. I do not wish for anyone to learn that Severus Snape's daughter is a fool with potion ingredients. Should you fail to perform well, you shall bear the consequences. What a wasteful child, to sell such precious potion materials. Severus's expression darkened as he recalled the near financial ruin he had faced to acquire potion ingredients from the Curiosities Emporium, and without sparing a glance at the despondent Emily, he turned and ascended the stairs. Emily, on the verge of tears, extended her hand. Father, I am merely 7 years old. Chapter 4. Malfoy Manor. In the ensuing days, Emily embarked on her daily potion-making journey. Handling potion ingredients, brewing potions, and writing papers became a repetitive cycle. Observing Emily's relentless toil alongside Severus from dawn till dusk, the system felt a pang of sympathy, suggesting, "How about I take you out for a while? You're still young. Don't overexert yourself." It had taken great effort to elevate Emily from nothing to abundance, and it was presumed that their future days would be filled with leisure and enjoyment, yet it had only become busier. While engrossed in her studies, Emily shook her head. "No, I want to be with Father." She then comforted the system. "It's all right, don't worry. Being able to stay by Father's side truly makes me happy. You should also go out and have fun." She had recently discovered that the system could detach from its host and act independently. There were no restrictions whatsoever. Previously, it had occasionally assigned her tasks, yet now it was too lethargic even to do that. The system sighed. "Very well, but do take care to rest and not overwork yourself. I'll go out and manage the Curiosities Emporium and your other ventures for a while. You can trust me." With gratitude shining in her eyes, Emily replied, "Brother, you must promise to be happy every day." The system paused for a moment before smiling. "Yes, I shall be happy every day." After the system departed, Emily resumed her focus on the potion book in her hands, as her father would soon come to test her knowledge. During this time, she truly relished the privilege of having her father as her teacher. It was a moment where she could not afford to relax, yet her learning pace and potion proficiency advanced remarkably. Emily took a sip of water, realizing that her relationship with her father had grown significantly closer during this period. Though Severus remained as taciturn and sharp-tongued as ever, Emily had become adept at discerning the emotional nuances in his words and the concern he harbored for her. Emily. Severus entered the room, setting down her book. Emily looked up at her father with curiosity. "Father, is something the matter?" There were still 2 hours until the surprise inspection he had scheduled. Why had he arrived early? Severus succinctly stated, "I have matters to attend to outside for a while. Lucius has suggested that I send you to stay at Malfoy Manor for a time. He believes a child your age should have the company of adults and friends. Lucius's son, Draco, is of the same age. You two should get along well, all right." "I shall heed Father's words." Emily smiled obediently, thrilled at the prospect of reuniting with her little master. Severus nodded. "Then let us depart." The two traveled through the Floo network to Malfoy Manor. Upon arrival, Emily immediately spotted the Grand Malfoy, an elegant lady, and Draco, who sat nearby, astonished at the sight of her. Maintaining her composure, Emily executed a flawless curtsy before the three, receiving appreciative glances from the Malfoy couple. Narcissa smiled at Emily. "So this is Emily, is it?" "Severus, she bears a striking resemblance to you, does she not?" Severus, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat pleased, although his expression remained neutral. The Malfoy couple knew him well enough to discern his delight. Severus Snape did not elaborate further. He merely instructed Amelia with a few words before taking his leave. Lucius summoned Draco and introduced him to Amelia, saying, "Emmy, this is my son, Draco. I trust you shall become friends." Amelia smiled and replied, "I believe so too." Satisfied with her response, Lucius nodded approvingly and then addressed Draco. "Draco, why don't you take Emmy on a tour of Malfoy Manor?" Draco, displaying the demeanor of a young gentleman, nodded and said, "All right, father." He then approached Amelia with a smile, saying, "Miss Snape, after you." Amelia observed the young master, who was gritting his teeth and forcing a smile, and steeled herself to walk alongside him. Ah, the child has grown and is no longer easily deceived. What shall I do now? Draco proudly began to introduce Amelia to Malfoy Manor, but when he noticed her distraction, he expressed his displeasure. "Emmy, how dare you zone out? This time, you cannot fool me into believing you are a fairy." How foolish of him to have felt so reluctant to part with her. Who would have known she was the Godfather's daughter? If it weren't for the Godfather's urgent business, she might not have remembered him at all. Amelia chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be, Draco? I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that you were so adorable when you were younger. Surely you can forgive me?" Draco, in a haughty manner, turned his head away. "I won't forgive you, liar." Amelia leaned closer to Draco and sweetly implored, "Young master, you are the best. Please don't hold it against me, all right?" Draco, taken aback by her proximity and the beauty of her face, felt his cheeks flush. "Why are you getting so close?" he stammered. Observing the flustered young master, Amelia smiled and said, "That means you have forgiven me." With a haughty snort, Draco replied, "I will forgive you this time." But don't deceive me again. Amelia quickly promised. Of course, I won't lie to you. She then moved closer to Draco once more, saying, now, look at this. A gift for you. Draco, curious, asked, what kind of gift comes in such a large box? Amelia handed him the box, and as he opened it, he exclaimed, oh my, it's a child's flying broomstick. Filled with excitement, Draco said, how did you know I wanted this, Emmy? You must have known about Quidditch, right? Quidditch is amazing. Amelia sat beside him, quietly listening as he spoke. When the young master discussed such topics, his enthusiasm was contagious, and paired with his angelic visage. It was truly delightful. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. For the past month, Amelia spent her days either with Draco or immersed in the library. Thanks to dear Professor Snape, Amelia transformed from a disinterested reader into a studious child who loved to read. Snape intentionally cultivated Amelia's academic habits, and the results were undeniably pronounced. During her time at Malfoy Manor, what fascinated Amelia most, aside from Draco, was the manor's extensive library. According to Lucius's observations, if left undisturbed, Amelia would lose track of time, completely engrossed in her books. In contrast to his son, who was preoccupied with play, Amelia's brilliance was even more pronounced. Lucius's response was to increase Draco's course load. While he may not catch up to Amelia, at least he would make some progress. Lucius sighed, pondering why Severus had a child so thoughtful, considerate, and gifted come to him for recognition. He glanced at Narcissa, deep in thought, wondering if it was because they had a son. Days passed, one after another. When Severus returned, Lucius approached him with the hope that he would teach Draco potions at Malfoy Manor. Naturally, he had not considered having Amelia attend the same lessons, knowing their academic progress would differ greatly. While teaching Draco, Severus did not neglect to supervise Amelia, who diligently studied and aided her father with potion making. Meanwhile, the Oddities Emporium expanded its influence rapidly. Amelia did not hide her involvement, and soon, everyone in the wizarding world knew that the proprietor of the Oddities Emporium was Amelia. The daughter of Severus Snape was exceptionally talented, possessing her own influence at such a young age, with a father who was a master of potions, thus garnering significant recognition in the wizarding community. Consequently, invitations to forge alliances from various factions began to arrive, which Amelia accepted, gradually building her own network of connections. Before long, Amelia turned 11. At Malfoy Manor, Draco excitedly read a letter, exclaiming, Emmy, we are going to Hogwarts. We must be sorted into Slytherin. It is the best house. Just then, Lucius interrupted, all right, we should head to Diagon Alley. Narcissa smiled as she patted her son's head, we ought to leave early. Otherwise, it will become extremely crowded. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, Lucius said, Draco, your mother and I will buy your books, while you and Emmy can purchase your uniforms. Draco nodded, okay, father. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Amelia was getting measured in the back and feeling somewhat bored when she overheard voices outside. Hey, are you going to Hogwarts too? Yes. Do you know about Quidditch? No. Have you ever played on a broomstick? No. Amelia facepalmed in exasperation. It was evident that Draco and Harry were conversing. Harry's impression of the golden-haired boy was far from favorable, as he reminded him of his cousin. Although Dudley no longer bullied him, Harry had grown up witnessing his cousin's vile temperament. At a loss for words, Harry merely wished the boy would say something interesting. Suddenly, the boy turned his head and smiled, calling out, Emmy, come here. Harry was taken aback. Emmy? Turning around, he saw Amelia beaming at him and joyfully exclaimed, Emmy, it's really you. Amelia smiled back. Yes, it's me, Harry. Long time no see. Draco, feeling a twinge of displeasure, pulled Amelia back. You know him? He is a muggle, right? He doesn't even know what Quidditch is. Harry, bewildered by the scene, truly did not know what Quidditch was. But he did not want Amelia to argue with anyone because of him. Amelia shot Harry a reassuring glance before turning to soothe Draco. Draco, he is not a muggle. He is Harry Potter. You know you like Harry Potter, right? Draco stared at Harry in astonishment, and indeed noticed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. You really are Harry Potter. Harry replied, yes. Amelia added with a smile, Harry, this is Draco, Draco Malfoy, my friend. Harry extended his hand. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Draco, with a touch of pride, extended his own hand. I am Draco Malfoy. You may call me Draco. Harry smiled, believing that Amelia's friends could not be bad people, so this young master must simply possess a peculiar personality. It's Hagrid, Amelia said, glancing out the window. Harry added, it was Hagrid who brought me here. He is the half-blood giant, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, Draco remarked with a hint of disdain. Amelia smiled lightly. All right, let's go. Hagrid is also my friend. Draco understood Amelia's intention and reluctantly replied, fine, on account of him being a friend of both of you. I suppose I could begrudgingly make his acquaintance. Amelia chuckled and winked at Harry, hoping he wouldn't take Draco's words to heart. She truly wished for them to become friends. In the original story, Harry had declined Draco's invitation due to Draco's attitude, which led to Draco's persistent antagonism towards him. Yet, Amelia was well aware that Draco harbored a certain anticipation towards having Harry as a friend. "Ah, Amelia, it's been ages," Hagrid exclaimed with a broad smile. "Long time no see, Hagrid," Amelia replied, returning his smile. "Hagrid, this is my friend, Draco Malfoy," Amelia introduced. "Malfoy? Hello," Hagrid hesitated, as it was his first time befriending someone from Slytherin. In his experience, these pureblood aristocrats were hardly amiable. However, considering the rumors circulating in the wizarding world, it appeared that Amelia had established a decent rapport with these Slytherins. The young master raised his chin haughtily. "Hello. On account of you being a friend of Amelia and Harry, I shall permit you to be my friend." Amelia smiled helplessly. Hagrid seemed to adapt well. If this little Malfoy were to act overly friendly, that would truly be alarming. Chapter 6. The Younger Brother. "By the way, how did you two meet?" Draco squinted. "Amelia, you never mentioned you had so many friends outside that I didn't know about." Amelia feigned innocence with a smile. "I met them all before I was 7. I didn't intentionally keep it from you." Draco raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Of course," Amelia hurriedly asserted. Harry chimed in. "It's true, thanks to Amelia." "I see," Draco said, realization dawning upon him. "That sounds rather unfortunate. Here are 2 wizarding children, one being the renowned savior, yet you grew up in the Muggle world, bullied by 3 Muggles." Harry sighed. "I feel the same way. Thank goodness I met Amelia." He recalled how Amelia had once spoken to his aunt and uncle on his behalf. Though he couldn't recall the specifics of their conversation, he only remembered that since then, while the trio still regarded him coldly, they had ceased to bully him. His living conditions had significantly improved, and along with that, the Dursleys seemed to be growing increasingly affluent. Thinking of this, Harry asked Amelia, "Did you promise to make my aunt and uncle treat me well, and then you help their business prosper?" Amelia nodded. "Something like that." Harry hesitantly inquired, "Was it a hefty price?" Amelia smiled. "Not at all. My business encompasses a broad range, including the Muggle world. Providing benefits to your aunt and uncle is trivial for me, so you needn't feel guilty or inadequate." Harry nodded thoughtfully, having always relied on others. He was acutely aware of kindness. From the moment he met Amelia, he recognized that this beautiful girl, resembling a doll, treated him with genuine care and without expecting anything in return. To Harry, Amelia felt akin to a sister. Each Christmas and birthday, he received gifts from her, and she would periodically visit him at Privet Drive for outings. Undoubtedly, Amelia held significant importance in Harry's heart. "That's my father," Draco remarked, gazing ahead. Amelia looked up to see the Malfoy couple standing not far away, seemingly reluctant to approach due to their disdain for the surrounding chaos. Amelia turned to bid farewell to Harry and Hagrid. "Harry, see you at school." "Goodbye, Hagrid." Harry hesitated but eventually released her hand. "Goodbye, Amelia." Hagrid echoed, "Goodbye." Watching Amelia and Draco depart, Harry's anticipation for Hogwarts reached its zenith. Meanwhile, Lucius inquired, "Was that individual the keeper of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts?" Draco nodded obediently, "Yes." He accompanied Harry to purchase school supplies. A flicker of interest crossed Lucius's eyes. "That's Savior, Harry Potter." "Yes, Father, we have become friends with Harry," Draco said proudly. Lucius nodded, cautioning, "Do not make an enemy of Harry Potter. It is best to befriend him." Whether that individual would return remained uncertain, but it was prudent to prepare for all eventualities. On the Hogwarts Express, in the Malfoy compartment, Draco and Amelia were each engrossed in a book. While Pansy glanced at them disdainfully, "Are you two serious? It's our first day of school, and you're already starting to study before we even arrive at Hogwarts?" Blaise chimed in with a grin. "Exactly. One would think Professor Snape was mistreating you." Amelia and Draco exchanged a glance, both at a loss for words. Blaise raised an eyebrow. "If he truly was mistreating you." Draco sighed. "It's not that severe, but we definitely cannot slack off in potions, can we? We must utilize our time wisely for revision. Otherwise, our godfather will be furious." At the thought, the young master's golden hair seemed to dull, drooping lifelessly. Pansy raised an eyebrow at Amelia. "And what about you? With your skills, you still need to revise?" Amelia smiled. "I still have a 13-foot-long advanced potion essay to complete." Pansy's mouth twitched. "I hope you both get sorted into Slytherin." Blaise was more direct. "I hope you make it to see tomorrow's sun." Draco and Amelia. Amelia sighed, putting away her book. "I need to check on Harry. He is also a new student this year." Although her initial intention in helping Harry had been somewhat self-serving, after all these years, Amelia had come to regard Harry as her little brother. Watching the once tiny child grow year by year, she felt a sense of accomplishment akin to nurturing. Each encounter with Harry brought her inexplicable joy. Amelia was acutely aware of her standing in Harry's heart, and with today marking the first day of school, she felt compelled to see him. Blaise curiously asked, "Is Harry the famous savior, Harry Potter, that those people outside were talking about?" "Amelia, you certainly move fast." Amelia shot him an exasperated glance that indicates I have a good rapport with people. Blaise shrugged nonchalantly. It seems you're well aware of the Savior's background. Amelia paused for a moment before replying. He is my brother. The others were momentarily stunned. For her to openly declare him as her brother indicated that this Savior held a significant place in Amelia's heart. Chapter 7. The Hogwarts Express. Oh my goodness, that scar. You are Harry Potter, Ron exclaimed, utterly thrilled at the sight of Harry. Harry felt somewhat exasperated. Yes, I am Harry Potter. Since entering the magical world, he had nearly acclimatized to being gawked at like a circus attraction, though he did not particularly enjoy it. Harry pursed his lips, but said nothing. Observing Ron's excitement from across the compartment, this was his third friend, and he didn't wish to dampen Ron's spirits. But he still hoped Ron would refrain from bringing it up again, as he saw nothing remarkable about it. If given the choice, he would prefer to be rid of this scar and the accompanying fame. Harry silently mused that Amy would not look at him with such excitement, as if she were observing a monkey. Ron, puzzled, inquired, You truly do not know Quidditch? It is the most esteemed sport among wizards. Harry shrugged. In fact, I only recently became acquainted with the magical world. For the past several years, I have been utterly ignorant of it. Oh, that is quite unfortunate, Ron replied. Suddenly, Harry recalled something and, with a hint of anticipation, asked, Ron, having grown up in the wizarding community, you must know about Amelia Snape, right? Ron appeared somewhat astonished. You actually know about Amelia Snape? Harry nodded. Yes. Could you tell me more about her? Ron obliged, of course. Amelia Snape is the daughter of Severus Snape, a renowned potions master in the wizarding world, who is also set to be our future potions professor and the head of Slytherin House. As his daughter, Amelia possesses remarkable potions talent and gained fame at a very young age. She is also the proprietor of the largest department store in the wizarding world, the Emporium of Wonders, with countless assets under her management. She is frequently mentioned alongside you. Besides the illustrious Harry Potter, she is among the most talked-about figures in our year at Hogwarts. Harry listened in shock. It turned out Amelia was so accomplished. Although it sounded like his fame surpassed hers, Harry was self-aware enough to recognize the difference between the two. One was an imposed notoriety he had no knowledge of, while the other was a well-deserved reputation built on personal merit. The disparity between them was far from trivial. Harry then heard Ron express a tinge of disappointment. It's a pity she is Snape's daughter. Confused, Harry replied. But Professor Snape is quite formidable, isn't he? Why is that a pity? Ron sighed. Because Snape is the head of Slytherin, which is considered the least favorable house at Hogwarts. It is filled with arrogant individuals. If Amelia Snape were sorted into Gryffindor, that would be ideal. Then we would have two legendary figures in our house. But being Snape's daughter, she is bound to be placed in Slytherin. Harry realized that the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin ran deep. He then inquired, Do you know which house you will be sorted into? Ron shook his head. I don't know, but Gryffindor is the best house, so I hope to be placed there. Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff would also be acceptable, as long as it's not Slytherin. I truly could not bear to be in Slytherin. By the way, why do you ask about Amelia Snape? Ron questioned. Harry recounted his relationship with Amy to Ron. Ron seemed enlightened. So that is how it is. It appears the rumors in the wizarding world were indeed accurate. Amelia's character seems quite commendable, at least unlike that of her Slytherin peers at this point. Ron expressed some hope. Perhaps she may even join Gryffindor? Harry pondered and then asked, What about Draco Malfoy? Do you know him? Malfoy? My heavens, why do you ask about him? He is a former Death Eater, from a pureblood family, and insufferably arrogant, Ron exclaimed. Harry watched as Ron enumerated a litany of Malfoy's transgressions. Surely, it cannot be that severe? Ron, noticing the change in Harry's expression, asked in horror. Amelia Snape I can accept, but please do not tell me that Malfoy is also your friend. Harry, under Ron's incredulous gaze, reluctantly nodded. Yes. He is my second friend. Ron was nearly beside himself. Merlin's beard. You are the chosen one. How can you associate with a Death Eater? Harry frowned. Draco is not a bad person. He is the same age as us and has nothing to do with the Death Eaters. To Harry, Draco was merely a bit spoiled, but ultimately quite endearing, albeit with the added charm of Amy's influence. However, Harry was convinced that anyone who could befriend Amy must not be a villain. Ron remained unconvinced, yet seeing Harry's discontent, he refrained from further argument, sulking in his seat. Harry sighed. Ron, both you and Amy, as well as Draco, are my friends. I do not wish for any discord among you. It places me in a difficult position. Amy would be troubled as well. Just then, Ron, still sulking, paused, about to speak, when he saw Amy and Draco enter. Hello, Harry, Amy greeted with a smile. Harry's eyes brightened. Amy. Draco merely scoffed and turned his head away. Harry looked at Amy, perplexed, and she, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, We heard everything you said. After a moment's thought, she added, You left the compartment door open. Harry and Ron instinctively glanced at the door, realizing that indeed they had failed to close it after that bothersome girl had departed. Chapter 8. A meeting too late. Harry gazed at Amy, feeling somewhat at a loss. He wanted Ron to apologize to Draco, but would that truly prevent a quarrel? After all, he had only just made 3 friends. Did he really want to lose one? Harry bit his lip, casting a helpless glance at Amy. Sighing, Amy felt a familiar sense of responsibility as an older sister. Just then, Ron's face flushed, and he was about to speak when Amy preemptively extended her hand, saying, "You must be Mr. Weasley. Hello, I am Amelia Snape. This is Draco Malfoy." Draco, still haughty, remained silent, but Amy felt relieved, thinking that thankfully, she had smoothed things over with the young lord outside, or else he might have clashed with Weasley. Ron hesitated for a moment before accepting Amy's handshake, quietly introducing himself. "Hello, I am Ron Weasley." Amy smiled and nodded, pulling Draco to sit down, then retrieving a pile of honeydew sweets from her bag. The children's eyes lit up instantly, and Amy chuckled. "Since we are all friends of Harry, there is no need to let things get too tense, is there? Moreover, we have no grievances between us. You wouldn't want to make things difficult for Harry, would you?" Ron glanced at the colorful candies on the table, nodding instinctively. Seeing this, Amy smiled. "These are Honeydukes confections. I consider myself Harry's sister and hope he can make friends in this new environment, so I brought these candies to share with everyone. However, I believe Ron should still apologize to Draco. What do you think, Ron?" Amy's tone was earnest, devoid of condescension, as if she were merely a sister attempting to resolve the conflict between her brother's friends. Ron hesitated, his expression torn, but upon catching sight of the enticing sweets on the table, his resolve solidified. "I'm sorry, Draco," Ron said sincerely. He acknowledged that speaking ill of someone was indeed his fault, and thus he apologized, not merely for the sake of the candies. Draco was taken aback by Ron's apology, surprised to receive such an acknowledgement from a Weasley. Seeing the 3 of them looking at him, Draco haughtily replied, "Since you have apologized, I suppose I shall begrudgingly forgive you." Amy, sensing the shift, smiled. "These are new products from Honeydukes. I think they taste delightful. So why don't you all give them a try?" Ron and Harry tasted the sweets, and their eyes instantly sparkled. "This shop must be quite renowned in the wizarding world," Harry exclaimed, savoring the delightful flavors. "It's truly delicious." Ron replied excitedly, "Of course, this is Honeydukes, the most beloved candy shop in Hogsmeade. Only wizards in their 3rd year at Hogwarts and above can visit, and I never expected to indulge in it so soon." Draco, overhearing their conversation, wore a smug expression. "Naturally, Honeydukes has long been a part of the Malfoy estate. I can sample their confections whenever I wish." Ron gazed at him enviously. "Really? That sounds incredibly fortunate." The children engaged in lively conversation, completely shedding their previous animosities. Amy smiled subtly, realizing that no one could escape the allure of good treats. "You see, Zone is like my own brother. How could mere possessions compare to that bond?" Ron was reluctant to apologize, but Amy had offered him too much. Harry glanced at Amy, reassured that nothing could daunt her. He had initially feared the situation would be difficult to navigate. Noticing Harry's gaze, Amy returned a reassuring smile. Harry chuckled, recalling Amy's declaration that she was like a sister. He thought if there were angels in this world, they would undoubtedly be like Amy. No one else could provide such comfort. As for Ron and Draco, their conversation flowed seamlessly from sweets to Quidditch, and when they discussed the latter, they seemed to have found a kindred spirit in each other. If at first Ron had reconciled with Draco due to Harry and the candy, now it felt like a missed connection, as if they were on the brink of solidifying a brotherly bond. Amy watched with a smile, amused by the rare sight of a child as lively as Draco. Draco, too, looked at Ron with newfound excitement, realizing that the Weasley wasn't as insufferable as his father had suggested. At least Ron was not that way. After a friendly exchange, the children had reached a level of camaraderie where they could address each other by name. However, when the topic turned to houses, Ron remained steadfast in his belief that Gryffindor was the finest. Draco countered, "I believe Slytherin is the best house." Harry anxiously observed the two, fearing an argument might erupt. Ron frowned. "My whole family is Gryffindor. If I were sorted into Slytherin, my father would be furious." Draco empathized. "My father would be the same. If I were placed in Gryffindor, he would disown me." They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Regardless of the house we are sorted into, we shall remain friends." Afterward, they resumed their animated discussion. "Draco, do you know how Hogwarts sorts its students?" Harry stared in disbelief at the entire exchange. Amy mused. "Is this the peculiar fate of Malfoy and Weasley? One generation despising the other, and this generation discovering late friendship?" Just then, the compartment door swung open again. Ron's smile vanished upon seeing the newcomer, and he said with irritation, "Didn't I mention? We haven't seen his toad." Hermione ignored him, her eyes lighting up with delight as she gazed at Amy. "You must be Amelia Snape, correct?" Amy was taken aback. It seemed they were not acquainted. "Indeed. How may I assist you?" Hermione's face brightened. I'm Hermione Granger. I know you, the renowned young prodigy of the wizarding world, daughter of the potions master. May I study with you? I believe we would have much in common. Amy was impressed by Hermione's enthusiasm. Ron, speechless, turned to Draco and murmured, see? She just spoke with Harry before you arrived, and now she is seeking out Amy. Draco, not particularly bothered by this, furrowed his brow and asked, Granger. Her parents are muggles, correct? Ron paused, recalling Malfoy's disdain for muggles, and cautiously replied, yes, but I believe, Draco, she hasn't done anything to provoke us. Has she? Although she can be quite bothersome. Draco's expression darkened. Just because he could befriend Harry and Ron didn't mean just anyone could be friends with a Malfoy. Not even Amy. Chapter 9, Sorting Ceremony. Draco abruptly grabbed Amy's wrist, pulling her close, disdainfully addressing Hermione. Hey, you Muggleborn, how dare you think you're worthy of discussing studies with Amy? Do you possess the capability? Amy is Professor Snape's daughter. Do you think your Muggle parents can teach you? Hermione was momentarily taken aback, ready to retort. But Draco yanked Amy away from the compartment. Left behind, Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned and ran out. Only Harry and Ron remained in the compartment. Ron explained to Harry, I told you, Malfoy comes from a pure-blood family that places immense value on bloodlines. Granger's parents are muggles. Thus, Draco could never befriend her. Clearly, he doesn't want Amy associating with Muggleborns. Harry frowned. But being born in the Muggle world isn't their fault. Ron shook his head. You don't understand, Harry. Families like Malfoy's hold a reverence for pure-blood supremacy that far exceeds your imagination. Draco has been indoctrinated with such beliefs since childhood. Naturally, he looks down upon them. Harry looked at Ron quizzically. But Ron, you're pure-blood too, right? Why don't you care about this? Ron shrugged. Because my family is quite friendly towards Muggles and does not subscribe to any bloodline discrimination. However, because of this, we are often ostracized by other pure-blood families. Harry pondered this. Is that so? Meanwhile, Draco, fuming, led Amy back to the Malfoy compartment. Blaise, noticing their arrival, inquired with a smirk, what happened? Who dared to provoke our young Malfoy? Draco replied angrily, that insufferable Muggle-born. Can you believe she has the audacity to think she could be friends with Amy and discuss studies? How ridiculous. Pansy scoffed, how arrogant. Clearly, she is just another foolish Gryffindor. Draco nodded in agreement, then turned to Amy. You must not befriend those Muggle-borns, especially the foolish Gryffindors. Amy raised an eyebrow. What about Ron and Harry? Draco shot her a glare. They don't count. As the train gradually came to a halt, Amy tightly grasped Draco's hand to prevent them from being separated by the throngs of people. This platform is so small, Draco complained, tugging at Amy's sleeve. And so shabby, Pansy chimed in from Amy's other side. The first-year students stood out in the crowd, as a half-giant boomed, first years this way. In the chilly night air, the little wizards shivered against the biting wind. Hagrid led the first years along a slippery, winding path flanked by dense woods, with branches swaying in the gusts. Amy felt unbothered. She wasn't afraid of the dark, yet she could sense Draco gripping her hand even tighter. Furrowing her brow, she drew her wand, producing a flickering light. The illumination was bright yet gentle, allowing all the little wizards to see the path clearly. Amy cast a warming charm, ensuring it enveloped all the young witches and wizards. The surrounding children gazed at her with expressions of gratitude and admiration. Amy exhibited little reaction, yet Draco was visibly displeased by the way those around him regarded her. He cast a dissatisfied glance at Amy, questioning the necessity of her extensive spellcasting. Did she truly believe herself to be exceptional? Amy, in a state of confusion, could not comprehend how she had irked Draco. Meanwhile, Pansy and Blaise exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting understanding. As whispers and discussions among the surrounding young wizards reached her ears, particularly their astonished expressions upon hearing her name, Amy felt indifferent. It was merely a trivial act, and she was not lacking in magical prowess. She had no inclination towards modesty. She firmly believed that as long as her strength was formidable enough, no one would dare to provoke her. The vistas seen from different heights are indeed varied. Amy understood that such matters could vary in significance, wholly dependent on the mindset of the young wizards. If they felt gratitude, it would manifest as admiration. If they felt trepidation, it would be expressed as reverence. Regardless of the sentiment, it ultimately served her well, especially since it was all done with a casual flick of her wrist. Little did Amy know that her seemingly advantageous nonchalance would lead to unexpected surprises. As Hagrid ferried the young wizards to Hogwarts and departed, Amy gazed upon the castle before her, a smile gracing her lips. Hogwarts, she had finally arrived. These 7 years would undoubtedly be splendid. Professor McGonagall welcomed them to Hogwarts, announcing the commencement of the feast. During their time at Hogwarts, their conduct would either earn or lose points for their respective houses. At the year's end, The house with the highest score would be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. Amy barely absorbed the rest of her words. However, upon hearing that line, a smile tugged at her lips. Only Draco and a few others nearby caught sight of this moment, sharing a knowing smile amongst themselves. Hannah Abbott Hufflepuff, Terry Boot Ravenclaw, Ron Weasley. Ron anxiously approached, and Amy noticed 3 other red-haired boys at the Gryffindor table wearing expressions of similar tension. She withdrew her gaze, aware that the rivalries between the houses were deeply entrenched, not easily altered, though she had no intention of changing them. As she clearly saw Ron exhale in relief upon hearing Gryffindor, the sorting continued with Blaise, Pansy, Crabbe, Theodore, and Goyle. Then came Harry Potter, the illustrious savior, Harry Potter. The hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Was it truly Harry Potter? Such words enveloped him as he uncomfortably made his way to a seat, his heart laden with anxiety. Instinctively, Harry looked up, his gaze meeting Amy's warm smile. In an instant, his nervousness dissipated. Thank goodness, Amy was there. Harry sighed in relief as he donned the sorting hat. When the hat inquired as to which house he desired, Harry found himself torn. Amy had yet to be sorted, but was likely to end up in Slytherin. As was Draco, while Ron was in Gryffindor. Which house would he choose? Just as his internal scales began to tip towards Slytherin, he heard the sorting hat proclaim, Gryffindor. Harry was bewildered. Why had it even asked him? A tremendous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. We have Potter. We have Potter. Many of the Gryffindors cast taunting glances at the Slytherin table. Amidst the uproar in the hall, Amy lifted her gaze towards the staff table, locking eyes with Dumbledore's clear, bright gaze. Dumbledore, slightly taken aback, returned her smile with one of his own. Draco Malfoy, the sorting hat barely touched his head before declaring, Slytherin. Draco's lips curled into a smirk, and amidst the applause, he cast a knowing glance at Amelia, signaling that he awaited her arrival. The sorting continued. Amelia Snape. Another wave of commotion rippled through the 4 tables as the young wizards murmured amongst themselves. She was the girl whose name stood just beneath Harry Potter's in fame. Oh, isn't she the one who illuminated and warmed us earlier? Snape's daughter is surprisingly beautiful. I bet you didn't know? She's incredibly powerful, oblivious to the gazes around her. Amelia approached and placed the sorting hat upon her head. She felt no trepidation about the hat discovering her true nature. Her brother had long since revealed the answer through his prowess. As expected, the hat's voice echoed in her mind. I cannot discern your inner thoughts. Amelia smiled gently. Mr. Sorting Hat, I wish to be placed in Slytherin. The hat replied with interest. Very well then, as you wish, Slytherin. Chapter 10, Transfiguration Class. The Slytherin table erupted in cheers, albeit with a decorum and elegance that contrasted Gryffindor's boisterousness. However, the enthusiastic applause was still a commendable display. Amelia cast a glance towards the staff table where Snape acknowledged her with a nod, to which she responded with a radiant smile. Dumbledore stood, addressing the assembly. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to impart a few words. Fools, tearful remnants, twist away. The seating arrangements in Slytherin were evidently deliberate, with Draco, the Malfoy heir, and Amelia, the daughter of the head of Slytherin, evidently positioned as the first years of prominence. Next to them sat Blaise and Pansy, followed by others further back. As the feast commenced, the disparity in dining manners between Gryffindor and Slytherin was stark. Amelia piled her plate high with sweet delicacies, yearning for more. Draco frowned, about to intervene when Amelia suddenly felt a chill on her back. Following her instinct, she glanced towards the staff table, meeting her father's warning gaze. Disheartened, Amelia withdrew her outstretched hand, even as Draco silently watched him remove several desserts from his own plate. Unable to voice his displeasure, Amelia cast a mournful look at Pansy and the others, feeling utterly betrayed. The professors at the staff table observed the entire spectacle. Dumbledore chuckled. Addressing Snape, Severus, that child is quite intriguing, is she not? Snape, with an impassive expression, shot him a glance. You find everyone intriguing. Dumbledore, slightly taken aback, replied, Severus. I merely believe that this child is exceptionally bright. Snape remained unamused. Of course, my daughter is intelligent. That much is evident. Flitwick, curious, chimed in, Severus. I've heard that Amelia's spells are quite remarkable. Is that true? Snape's lips curled slightly. You will find out in class. The others regarded Snape with astonishment. Indeed, having a daughter seemed to have softened him, even eliciting a smile. Quirrell's gaze shifted to Amelia, his expression inscrutable. Amelia noticed his scrutiny and returned his gaze with a cheerful smile. As the dinner concluded, the prefect guided their house members back to the dormitory. The Slytherin common room was located underground, and once everyone had entered, they settled in for the night. The 2 heads of Slytherin, Aaron Hayton and Gina Brown, stood before the assembly and proclaimed, Always remember that you are a Slytherin. Do not engage in actions that would bring disgrace to our house. We have triumphed in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years, and I do not wish to see that legacy tarnished by the actions of one or a few. Moreover, Slytherin has a tradition wherein each year 2 leaders are selected to guide their respective year, presided over by Professor Snape. Suddenly, the door to the Slytherin common room swung open, revealing Snape, his expression as dark as his flowing robes. Many students instinctively stepped back to clear a path, for their headmaster exuded an intimidating presence. With a stern glance, Snape surveyed the fidgeting young wizards and commanded, "Those wishing to participate in the head election, step forward." Draco and Amelia stepped up without hesitation, causing the others who were contemplating to falter. The prowess of Amelia was already evident to them. Her magical strength was not something they could contend with. Furthermore, it seemed that they dared not provoke Malfoy. Snape, displaying impatience, declared, "If no one else wishes to participate, the head position shall be awarded to them." This statement prompted many hesitant students to step forward. After all, how could they know unless they tried? What if they succeeded? Once the competition commenced, Amelia swiftly dispatched half of the challenges, leaving the remainder to Draco. The position of head must rely on one's own abilities, otherwise, it would merely reflect Draco's aristocratic bullying. While Draco's spellcasting skills were not quite on par with Amelia's, he still ranked among the elite of his peers. Years of supplementary lessons had not been in vain. Without any hesitation, Snape announced, "The heads shall be Mr. Malfoy and Miss Snape." With that, he unfalteringly glided away in his billowing black robes. Amelia and Draco exchanged brief farewells before returning to their dormitories. Heads are afforded their own quarters, which provided Amelia a sense of comfort, as she was accustomed to solitude. After tidying her belongings, she retired for the night. The following day, thanks to the habits Amelia had cultivated over the years, she awoke early, finished her preparations, and still had ample time. She chose to head to the Great Hall for breakfast, where she encountered Draco, who had also come for the meal. Shortly thereafter, Pansy and the others arrived, and the group leisurely made their way to Transfiguration class. Amelia sat at her desk, perusing an advanced potion textbook, her brow furrowed in contemplation over her potion essay. Draco leaned over and inquired, "Haven't finished yet?" "Almost there," Amelia replied. "Look, a cat has arrived," Pansy pointed out, indicating the feline on the podium. Amelia raised her eyes to see the familiar tabby cat, and before Draco could voice his disdain, she exclaimed, "Professor McGonagall, is that you?" The others stared in astonishment at the tabby. Indeed, it was Professor McGonagall. Amelia was not one to speak without reason, but this particular tabby cat was an exception. "When we reach our upper years, we will learn a sophisticated form of transfiguration called animagus, which allows us to transform into an animal," she explained. The group realized the truth, and even the tabby cat seemed to nod in approval at Amelia. As time passed, more students filtered in. Amelia watched as Harry and Ron arrived late and were promptly penalized. The task for the lesson was to transform matchsticks into needles, and without a doubt, Amelia was the first to complete it. "Very well done, a splendid embroidery needle. Miss Snape, 10 points for Slytherin," Professor McGonagall remarked with a smile. After completing her task, Amelia surveyed her surroundings with a hint of boredom, inadvertently locking eyes with Hermione. She could clearly see the burning determination and stubbornness in Hermione's gaze. Draco was the second to succeed, earning Slytherin another 10 points. By the end of the class, only Amelia and Draco had successfully transformed their matchsticks into needles, while Hermione had only made slight progress. Chapter 11, Potions Class. In herbology, they were required to learn and practice with various plants. Amelia had to summon great willpower to resist the urge to chop them up, as she had become rather accustomed to doing so. History of magic was, to be frank, rather dull. However, glancing at the neatly arranged classroom, Amelia hesitated but ultimately chose to diligently maintain her facade rather than succumb to sleep. Thus, she rested her left arm on Draco's shoulder as a makeshift pillow while taking notes for both of them with her right hand. Pansy chided her for being biased, exclaiming that she was playing favorites. Merlin above, I can only manage to take 2 sets of notes at most. Naturally, I must favor the young master, she thought. In astronomy class, while gazing at the stars, Amelia found them quite beautiful, though staring for too long became a tad monotonous. The charms class, akin to transfiguration, was exceedingly simple for Amelia. Each session allowed her to contribute at least 10 points to Slytherin, in defense against the dark arts. Amelia felt a headache coming on as she was overwhelmed by the scent of garlic emanating from Quirrell. Draco remarked with disgust, I must inform my father that Hogwarts employs such a professor. Amelia remained silent, contemplating whether to provoke the unsightly object on the back of Quirrell's head. She lazily mused that the individual in question could only be referred to as an object at this point. How grotesque! She lamented the loss of the handsome Tom Riddle, who had chosen to become the noseless Voldemort instead. With a sigh, she regretted never having witnessed Riddle's once celebrated beauty, longing for the opportunity to obtain his diary. After all, Seeing is believing. At the end of class, Quirrell stopped her, expressing hope that she might visit his office. Amelia smiled and agreed. Though the details of her visit were uncertain, perhaps by then, he would no longer wish for her to come. Thus, for days swiftly passed, and Amelia's reputation became firmly established throughout Hogwarts. The genius girl's acclaim was substantiated, with Slytherin's hourglass as the finest testament to their dominance. Even Professor Binns and Quirrell praised Amelia unreservedly. After all, who would not admire a studious, attractive, and courteous student? When several professors mentioned her in Snape's presence. Despite his usual stoic demeanor, the old friends among them could sense a hint of pleasure emanating from him. On Friday afternoon, the long-anticipated potions class finally arrived. Amelia rubbed her hands together quietly, feeling a flicker of excitement. However, in stark contrast to Amelia's anticipation, Ron appeared somewhat apprehensive. He advised Harry, "We need to be cautious. I've heard that Professor Snape is quite partial to his own house." Harry, surprised, replied, "Isn't he Amelia's father?" Ron shook his head. "Yes, but many say so. We have 2 classes today, so we should be on our guard." Harry nodded in understanding. Upon their arrival, Amelia and Draco were already present. The 2 of them seamlessly occupied the front row nearest the desk, while Ron ushered Harry over to greet them before hurriedly retreating to the back of the classroom. Draco rolled his eyes. "If they keep moving back like that, I might lose sight of them entirely." Amelia chuckled. "Perhaps they aren't skilled in potions. We shouldn't move back. We can catch up with them after class." Draco nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if we dare venture to the back row, the professor would undoubtedly make us regret it." As more students gradually gathered, Amy noticed that Hermione had also claimed a seat in the front row. As for Neville, one of the main characters of the day, Amy discreetly glanced at his position. After all, this was their father's class. Better to avoid any explosions. The classroom door swung open with a bang, and Snape strode in, his cold, indifferent gaze sweeping over the room. Upon spotting Draco and Amy in the front row, a subtle hint of warmth and satisfaction flickered in his eyes. "You are here to delve into the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," Snape spoke softly. "Which means you are not the imbeciles I often encounter." His voice was low, yet every student in the room could hear his words clearly. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. No one dared to utter a sound, feeling the palpable pressure emanating from Snape. Any young wizard who inadvertently met his gaze instinctively lowered their head, with the exception of Draco and Amy, who exchanged a glance that seemed to say, "You'll get used to it." Snape leisurely picked up the attendance sheet and began to call names. When he reached Harry Potter, he suddenly inquired, "Potter, what happens when powdered daffodil root is added to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked bewildered. "I don't know." Snape continued, "Then where might one find a piece of dung?" "I don't know." Harry mumbled, "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Harry's head hung low. "I don't know, sir." Amy facepalmed silently, recognizing the classic trio of Snape's deathly questions contrasted with Harry's utter confusion. "Oh, it appears that not all fame is merited," Snape sneered. The other young wizards turned their gazes toward Amy in unison. "Miss Granger, sit down, Potter. And please lower your hand," Snape barked. "Mr. Potter, due to your failure to prepare ahead of class, Gryffindor loses 3 points because of you." Harry frowned as he sat down, feeling a bit unjust, but aware that this was Amy's father. He sighed, pondering whether he had ever provoked Snape. Snape abruptly called out, "Miss Snape, please answer these 3 questions." Harry looked up, and Hermione, who had just been reprimanded, regarded Amy incredulously. Amy had certainly drawn the ire beautifully, rising with resignation. She responded, "The combination of daffodil root powder and wormwood creates the draught of living death. Dung can be extracted from a goat's stomach. There is no difference between aconite and wolfsbane." Snape nodded in satisfaction. Miss Snape earns 3 points for Slytherin. Amy pondered whether she should feel pleased about this. For the remainder of the class, Snape tasked the young wizards to pair up and concoct a potion for treating boils. He roamed the classroom, offering critiques to nearly every student, save for Amy and Draco, who worked seamlessly together, producing an exemplary potion. Snape nodded approvingly. 10 points to Slytherin. "Just look at how perfect Miss Snape and Mr. Malfoy's potion is." Despite his words, it was clear that Snape held little genuine satisfaction. He was acutely aware of their capabilities. Had their potion not met such a standard, it would have genuinely surprised him. Before Neville could spill his potion all over, Amy swiftly cast a protective charm over him and the nearby students, then deftly waved her wand to rectify the scene, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. However, while the young wizards remained oblivious, Snape was not deceived. He bellowed, "Mr. Longbottom, did you really add the porcupine quills without removing the cauldron from the fire?" "Miss Snape has protected her classmates. 10 points for Slytherin," he added, and only then did the young wizards comprehend what had transpired, turning their grateful gazes toward Amy. She smiled gently, nodding to indicate that it was no trouble at all, embodying the role of an exemplary student with finesse. It was likely that this incident would circulate throughout Hogwarts after the potions class concluded. Pansy, Draco, and the others, who knew Amy's character well, could only shake their heads in disbelief. It seemed Amy was irrevocably on the path to being a model student, impossible to pull back. Just then, Snape approached Harry, his voice dripping with menace. "Mr. Potter, why didn't you remind Mr. Longbottom about the point deduction for Gryffindor?" Harry, incredulous, muttered, "Why should I?" Amy turned her head, thinking, "Oh Harry, it's not that I don't wish to help you. It's just that I'm rather timid myself." Perhaps this was a case of sins of the father visited upon the son? Chapter 12. Flying lessons at 5 minutes to 3. Amy met Draco, Harry, and Ron at Hagrid's hut. Upon their arrival, Hagrid cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, Amy, Draco, you finally made it." Ron queried, "What took you so long?" Amy smiled, "I just visited the potions office." Hagrid pulled out his rock cakes, looking expectantly at them. The young lad scrutinized the cakes in his hand, which resembled stones. But given that they were made by a friend, he refrained from commenting. Like Harry and the others, he held the cakes without any intention of eating. Amy glanced around before taking a sudden bite. The crunch of the hard cake echoed as she bit off a piece, meeting the astonished looks from Harry and the others. She swallowed and calmly stated, "Not bad, just a bit hard." Harry and the others were incredulous that she deemed it merely a bit hard. Hagrid, however, was thrilled. Finally, someone appreciated his culinary skills. He eagerly wrapped up several cakes for Amy to take home. She accepted them with composure, thinking they made excellent chew toys. At this point, the group began discussing their eventful week. Ron furrowed his brow. "I've never had such a packed week before. It's been nonstop." Harry nodded in agreement. "I still haven't finished my homework." Draco shrugged. "It's only the first week. The assignments are quite manageable." He then mischievously glanced at Amy, noting that, quite the opposite, this week had been her most leisurely time, despite being only a week. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Harry and the others, Draco gleefully explained, "Amy has always been busy. At home, she helps Professor Snape with potion materials and other potion essays every day. Coming to school, however, has been her most relaxed week." Ron asked curiously, "And what about that?" Amy, with a touch of reluctance, continued, "When I went to the potions office to see my father, he asked me to help him with the materials whenever I have time, and he hopes to announce my position as a teaching assistant in the next potions class." Harry inquired, "Teaching assistant for potions?" Amy clarified, "Since my potion skills are already up to 7th year standards. My father believes attending the class as a student is a waste of time, so he wants me to assist in the class, demonstrating, guiding, and handling any disasters." Harry realized, "So you'll be quite busy afterward." Ron recalled something and remarked, "But Professor Snape only mentioned you should go when you have time. So you can skip it in the evenings, right?" Amy shook her head. "You are far too naive." Draco laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the implications. If Amy did not take the initiative, she would inevitably face detention. Ron and Harry were in quite a predicament, but Amy need not concern herself with such matters. Suddenly, Harry's mood plummeted. "Amy, I feel as though Professor Snape really dislikes me. It seems he harbors a deep-seated animosity." Ron wholeheartedly concurred. "I feel the same way. It's as if Potter, get lost is written all over his face." Harry pursed his lips. If Professor Snape were merely an ordinary instructor, it would be one thing. But he is Amy's father. What must she think of me? Without a moment of hesitation, Amy concluded that Harry was overthinking, and after a brief contemplation, she spoke. "The reason for my father's disdain towards you may be tied to his past with your parents during their school years." Harry abruptly lifted his head, revealing that his parents were the subject of curiosity for Ron and Draco, while Hagrid furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment of reflection, Amy divulged what she could. Harry lowered his head in confusion. It seemed that his father had wronged Amy's father. Ron and Draco exchanged glances, incredulous. Could it be that Professor Snape once had feelings for Harry's mother? Amy gently shook her head, knowing certain things earlier may not be detrimental. It is the ignorance that brings the most suffering. She contemplated for a moment before advising, "Please do not share this with anyone, or my father might very well throw me into a cauldron." The trio slowly emerged from their shock, nodding in understanding. They valued their lives, so they would keep the secret. If Amy was to be tossed into a cauldron, they would likely meet an even grimmer fate. As they returned to Hogwarts Castle, Harry hesitantly remarked, I wonder if you noticed the newspaper clippings beneath the teapot." Amy nodded. "Gringotts was breached. In Vault 713. There was only a tattered little bag. It seems Hagrid retrieved it beforehand," Harry recounted. He shared the details of the Gringotts vault incident with Amy and the others. And Draco and Ron expressed their astonishment. Draco exclaimed with excitement, "There must be a significant secret hidden within." Ron added enthusiastically, "Should we ask Hagrid about it?" Amy gently shook her head. "Hagrid won't divulge anything." Draco, disappointed, tugged at Amy's sleeve. "Then what about that little bag?" Amy pondered for a moment. Perhaps new clues will emerge in due time. During flying class, Madame Hooch barked, "What are you waiting for? Go fetch your brooms." Amy frowned at the broom in her hands, disliking the notion of soaring through the sky on such a contraption, and her feelings towards Quidditch were rather indifferent. However, she adored watching Draco fly and enjoyed observing him play Quidditch. She thought he looked utterly charming and confident up in the air. "Amy, watch closely, this is my forte," Draco boasted with pride. Amy smiled in agreement. Indeed, under Madame Hooch's commands, the young wizards exhibited a plethora of antics. Neville's broom remained utterly still, and Hermione's merely spun on the ground. Without a doubt, Draco and Harry showed the most promise, as their brooms obediently soared into the air. Meanwhile, Amy found herself idly retreating to a corner, lacking any desire to fly. She mused that she would rather be in the dungeons assisting her father with potion making. This was exceedingly dull. Suddenly, Neville's broom went haywire, shooting upwards and startling Harry and Draco, who were engaged in a playful chase in midair. "Neville, stop. Don't fly so high," Harry shouted. Draco frowned. "Harry, his broom appears to be out of control." They exchanged glances and disregarded the shouts from below and Madame Hooch's urgent commands as they took to the skies to aid Neville. They each grasped one of Neville's arms, narrowly avoiding the erratic broom, and slowly began descending. Just when they were about 30 feet from the ground, the rogue broom charged towards Harry and Draco once more. Ensuring Neville's safety, the two had to execute difficult maneuvers to evade it. Amy, lost in thought in the corner, snapped back to reality amidst the commotion and witnessed the perilous scene unfold. Without hesitation, she drew her wand, casting a spell that shattered the out-of-control broom, allowing all three to safely land. Chapter 13, Snape's Satisfaction. Madame Hooch hurriedly checked on the trio, relieved to find no injuries. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter have saved their classmate. Slytherin earns 10 points, and Gryffindor earns 10 points. Additionally, Miss Snape's spell earns Slytherin another 10 points. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached, stating, "Mr. Potter, please accompany me to my office." Harry followed her in a daze, leaving the young wizards to murmur amongst themselves. Draco felt a pang of worry, wondering what McGonagall wanted with Harry. Surely it wasn't a punishment? Amy mused, "I believe she must have seen your performance earlier. I recall Gryffindor still needs a seeker." Draco, incredulous, responded, "Are you suggesting?" Amy nodded, "I think so." At lunchtime, hearing the cheers from the Gryffindor table, Draco realized Amy had been correct. He set down his bread, his voice somewhat subdued. "I've finished eating. I'll take my leave now." Amy furrowed her brow, took some food, and followed him. In the Slytherin common room, Amy entered to find the little lord by the fireplace. She approached him. "Draco, are you all right?" His voice was muffled. "I'm fine, Amy." She gently reassured him. Gryffindor needs a seeker, and Harry has the talent, which is why Professor McGonagall made an exception to recruit him. She continued, "But Draco, have you considered that our Slytherin seeker will be graduating next year?" Draco paused. "Are you saying?" Amy crouched down to meet his gaze, speaking earnestly. "Draco, I believe next year's new seeker for Slytherin will undoubtedly be you. You have the talent, correct?" Draco lifted his head. "Of course." Amy stood and sat beside him. "My little lord is not inferior to anyone. I have always believed that." Draco was momentarily taken aback by her words. Turning to meet her clear gaze, he saw trust, affirmation, and encouragement reflected within. It was directed towards him, Draco thought to himself. His face turned slightly red, and he averted his gaze. "I understand." Seeing this, Amy smiled gently and pulled out the food she had brought back. "You should eat something, little lord. Gryffindor has Quidditch practice in the afternoon. Let us go watch." Draco paused mid-bite, responding with discontent. "But we are Slytherin. Why should we go watch Gryffindor practice?" Amy replied helplessly, "But you barely ate anything at lunch. And I noticed Harry seemed quite worried. If you don't go, he will likely overthink it again." Her words rang true. She had clearly seen that had Ron not intervened, Harry would have likely stormed the Slytherin common room. Hearing this, Draco quickly agreed. "Then let us go watch." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "I'll return after watching Harry." He had no desire to witness the Gryffindor training. With a smile, Amy replied, "All right." Later that evening, in the potions classroom office, Amy knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, gently pushed it open before closing it behind her. Severus Snape glanced up briefly at Amy as he sat in his chair, casually instructing, "Keep an eye on the cauldron," before returning his attention to his work. Amy blinked and approached the cauldron, which contained a wolfsbane potion. However, this was not the traditional concoction. It was a revised version that had been improved upon after discussions between Snape and herself. They had been experimenting with this potion prior to the start of the term. But with Snape preoccupied with his duties as a professor, it had been temporarily set aside. The modified wolfsbane potion posed significant challenges regarding timing and the basic skills of the brewer, yet Amy found it manageable. Quickly adapting, she began to use her magic to delicately sense the changes within the cauldron. During this time, Snape lifted his gaze, nodding in satisfaction before returning to his tasks. Indeed, his daughter proved far superior to those blundering Gryffindors. With Amy's assistance at Hogwarts, Snape felt he no longer had to teeter on the brink of exhaustion. Gritting his teeth, Snape cursed the wretched old bee. How could he possibly find the time to care for Potter's little brat while facing those insufferable Gryffindors daily? He had reiterated countless times, yet they remained obstinate, turning his carefully crafted potions into explosive experiments, particularly that Gryffindor first year. Had their wits been devoted solely to explosions? TSK. He declared that the old bee's tooth-dulling potion would be unavailable this week. In a moment of thoughtfulness, Amy poured Snape a cup of tea. A subtle understanding that existed between them. Snape, being taciturn, would not appreciate being disturbed during his busy hours, but she would always offer him tea when he appeared agitated. Hoping to soothe his irritation, Amy simply felt that those fools were not worth her father's ire. Of course, she did not reserve her tea service solely for moments of anger. Whenever Snape was seated, diligently working, she would ensure a cup was readily accessible for him. Snape instinctively reached for the left side, effortlessly grasping the cup of tea. Leaning back in his chair, he took a sip, glancing at the mountain of potion essays before him, feeling a headache coming on. "Father," Amy ventured after a moment, "perhaps I should assist you with grading these assignments." Snape considered her suggestion, then stood and said, "Very well, you may take over. Let us see what these blundering Gryffindors have written. They will surely drive me to madness." Cursing the old bee again, he lamented that he would rather have the inept Chilo teach defense against the dark arts than deal with the current situation. After Amy sat down to grade a few papers, she felt her temples throb. To her dismay, most of the submissions were from Gryffindor, with a handful from Hufflepuff and a small portion from Ravenclaw. As she picked up one particularly shocking paper, she stared in disbelief. Even Slytherin had its share of fools. As she continued, a sense of numbness washed over her. She had been too hasty. There were indeed a few commendable submissions from various houses, albeit only a handful. Nonetheless, Amy remained diligent, pointing out their shortcomings and marking areas for revision. Eventually, she came across Harry's name, her eyelids twitching as she glanced down. To her astonishment, it was filled with filler words, excessive length, and textbook copying. Emotionless, she mused that she would need to engage with Hermione, and perhaps Draco, to elevate Harry's potion grades. Oh, and Ron too. Those two truly were a pair of brothers, as were their essays. As Snape monitored the cauldron's contents, he discreetly observed Amy's expressions. Nodding to himself, he resolved to delegate the grading of assignments to her in the future. Were these indeed potion essays? No. In Snape's eyes, they were merely a pile of waste paper. A blatant insult to the art of potion making. With this thought in mind, he retrieved Amy's potion essay from the side to review. Her paper had been assigned solely to her. Having her write the first-year essays was a waste of time. As he examined the document, his mood gradually calmed. He called Amy over, pointing out a few areas needing improvement, patiently guiding her. After explaining, he instructed her to rewrite the paper and submit it to him. Amy obediently nodded, indicating her understanding, and upon realizing Snape had no further issues, she resumed grading. Snape felt a sense of satisfaction. His daughter was indeed a source of relief. Reflecting on the rumors circulating about Amy and the evaluations from several professors since the term began, Snape's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued brewing potions. Chapter 14, The Eve of Halloween. On the eve of Halloween, during Charms class, Professor Flitwick divided the students into pairs from two houses to practice the levitation charm. Draco and Amy were paired together, adjacent to Gryffindor. Harry was teamed with Seamus, while Ron partnered with Hermione. With a casual flick of her wand, Amy made a feather dance in the air. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in delight, "A splendid performance. Slytherin earns 10 points." The surrounding young witches and wizards had become desensitized. They had lost count of how many points Amy had accumulated for Slytherin since the beginning of the term. All they knew was that each day, the already leading Slytherin hourglass gained even more sand, echoing in their minds. Slytherin earns 5 points. Slytherin earns 10 points. Hermione clearly recognized this too. Glancing at Amy with some frustration, she wished to be a genius like Amy, one who excelled at everything. Yet, as she looked down at her wand, she felt she could never catch up. Biting her lip, she glanced at Draco, who was once so dismissive of her friendship with Amy on the Hogwarts Express. She genuinely desired to befriend Amy and study together. At that moment, Amy was focused on teaching the young master the levitation charm. Although she noticed Hermione's gaze, the young master took precedence. Besides, Amy casually observed Hermione and Ron's direction, recalling that Hermione would soon have a quarrel with Ron and run off in tears. She planned to comfort her afterward, even though she wanted to befriend Hermione due to Harry. She certainly did not wish to openly befriend a Gryffindor in front of so many people. It was not bloodline prejudice. She was simply a Slytherin, the daughter of the Slytherin head. To publicly extend goodwill to a Gryffindor would be utterly madness. The young master was quite clever, under Amy's guidance. He quickly grasped the nuances of the charm. Proudly waving his wand, the feather gently ascended. "Look, Amy, it's rising." With a smile, Amy encouraged, "Indeed. You're doing wonderfully." The young master turned to her, seeing genuine admiration in her eyes rather than mockery, and he beamed with pride. Professor Flitwick approached, joyfully exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Malfoy has succeeded as well. Slytherin earns another 10 points." Amy rested her chin on her hand, watching the young master as he skillfully directed the feather to dance in the air. The young master appeared strikingly confident, Amy mused. Suddenly, Draco's gleeful laughter jolted Amy back to reality. "Look, Amy, Harry's companion has set the feather ablaze." Turning her head, Amy indeed saw that the feather was alight, the flames dancing like a spring stream. "The burning feather has been extinguished by water," Draco remarked with a smile. "Harry, are you practicing the incendio charm?" Harry, caught off guard, replied, "Absolutely not." "Draco, have you mastered it?" With pride, Draco declared, "Of course. Although Amy only provided minimal guidance, I still learned it. It's not difficult at all." Harry realized that it was indeed just a smidgen of help from Amy. He cast a somewhat wistful glance at her, wondering why she had not offered him any instruction. Amy hesitated, feeling as if she were betraying him under the scrutiny of his emerald eyes. Who was the rightful partner? Harry or Draco? Amy was taken aback, quickly shaking her head, pulling Draco closer. Had she lost her mind, pushing Seamus onto Draco and opting to teach Harry herself? Seamus, being taught by a Slytherin, felt trepidation, diligently noting every word Draco uttered. Draco, relishing the experience of being a professor, refrained from mocking Seamus's comprehension. Naturally, Amy exhibited patience towards her brother, and Harry listened with earnest attention. Professor Flitwick observed the harmonious interaction between Slytherin and Gryffindor, nodding in approval. However, the situation was less favorable for Ron. He glared at Hermione as she incessantly gestured, exclaiming, "If you're so skilled, why don't you give it a try?" Hermione waved her wand, declaring, "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather floated gently upwards, albeit not high, enough to relieve Hermione's anxiety. Professor Flitwick, witnessing this, awarded Gryffindor an additional 10 points. Stealing a glance in Amy's direction, Hermione noticed that she was completely oblivious to the unfolding events, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Ron also took note of the cheerful quartet, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Had he been grouped with Harry, he wouldn't have had to endure Hermione. As they exited class, Ron promptly distanced himself from Hermione and hurried to join Amy and the others. He vented, "She's truly a nightmare. No wonder everyone finds her insufferable." Suddenly, Harry was jostled by someone who hurried past without stopping. To his astonishment, it was Hermione, seemingly in tears. "She must have overheard your words." Ron frowned. So what? She should realize that no one wants to be her friend. On the eve of Halloween, as Amy prepared to enjoy a small cake, Quirrell stumbled in, breathless, declaring, "Troll? In the dungeons. A troll." He promptly fainted. The hall erupted into chaos, and Professor Dumbledore bellowed, "Prefects, escort your students back to the common rooms." The young master was visibly shaken, and Amy felt his grip on her sleeve tighten. This was a clear signal of his anxiety. Chapter 15, Revelry in the Corridor. Instead of following the throng back to the common room, Amy chose to approach Quirrell. Draco, perplexed by her decision, followed suit. Amy discreetly clasped Draco's hand, reassuring him not to be afraid. Amidst the turmoil, she failed to notice the flushed tips of Draco's ears. Amy was aware that holding the young master's hand provided him with more comfort than clutching her sleeve. Soon, the great hall was nearly deserted, save for a few professors and the two of them. Snape, frowning, coldly commanded, "What are you still doing here? Hurry back to the common rooms." Amy blinked innocently, replying, "Professor Snape, I believe I can escort Professor Quirrell to the infirmary." Fearing Snape would refuse, she hastily added, "You know my capabilities, don't you? I will also ensure Draco's safety." Snape furrowed his brow, suddenly contemplating something, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. He glanced at Quirrell on the floor, his eyes momentarily reflecting a rare hint of compassion. Knowing his daughter well, he doubted Amy genuinely intended to take Quirrell to the infirmary, since no harm could befall her. If she wished to play, let her do so. Dumbledore observed the exchange between Snape and Amy, understanding the underlying dynamics. Severus would not place his precious daughter in jeopardy without a solid assurance. "In that case, I must trouble Miss Snape and Mr. Malfoy with a brief errand," he stated. Professor McGonagall, still somewhat apprehensive, cautioned, "Once you reach the infirmary, do not wander off. Ensure your safety, understood?" Amy smiled sweetly, "I understand, Professor." In haste, the professors made their way to the dungeons. Amy levitated Quirrell, taking Draco's hand as they headed towards the infirmary. Draco eyed the floating Quirrell with evident disdain. "Amy, Why are we bothering with him? Can't we just drop him off? Amy smirked, her tone wavering. That wouldn't be proper. Professor Quirrell is actually quite decent. Yet, without hesitation, she released the levitation charm, letting Quirrell fall to the ground. Oh, primarily on the back of his head. Draco scoffed. Decent? He doesn't deserve your praise. I'll write to my father when we return. I can't fathom why Dumbledore would employ such a person as a professor at Hogwarts. Amy feigned distress. But what if we leave him here, and he encounters the troll? Draco remained unfazed. That's not our concern. It's his own misfortune. As their conversation continued, Quirrell was repeatedly thudded to the ground, each time with increasing force. Voldemort felt as though he might perish from the impacts. Wanting to unleash his fury, yet realizing that these two little rascals were entirely unaware of the precariousness of their actions. Moreover, revealing himself at that moment would be unwise. Just as they reached the staircase, Amy once again released her grip, causing Quirrell to tumble down the steps. Quirrell found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Voldemort wondered if these two little imps were courting death. Draco covered his face, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Not foolish by any means, Draco, having grown up alongside Amy, understood that she was merely toying with Quirrell. However, no matter how dazed Quirrell appeared, he could not possibly remain unconscious after such falls. To protect his own head, Quirrell feigned awakening, bewilderedly asking, "What happened?" Amy, without missing a beat, replied, "Professor Quirrell, you fainted in the Great Hall. Draco and I are taking you to the infirmary." Quirrell, seething internally, wished to curse but found himself at a loss for words, gritting his teeth instead. "It's fine. I'm all right now. We should still check on the troll in the dungeons." Amy smiled brightly, of course. The trio retraced their steps, and Amy distinctly sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon her. She smirked slightly. "So eager are we?" Draco had yet to process this when Quirrell suddenly exuded a formidable presence. A wave of cold and oppressive energy washing over them. Startled, Draco instinctively grasped Amy's sleeve. Amy cast a discreet glance around the corner ahead, before Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, could react. Several smoke bombs were suddenly hurled in their direction. The spacious corridor gradually succumbed to the encroaching fog. Voldemort's expression hardened as he beheld the vanishing forms of Draco and Amy. He drew his wand and intoned, Avada Kedavra. Amy's countenance shifted dramatically. She hastily pulled Draco aside, while simultaneously retrieving her wand, erecting formidable barriers for protection. Another barrage of smoke bombs was launched, accompanied by tear gas, dung bombs, and an assortment of peculiar magical contraptions. Then, two voices, strikingly similar, echoed through the haze, exclaiming gleefully. A myriad of spells erupted forth, creating a dazzling spectacle amidst the obscured corridor. The colorful incantations scattered in all directions, mingling with the indistinct smoke, forming a captivating vista. However, Voldemort clearly held a different perspective. He frantically cast various spells to fend off the barrage of incoming magic and projectiles. The scene before him blurred as the dung bombs and tear gas began to take effect, inciting his fury, and he unleashed a relentless stream of killing curses. Meanwhile, Amy had already led Draco to safety around the corner when the dung bombs and tear gas were deployed. Concealed behind two separate corners were two individuals. Draco, observing the magical devices that tumbled to his feet, seemed to grasp the situation and inquired of Amy, "Those two over there must be Ron's twin brothers, right?" Amy smiled faintly, affirming, "Indeed, they are. I have never doubted the mischief-making prowess and gadgets of Fred and George." Draco wrinkled his nose at the scent wafting towards him. Expressing disdain, "Why go to such lengths to torment Quirrell? Has he truly wronged you? Even if that oblivious fellow had offended Amy, wouldn't it be simpler to write to his father? Why resort to such elaborate tools? This behavior is so unbecoming of a Slytherin." Amy offered no response, a cold smile gracing her lips. "This is far from over. We have only just begun." On the other side, the identical twin brothers watched the unfolding chaos in the corridor with unrestrained amusement. Their invention, the smoke eyes, allowed them to perceive everything obscured by the fog. They reveled in Quirrell's ensuing madness, with Fred exclaiming, "George, this business is simply splendid." George replied, equally amused, "Indeed, though the one inside is the Dark Lord. What does that matter? His plight is quite pitiable. He can't even keep his eyes open. Alas, we don't wish to cause him distress. But Slytherin's little serpent has provided us with far too much." The brothers exchanged knowing glances and declared in unison, "Excessively so." The funds from little Amy could sufficiently finance their next prank gadget. She even mentioned that she would seek their assistance again for future endeavors. Who wouldn't relish the prospect of profiting while tormenting the Dark Lord? When Amy initially approached the twins for collaboration, she inquired about their stance on Voldemort. To her delight, they did not react with the same fear that others did at the mere mention of his name. Their astonished and excited expressions when she revealed that Voldemort was concealed on the back of Quirrell's head brought her great satisfaction. Most importantly, when she proposed the corridor plan, the brothers readily agreed, albeit largely influenced by the allure of gold galleons. This was enough to elate Amy. Suddenly, George's expression shifted. "Fred, do you see? The Dark Lord is running towards us." Fred's demeanor changed as he confirmed, "Indeed, he is." Just as the twins prepared to make their escape, they heard a voice from down the corridor proclaim, "Avada Kedavra." Fred and George froze. Although reason urged them to flee, curiosity prevailed, compelling them to lean back in. Amy had been intently monitoring Voldemort's movements, and as he approached Fred and George, she wasted no time in casting a killing curse. After all, she was dealing with the Dark Lord, who had once instilled fear across the entire wizarding world. She dared not take chances. To ensure the twins' safety, she had gifted each of them an alchemical necklace, capable of withstanding 3 unforgivable curses. She would not gamble. She recalled Fred's demise in the original narrative and the despondency that consumed George thereafter. Thus, she implemented a double safeguard, ready to act the moment Voldemort turned, ensuring he had no opportunity to harm the brothers. With an impassive expression, Amy waved her wand, casting Avada Kedavra, as the spell surged forth, tearing through the air with lethal intent. A veritable storm of potent curses rained down upon Voldemort. He gazed in disbelief at the barrage of spells raining towards him. The intensity and velocity. Was this truly the caliber of a first-year student? He raged internally, questioning whether Severus was aware of his daughter's capabilities. What kind of child could unleash 3 unforgivable curses as casually as one drinks water? Had she lost her mind? Voldemort clumsily dodged Amy's onslaught. To confront such powerful spells head-on at his current level would be tantamount to suicide. Amy observed Voldemort's predicament with an inscrutable expression, then shot a glare at the 2 heads peeking from around the corner. "Still here? The show isn't over yet." George patted his chest, feigning fright. "Little Amy just glared at us." Fred shook his head. "Have we exhausted our supplies? Let us make our exit. This has gone on long enough." George nodded in agreement, and the 2 ambled away leisurely, concealing their exploits. Amy had informed them that Voldemort was currently incapable of being killed, and that today's antics were merely intended to teach him a lesson. Thus, they had no qualms about leaving once their fun was over. After all, Amy had assured them that their necklaces could withstand 3 unforgivable curses, and that Voldemort would emerge significantly weakened from this encounter. The brothers exchanged a knowing smile. In Hogwarts, pulling a prank on a professor was far too easy, especially for them. Chapter 16, The Troll Block. Amy surveyed the chaotic corridor, and the unconscious Quirrell sprawled on the ground, shrugged her shoulders, and took Draco by the hand, preparing to leave. Once they had distanced themselves from the scene, Draco hesitantly inquired, "Amy, is he dead?" Amy paused, realizing that her young master was not as carefree as the 2 individuals they had just left behind. In a soft but earnest tone, she replied, "He is not dead." Draco blinked in disbelief. "Really? But just now, so many killing curses." Amy replied seriously, "Draco, you should know about the Dark Lord, right?" Draco nodded silently. Of course, he knew, as his family had once pledged allegiance to him. Amy continued, "The Dark Lord is concealed beneath the scarf on Quirrell's head. Just now, Quirrell's body was under his control." Draco looked up in disbelief. "How is that possible?" Amy met his gaze, affirming earnestly, "It is true, Draco. I swear by Merlin, I would never deceive you." How could she bear to mislead her young master? Draco hesitated, recalling that Amy had never lied to him, having always been responsive to his needs since childhood. He was no fool. Reflecting on Amy's words, he remembered how Quirrell's demeanor had abruptly shifted upon awakening, exuding an aura that surpassed even his father's. In the corridor, amidst the dense array of magical artifacts and the presence of the unforgivable curses, it was evident that Quirrell, that foolish imbecile, would not withstand the pressure. The truth was glaringly apparent. Yet, Draco found it difficult to accept this reality. He pressed his lips together, gazing at Amy with bewilderment, and inquired, "Amy, is this your first time using an unforgivable curse?" A pang of sympathy struck Amy, but she answered truthfully, "No." Draco's body trembled slightly. "Then, have you ever taken a life?" Amy fell silent for a moment before responding, "I have." Draco recoiled in horror, stepping back several paces, his voice quavering. "Will you one day also kill me?" The thought inexplicably surged within him. He knew Amy cherished him, fulfilling his every request and tolerating all his whims. Yet, the scene in the corridor had genuinely frightened him. Not only had the Dark Lord been terrified, but Draco, an onlooker, had also felt fear. To Draco, the 3 unforgivable curses were akin to taboos. Even though Slytherin regarded the study of dark magic as an honor, they had never contemplated engaging with the 3 unforgivable curses, particularly the killing curse. But for Amy, Casting the killing curse was as effortless as drinking water. With a hurt expression, Amy looked at him earnestly and declared, "I will not. Draco, trust me. I, Amelia Snape, would never lay a finger on Draco Malfoy. I will not harm you, nor deceive you. I will protect you until my last breath." Draco stood stunned, observing Amy's solemn demeanor and the nature of her vow. In that moment, he realized he felt an unexpected joy. It was a sense of relief, not merely the delight of receiving a promise or assurance. Amelia would remain forever loyal to Draco, irrespective of the Malfoy name, solely because he was Draco. Draco finally grasped the implications of his earlier words and recalled the hurt reflected in Amy's eyes, feeling a twinge of regret. "Amy, just now." Amy offered a gentle smile. "It's all right, Draco. I don't mind. I will never blame you. Regardless of right or wrong." She would never hold it against him. She would always be by his side, sharing in all the joys and sorrows of life for eternity. She pondered why she had been brought to this world by the elder brother, yet felt grateful. She had arrived in a realm with two of her most cherished figures, her father and her young master. The bliss she felt was truly indescribable. After all, he was her favorite young master. How could she ever hold a grudge against him? Draco stood there, a peculiar sensation surging from within, a joy that only he could comprehend at that moment. "What are you two doing?" A cold voice interrupted, breaking the moment. Amy looked up. "Ah, it's father." She spoke somewhat sheepishly. "We weren't doing anything." Snape cast a cool glance at Amy, fully aware of her guilt, which was plainly written on her face. Suddenly, a realization struck Amy, and her expression changed. "Father, it seems Hermione is still in the girls' restroom on the 4th floor. The troll might be there as well." In the midst of their antics involving Voldemort, they had entirely forgotten about such a crucial matter. Snape's expression darkened. "How dare she?" he stated, before striding towards the girls' restroom, leaving the two children to follow in his wake. As they trailed behind Snape, Amy covertly observed him, relieved to see he was uninjured. She let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she had previously provided her father with a plethora of alchemical tools. Upon reaching the girls' restroom, they found 3 individuals cornered by the troll. Snape's expression shifted dramatically as he drew his wand, conjuring protective armor around the cornered trio. Amy quickly brandished her wand, ready to assist. Snape silently surveyed the pile of troll remains on the floor, his expression impassive as he regarded Amy. Sensing the acrid stench in the air, Amy felt a wave of nausea wash over her. However, upon meeting her father's gaze, she suppressed the uncomfortable sensation. With an awkward smile, she said, "Father, I didn't do it on purpose." Snape merely rolled his eyes, saying nothing, as anyone could easily mistake her for having treated the troll as a potion ingredient. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stormed in, and Harry had never witnessed her in such a furious state, her lips nearly white with rage. "What are you doing? Why aren't you back in the common room?" Professor McGonagall questioned sharply. Harry and Ron hung their heads, unsure of how to respond, while Draco stepped forward to clarify, only to be preempted by Hermione, who explained, "It was me. They were looking for me. I thought I could handle the troll." Draco was taken aback, perplexed by her admission, while Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances. Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione incredulously and said, "Miss Granger, I am very disappointed in you. I never expected you to engage in such reckless behavior." Hermione lowered her gaze. "I'm sorry, Professor. It was thanks to Harry and Ron that I was able to hold out until Professor Snape arrived." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. "Gryffindor will lose 5 points for this. As for Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, for protecting a fellow student, Gryffindor will gain 10 points. Snape remained silent, observing the scene with a detached demeanor. Once the 3 had departed, Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, striving to disregard the stench of the troll remains. "Now, Miss Snape and Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing here?" Snape replied in his characteristic low voice. "I encountered them on my way. They followed me here." Professor McGonagall nodded. Realizing the situation, she exhaled in relief. "Then Miss Snape and Mr. Malfoy, assist the professor in protecting the students and outsmarting the troll. Slytherin will receive 20 points." Snape gave a slight nod. "I will take them back now." "Very well," replied Professor McGonagall. Chapter 17, Confession. In the potions office, Snape sat in his chair, his expression impassive as he regarded the anxious Amelia standing before him. Draco had already been escorted back to the Slytherin common room, and shortly he would compose a letter detailing the day's events to Lucius. One must teach their own child, Snape mused, glancing at the well-behaved Amy. He took a sip of the tea she had just poured and said, "Now speak up, Miss Snape." Amy bit her lip. The use of Miss Snape indicated that he was indeed angry. Lowering her gaze, she contemplated how to explain the situation. Snape, knowing her temperament, did not rush her, patiently awaiting her words. He understood that as long as he inquired, Amy would certainly respond honestly, for she had always trusted him. Thus, Despite being aware that she harbored secrets, he refrained from probing further. He was not the type of father who felt the need to control every aspect of his child's life. He allowed his daughter to possess her own secrets and private space. However, just moments ago, Dumbledore had shown him Quirrell's current pitiable state in the mangled corridor. Dumbledore had expressed a desire for him to connect with Amy on a deeper level. He also understood that if he were to ask directly, Amy would likely not provide an honest answer. But he knew that if he asked, his daughter would never conceal the truth. Snape pondered why this child placed such unwavering trust in him, a trust that seemed to have been present since their very first encounter. Severus Snape acknowledged that he felt a sense of joy in the closeness and trust he shared with his daughter. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to her presence and had begun to savor the joys of parenthood, especially upon encountering Harry Potter. He was struck by the realization that he could now face those emerald eyes, identical to Lily's, with a sense of composure. Had he truly begun to let go after all these years? Did guilt over Lily still linger? Severus introspected, and, undoubtedly, it did. Yet, he found himself gradually emerging from the shadows of the past, ready to embark on a new chapter in his life. He vowed to protect Lily's child as a means of atoning for his past, and he was equally determined to safeguard his own child, Amy. His daughter. This was not merely his duty, but a beacon of hope for his newfound existence. He understood that no matter where he was or what he did, he could always turn and find Amy waiting for him. As this thought crossed his mind, a softness washed over his expression. However, the memories of the unforgivable curses strewn across the corridor caused him to furrow his brow once more. He recognized that Amy was not an impulsive child. Yet he could not suppress his concern. Lost in thought, he noticed Amy lifting her head to look at him, hesitating to speak. Severus suppressed his thoughts and awaited her explanation. "Father," Amy began softly, "I now possess enough magical power to overpower the Dark Lord. And I am confident I can defeat Dumbledore." The assertion left Severus momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him. "Is that truly the case?" he inquired incredulously, astonished by his daughter's formidable strength. Amy nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it seems I have an innate mastery of perfect occlumency and the 3 unforgivable curses. Casting them feels as effortless as drinking water. Wandless magic poses no challenge for me." Severus, taken aback, rose to his feet, hesitating momentarily before directing his wand toward Amy to perform the legilimency spell. The spell bore no effect, and as he observed Amy's unperturbed demeanor, he grasped the veracity of her claims. In truth, he had believed her from the moment she spoke. However, the situation was so astonishing that he felt compelled to verify it personally. Settling back into his chair, Severus gradually regained his composure and looked at Amy, who stood obediently before him. "Continue," he urged. Amy resumed. "The Dark Lord is concealed within Quirrell's mind, and his aim is the Philosopher's Stone. Today, in the corridor, Fred, George, and I orchestrated this prank to teach him a lesson. This has further weakened the Dark Lord." Severus's expression hardened. "Those Weasley boys are quite clever. Was Draco involved?" Amy pouted. "Father, Draco was unaware of this matter. I also provided Fred and George with alchemical items that can withstand the unforgivable curses. I commenced my actions before the Dark Lord could discover them. I was fully confident then perhaps you should have spared them, yes?" Severus retorted with a scoff. "Miss Snape is quite impressive, knowing that without absolute certainty, one should not place friends in peril." Amy bit her lip, muttering, "Great, back to being Miss Snape again." Severus shot her a disapproving glance. "Continue perplexed," Amy asked. "What else is there to clarify? I have explained everything regarding this incident." Severus raised an eyebrow slightly, reminding her, "You are well aware of your superiority over the Dark Lord, yet you did not seize the opportunity to eliminate him while he was vulnerable." "Oh, right, there's that," Amy explained. "Because the Dark Lord is not truly mortal. He has split his soul into 7 Horcruxes. As long as those Horcruxes exist, he can continuously resurrect." Severus frowned. "What are the means to destroy the Horcruxes?" "The Sword of Gryffindor, Fiendfire, and Basilisk Venom." Severus pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What are your concerns? Given your strength and knowledge, you should not have allowed it to come to this." "Destroying the Horcruxes is detectable by the Dark Lord," Amy stated. "Moreover, his 7 Horcruxes consist of Tom Riddle's diary, Gaunt's ring, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Nagini, and Harry Potter." Severus's pupils dilated at the mention of Harry Potter. "Harry Potter?" With a sigh, Amy replied, "Yes. That incident ultimately forged the boy who lived and allowed a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul to reside within Harry. The predicament is not solely with the Dark Lord, it also involves Harry. We need a method to extract the Dark Lord's soul fragment from Harry's body." Severus furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the critical nature of the situation. Amy was correct, yet she overlooked certain deeper nuances, which was understandable, given her lack of exposure to such matters. locking eyes with the young girl before him. He stated gravely, "You need not concern yourself with these matters any further. You are not to intervene. I will speak with Dumbledore, and in the future, inform me of any developments immediately. Any plans you wish to undertake must be reported to me in advance." Amy comprehended Severus's concerns and care for her, promptly assuring, "I understand." Severus's expression softened. "Go rest now. Do not be late for class tomorrow." Chapter 18, The Quidditch Match. In the Quidditch Stadium, 15 broomsticks soared into the air as the match commenced. Amy, somewhat exasperated, remarked to the young master, "We really didn't have to rush like this." "I still have potions to finish." Draco, unimpressed, retorted, "This is a Quidditch match. We cannot arrive late. The potions can wait until after the match." With a sigh, Amy reluctantly acquiesced. Draco watched the activity on the field with excitement, chanting, "Next year, I will stand on this field too. Slytherin is destined for victory." Disinterested in Quidditch, Amy furrowed her brow as she observed Hermione and Quirrell, hoping Hermione would not burn her father's robes. If she dared to, Amy was ready to retaliate. This time, her father had not been harmed, and surely Hermione and Harry would not suspect him, right? Unfortunately, Amy had overlooked the manipulative presence behind the scenes. Suddenly, Harry's broom began to veer erratically in midair, spiraling out of control. Ron frowned. "What is Harry doing? Why is his broom?" Hagrid stammered. "It's impossible for a broom to malfunction like that. Only powerful dark magic can influence a flying broom." Hearing this, Hermione looked up, searching for something. Ron's face paled. "What are you looking at?" Breathlessly, Hermione replied, "I knew it all along. It's Snape." Ron, incredulous, exclaimed, "Are you certain? Professor Snape is Amy's father. How could he harm Harry?" Moreover, Amy had informed them of the connection between Harry and Professor Snape back at Hagrid's hut. Desperately, Hermione stated, "Snape's eyes are fixed on Harry's broom. He is casting a curse." Ron instinctively attempted to counter her assertion, but saw Hermione sprinting forward. As she ran, she called back, "Watch me. I'm going to stop him." Ron's expression shifted to alarm as he rushed to intercept Hermione. But the throng of people hindered him from reaching her in time. On the Slytherin side, Amy kept a watchful eye on Harry, ensuring he could hold on a little longer without falling. At the same time, she glared coldly at Hermione, who had indeed come forward. Amy dashed over and, before Hermione could complete her incantation, directed a spell toward her, Flame On. Additionally, she subtly cast a stunning spell at Quirrell, using her power to ensure he would fall into a deep slumber. "Ah!" Hermione's startled exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. Professor McGonagall, witnessing the scene, promptly raised her wand, summoning water like a spring. Amy made no effort to conceal her intentions, coldly staring at Hermione. Hermione flinched under her gaze, while Snape turned his head, frowning at the unfolding drama. Dumbledore inquired, "Amy, did you set Miss Granger ablaze?" Amy simply nodded, affirming her complicity. The surrounding young witches and wizards were incredulous. How could Amelia commit such an act? Amy listened impassively to their discussions and addressed Dumbledore. "I did not harm Miss Granger. Did I? Moreover, I would appreciate an explanation from her regarding why she attempted to incinerate Professor Snape's robes." Dumbledore paused, glancing at Hermione. "Is that so, Miss Granger?" Hermione bit her lip and nodded, "Yes." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and considering Amy's connection with Snape, they cast sympathetic glances at Hermione. Why provoke this father-daughter duo? Snape's icy gaze swept across Hermione, his eyes betraying disdain. "In that case, I believe it is time for Miss Granger to clarify her actions." Tears welled in Hermione's eyes as she grappled with the unexpected turn of events. Amy regarded her with an expressionless demeanor. Among the trio, one was her brother, another her friend, and as for the last, if she wished to befriend Amy, she must understand that her father was her boundary. Amy's protection and tolerance extended solely to her own. To others, she was merely the diligent student she had crafted herself to be. If Hermione failed to grasp this, Amy was indifferent to the prospect of losing a member of the trio. Meanwhile, the competition concluded, and Harry jubilantly welcomed the cheers of the crowd. After some consideration, Dumbledore escorted the group to his office, where Harry and Draco soon realized Amy was absent. Inside the office, Hermione tearfully recounted the incident involving Harry's out-of-control broom and her suspicions. Snape listened with a stoic expression, feeling no perturbation. He was all too aware of his own reputation. So it came as no surprise that this Gryffindor had cast suspicion upon him. Snape cast a sidelong glance at his irate daughter, and unexpectedly felt a surge of delight. He knew his daughter cared for him, and that was sufficient. Professor McGonagall incredulously asked, "So you decided to set a professor's robes ablaze based solely on your conjecture?" Hermione sobbed. "The situation was urgent. I was worried about Harry, and Professor Snape was indeed casting a spell at him. I read that to perform dark magic, one must maintain a steady gaze on the target." Amy, maintaining her impassive demeanor, retorted, Are you not aware that counterspells require the same unwavering focus? Professor Snape was attempting to save Harry. Hermione paused, questioning. Counterspell? Growing impatient, Amy declared, the one who cast the curse was Quirrell. Moreover, with so many professors present, do you really think your interference was necessary? Hermione's eyes reddened, and Professor McGonagall sighed. Very well, Miss Granger, you shall serve a month's detention. And Gryffindor will lose 30 points. Do you have any objections? Hermione shook her head. No? After Hermione exited, Dumbledore smiled at Amy and invited, Amy, would you care to try some of my sweets? I believe you would enjoy the lemon drops. Snape pulled Amy protectively behind him. Dumbledore, your supply of tooth repairing potion has run out this month. You wish to indulge in sweets while corrupting my daughter. Dumbledore, exasperated, replied, Severus, do not be like this. I merely wish to ask Amy a few questions. Besides, she protected Harry today, as well as her own father. Surely that deserves commendation? With the two of them displaying identical, expressionless faces, Dumbledore begrudgingly awarded Slytherin 30 points. Dumbledore turned to Amy earnestly. What transpired today was Miss Granger's fault, and she has already accepted her punishment. Amy, will you forgive Miss Granger? Amy furrowed her brow. Why should I forgive her? Even if I were to consider forgiveness, it would not come easily. Otherwise, what if I find myself doubting her intentions in the future? Dumbledore shook his head. Amy, your influence and renown at Hogwarts far exceed your imagination. If you isolate Miss Granger, how will others perceive her? Amy directly asked. Are you suggesting that Miss Granger is intelligent and not pure-blooded, thus making her suitable to befriend Harry? Dumbledore faltered, conceding, Amy, you are indeed very astute. Amy shrugged. Slytherin has accrued quite a few points this year. I anticipate the House Cup will belong to Slytherin, yes? Dumbledore sighed. Yes, you are correct, Amy. Slytherin has performed admirably this year. Satisfied, Amy nodded, taking her father's hand to leave. Before exiting, she turned back and said, Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry is my brother. Dumbledore paused, then broke into a smile. Chapter 19, Reconciliation. After leaving the headmaster's office, Amy hurriedly pursued Snape. Father, wait for me. Snape looked at his daughter with rare disdain. Who did you just claim as your brother? I was unaware I had such a foolish son. What connection does that buffoon from the Potter family have with me? Amy laughed awkwardly. Oh, father, I simply consider Harry as my brother. After all, I have watched him grow up. Snape was aware that Amy often visited the little Potter, yet it still felt strange. Why would that child associate with his precious daughter? Snape shot her a glance, disdainfully saying, Enough, go find those little trolls. They are likely awaiting you. At this, Amy sobered, looking earnestly at Snape. Father, I will have Granger apologize to you. Snape paused, then turned away. I do not care about such matters. Amy clung to Snape, refusing to relent. Even if you do not care, she must apologize. What if I arrive too late and you get hurt? If she does not apologize, it won't matter if Headmaster Dumbledore seeks me out. What if I am not hurt? Does that mean she can set fire to your father's robes? Amy was unconcerned. She was proudly double-standard. She wanted everyone to understand the consequences of crossing her. Snape's gaze softened, yet he replied, Very well, go quickly. Do not waste my time. Amy smiled, understood. At Hagrid's hut, Hermione's eyes were red, evidently from recent tears. Harry, feeling a headache coming on, stated, Professor Snape would never harm me, even though he has always held a grudge against me. Ron also held his head, lamenting, I told you before, it couldn't have been Professor Snape. If only I had grabbed you sooner. Draco, present as well, looked at the two in exasperation, saying, What does this have to do with you two? She should take responsibility for her own actions. They all knew how good-natured Amy was, and yet this fool had the audacity to tread upon her boundaries. Who did not know how much Amy cared for her father? The group fell silent, fully aware of the complexities involved. Hermione, with tear-filled eyes, raised her head. I will take responsibility for my actions. I will apologize to Professor Snape. Harry opened his mouth but uttered no sound, while Draco restrained Ron, who was eager to pursue. Let her go. You all should not interfere. If you truly provoke Amy, the consequences will be beyond your reckoning. This is entirely Hermione's fault. If several of you go, what will that amount to? Forcing Amy to forgive Professor Snape. Instead of rushing to confront them, Amy leisurely chose to begin her lunch in the Great Hall. The young wizards from various houses observed Amy's arrival, murmuring among themselves. Hermione is in deep trouble this time. Why did she have to provoke Snape? Just wait, she's doomed. We should be careful. I hope I haven't offended Snape. Such discussions reached Amy's ears, and she smiled faintly, knowing her goal had been achieved. This was how one uses a lesson as a deterrent. Amy, we finally found you. Amy looked up to see Harry and the others rushing toward her, with Ron tightly gripping Draco's arm. From a distance, Amy could see the murderous glare Draco cast at Ron, which made her unable to suppress a chuckle. Why are you in such a rush? Amy stood up and used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from the young lord's brow. Draco pointed an accusatory finger at Ron, exclaiming, "Ron, how dare you drag me around in front of so many people? This is utterly un-Malfoy-like." Draco was on the verge of bursting. When had he ever been so disheveled? Ron laughed sheepishly. "Hey, it's an emergency. We finally found Amy, so I got a little excited." Draco shot Ron a disdainful glance, not wanting to engage further, and sat down, starting his lunch. After all the commotion, he was starving. Harry and Ron, wanting to assist Hermione, insisted on dragging him into it as well. Hermione stepped forward and said earnestly, "I'm sorry, Amy. I shouldn't have cast a spell at Professor Snape based on my assumptions." Amy glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, "You should be apologizing to someone else, not me." Hermione's eyes lit up at this, sensing a chance. "I just went to the dungeons and apologized to Professor Snape." "Oh, what did Professor Snape say?" Hermione recounted truthfully. "He told me to follow Professor McGonagall's instructions." Amy nodded. "All right, let us leave it at that." Hermione noted Amy's indifference and hesitated, biting her lip. "Amy, are we still friends?" Amy was taken aback. When had they ever been friends? She calmed Draco, who was about to explode, and looked at Hermione, saying, "The most fundamental trust between friends. Can you, Miss Granger, achieve that?" Hermione nodded eagerly yes. Amy sighed inwardly. She didn't wish to make an enemy, but neither did she want to let Hermione off so easily. If she remembered correctly, Hermione would likely pursue a club for the liberation of house elves in the future, not to mention that traitor, Dobby. However, Harry and Ron were watching her expectantly. What more could she say? Feeling weary, Amy sighed, likening the experience to raising children. 3 mischievous boys, no less. With a resigned expression, she said, "Well then, Hermione, please take care of things from now on." Draco looked at Amy in disbelief, as if she were a traitor. Just as he was about to speak, Harry and Ron, prepared for this moment, whisked him away. In a corner, Draco glared at them in frustration. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me and letting Amy be friends with that Granger?" Harry spoke soothingly. "Draco, just accept Hermione this once, will you?" Ron added, "Slytherin may value pure blood, but it also appreciates those with talent, right?" Draco cast a disinterested glance at him. "Talent? I haven't heard of anyone but Amy." Ron felt awkward. Who is Amy, anyway? Who can compare with that prodigy? Draco found Ron's disgruntled expression amusing and was about to begrudgingly agree when he caught Harry and Ron exchanging glances and began to pressure him. "Draco." Ultimately, Draco strutted over to Hermione and declared, "Hermione, I grant you permission to be friends with a Malfoy. How does that feel? Aren't you honored?" Amy raised an eyebrow at this spectacle, glancing at the despondent Harry and Ron. It was clear that the young lord had just set a trap for himself. Chapter 20. The Christmas holiday. As Christmas approached, Draco lounged on a couch in the common room, addressing Amy. "This Christmas, I shall return home." Amy nodded yes, for she intended to stay at school, as her father was there. Draco frowned. "What do you mean by yes?" "I said I was leaving Hogwarts for a few days." "Is that your attitude?" Amy, exasperated, replied, "It's only 3 days. Besides, we can write letters." Draco's expression softened slightly at this, and he haughtily scoffed. "Just don't forget my gift." Amy smiled, "Of course." She walked over and took the young lord's hand, cheerfully saying, "Come on, young master. We should head to the Great Hall." Draco's face flushed as he suddenly recalled Amy's confession on Halloween night. He hesitated, staring at their clasped hands, yet did not let go. In the Great Hall, Harry waved at them excitedly. As soon as Amy approached, Hermione invited, "We have half an hour until dinner. Shall we go to the library?" Draco was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at Hermione's diligence during Christmas. Hermione shook her head, seriously stating, "It's not for studying. It's to find information on Nicholas Flamel." Draco asked, puzzled, "Why are we looking for him?" Harry and Ron eagerly explained the slip-up Hagrid made. Upon hearing this, Draco felt excitement too, but the thought of aimlessly searching in the library was daunting. After a moment's contemplation, Draco turned to Amy and asked, "Amy, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Ron and Harry looked at her with anticipation. They truly did not want to spend Christmas in the library. Amy calmly responded, "Yes. Nicholas Flamel is a friend of Professor Dumbledore, skilled in alchemy, and the creator of the Philosopher's Stone." Seeing their bewildered expressions, Amy patiently elaborated. "The Philosopher's Stone can produce pure gold and grant immortality. The stone that Flamel created is the only one of its kind to this day." Suddenly, Hermione understood. "So, the 3-headed dog is guarding the Philosopher's Stone." Ron chimed in, "It must be. Dumbledore and Flamel are friends. Flamel must have entrusted Dumbledore with its protection." "What should we do now?" Harry inquired. Ron suggested, "I think we should enjoy this Christmas first." This sentiment garnered agreement from the others. After the holidays, Amy, along with Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins, nearly lost their minds with joy. The group engaged in snowball fights outdoors, with the Weasley twins magically controlling snowballs to chase after Quirrell's head. Though they lost points, everyone was filled with delight. During this period, Amy could not help but remind the twins to temper their antics, lest they provoke Chilo into a desperate frenzy. Ironically, she found herself pulled into their mischief, with the twins proclaiming that with little Amy around, no harm would come of it. While it was true that the twins were momentarily startled by Amy's unforgiving curse in the corridor, upon reflection, they realized they were all on the same side. What was there to fear? If they were truly formidable, they would have long since dealt Chilo a decisive blow. Amy was astounded by the twins' remarkable psychological resilience, and their bond grew ever stronger. As time passed, however, she began to notice her father's increasingly disdainful glances directed at her. One day, unable to tolerate it any longer, Snape stormed into the snowy expanse and unceremoniously dragged Amy back to the dungeon, deducting 5 points from Gryffindor for leading her classmates astray. At that moment, Amy felt like a hapless chick, meeting the twins' gleeful eyes with a sense of desolation. Naturally, Snape eventually released her, despite his irritation. She was still his daughter and could not simply be abandoned. After frolicking outside long enough, they returned to the common room to engage in a game of wizard's chess. Amy pondered for a moment and decided to join the Gryffindors in their common room, being the only Slytherin present. Upon entering through the portrait, they found a few scattered students inside, who looked up in surprise at Amy's arrival. However, they quickly regained their composure, standing to greet her. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, confirming their unfamiliarity with the newcomers, before turning their attention to Amy. Amy smiled warmly and greeted them with grace, addressing them by name. Mr. Brandon, Miss Brandt, Miss Bruce. Mr. Casper, good day to you all. The group before her visibly brightened, astonished that Amy genuinely remembered each of their names. After a round of pleasantries, Amy and the others moved to another corner to continue their game. Ron, incredulous, exclaimed, Merlin, Amy, it's as if you know every Gryffindor. Amy raised an eyebrow in correction. Not every Gryffindor, but all of the first-year witches and wizards at Hogwarts. The individuals you just met are all first years. Ron gasped in astonishment. How on earth have you managed that in less than a semester? Amy chuckled. If you graded potions assignments every day, you would remember them too. Besides, most first-year students greet me when they see me, and even some from other years occasionally do as well. Harry was taken aback. Amy, that's incredibly impressive. An idea struck Amy, deepening her smile. You know, every time I grade assignments, I actually feel quite exasperated, especially when grading yours. She turned to Ron and Harry. Isn't that right, brothers? They exchanged horrified glances, momentarily seeing Professor Snape in her. Ron seemed unfazed, but Harry felt a wave of shame wash over him at the thought of his potions assignments, which he had struggled to complete, often resorting to a half-hearted approach. Previously, Snape's frequent jibes and point deductions had dulled his sense of guilt. However, now he felt too shy to meet Amy's gaze, as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. Seeing Harry's discomfort, Amy felt a pang of sympathy and reassured him, it's all right, let's put the past behind us. However, starting after Christmas, Draco, Hermione, and I will oversee your studies. You must present your potions homework to me each day. It must meet my standards before it's considered complete. If it doesn't, you'll need to rewrite it. After all, it ultimately goes to me anyway. The two boys looked up in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this really her idea of consolation? Amy added with a playful smile, as you know, I am the potions teaching assistant, so it's imperative that you perform well in potions class. Oh, and do pay attention in your other classes as well. Hermione and I will provide you with comprehensive tutoring. Finally, with a gentle smile, she concluded, now, please enjoy your remaining moments of carefree joy. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, wishing fervently that this were merely a dream. Chapter 21. Confidence or Narcissism Christmas. Amy stared at the towering pile of gifts beside her bed, momentarily stunned. She had anticipated a considerable number, but nothing like this. Overwhelmed, she flipped through the gifts and found that many were from first years, along with several from other years. Her expression remained impassive. Now she had the daunting task of responding to each gift. Was this the unfortunate side effect of being well-liked? Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only 3 o'clock. Thankfully, she had risen early. Nonchalantly rolling up her sleeves, she began to unwrap the presents, determined to finish before dawn. Several hours later, Amy lay sprawled on her bed, utterly motionless. After some time, she sat up to regard the few remaining gifts. The Weasley twins had gifted her their newly invented prank alchemy device, while her own gift, a simple gold galleon, seemed rather plain in comparison, accompanied by a note indicating it was for new research funding. Hermione had sent her a Muggle book, explaining that she knew Amy had an extensive knowledge base. So the book contained amusing anecdotes from the Muggle realm to enjoy during downtime. Ron and Harry had contributed candy, presenting her with 2 large boxes of their favorite treats. In accordance with each person's wishes, Amy gifted Hermione her own potions notes, bestowed Ron a brand new wand, and wizarding robe, and presented Harry with specially crafted alchemical glasses that allowed him to see clearly even in darkness and rain, significantly improving his vision. She also cherished the delicate purple crystal bracelet from Draco, which she happily adorned on her wrist. Mrs. Weasley had knitted her a sweater emblazoned with her name, and Amy donned it, twirling before the mirror, pleased with the fit. Snape's gift was a vial of Felix Felicis, crafted by his own hand. Amy's eyes sparkled with delight. She had long desired a bottle of luck potion made by her father. Even if it held little practical use for her, she simply wanted it displayed prominently. In return, Amy had crafted a protective alchemical necklace for her father, capable of absorbing 3 instances of harm and reflecting it back. She understood that Snape was not one to flaunt jewelry, making this both portable and discreet. It was wise to prepare for any eventuality. That scoundrel would not dare to bully her father. As for why she did not gift him a treasured book, Amy sighed. Although she possessed many, they had all long been read by her father, who was even more aware of her stockpile than she was. Additionally, there were socks from Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Amy had prepared thoughtful responses for each gift, even for those that were both unexpected and anticipated. After some contemplation, she decided to visit Honeyduke's, nearly emptying the entire store to fulfill her gift-giving duty. By the time she returned to Hogwarts, it was already noon. In the Great Hall, she spotted Ron and Harry waving at her. Approaching them, she greeted cheerfully, "Merry Christmas." Harry, curious, inquired, "Amy, did you just return from outside?" Amy helplessly recounted the absurdity of her morning, causing Ron to laugh heartily. "Hey, little Amy, Harry, and our little brother Ron. Merry Christmas," from the Weasley twins. The two individuals glanced at the sweaters clearly crafted by the same hand, exclaiming in exaggerated tones, "It seems our mother has been quite busy this year." "Can you guess who we are?" Amy observed them with keen interest. Although the garments bore names, the likelihood of them wearing them according to those names was rather slim. At that moment, whether it was Fred or George, one of them tossed a box of wizarding fireworks towards her. Amy scrutinized it, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face as she retrieved a few and tossed them back. Consequently, the ensuing smoke enveloped everyone, and when it cleared, a small white mouse was perched atop Ron's head. In the afternoon, Amy joined them once more, frolicking in the snow, while Snape retreated to the cellar, preferring not to witness their antics. After a day of merriment, Amy felt a bit fatigued, yet her excitement propelled her into the cellar. Upon seeing her, Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning her presence at such an hour. "Have you had enough fun?" he inquired. Amy rushed over, bubbling with enthusiasm. "Of course. I'm here to spend Christmas with my father. After all, Christmas is a time for family reunions. I'm staying here tonight." Snape chuckled lightly. "Then perhaps you could reply to those letters for me. I could use my hands to brew potions for a while longer." Amy's gaze flickered to Snape's desk, a hint of exasperation washing over her as she noted the persistent nature of the task at hand. The letters scattered across the desk were Christmas greetings from Slytherin and various factions addressed to Snape, the master of potions. Snape scoffed lightly, "Such useless correspondence. Just reply as you have in the past." Amy nodded. "All right indeed." These trivial matters occurred annually, and Amy was no stranger to managing them. She had perfected mimicking her father's handwriting over the years. The cellar was filled with a comfortable silence as each attended to their tasks, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. Eventually, Amy set down her quill, having dispatched the last letter. Glancing at Snape, who was leisurely sipping tea, she poured herself a cup as well and initiated a conversation regarding the gift incident from that morning. "Thank you for the Christmas gift, Father. I absolutely adore it." Snape smiled faintly. "Didn't you always wish for it? So I simply gifted you a vial of Felix Felicis, in a color you like, however," he added. "So many people are sending you gifts?" Amy sighed, "Indeed. I nearly emptied Honeyduke's just to reciprocate." Snape furrowed his brow. "Then I shall inform them not to send you such trifling gifts." Amy quickly interjected, "No, Father. If you do that, what will others think of you? Rumors would surely circulate." Snape shrugged nonchalantly. "What do their opinions matter to me?" Amy replied, visibly upset. "I just feel disheartened. You are such a wonderful father. Yet they speak of you in such a manner." Snape paused, a smile creeping onto his face as he replied, "Then there is no need to concern yourself with their words. Follow your own feelings. Do not feel the need to consider me." Unexpectedly, this response ignited Amy's determination. "Father," she declared resolutely, "I shall uphold my image as the perfect student. A father who can raise a child as clever, delightful, and polite as I must be exceptional. You are the best father." Snape, taken aback by her proclamation, found himself both amused and bewildered. He pondered the rumors circulating at Hogwarts about Amy, realizing that this child viewed herself in such a light. Should he commend her confidence, or deem it narcissism? Chapter 22, Familial Affection. Amy happily tidied up the study in the cellar before returning to Slytherin's single bedroom. packing all her belongings into a magical extension bag. Snape watched, somewhat bemused, as she retrieved an array of items, including her bed, from the bag. Leaning against the doorframe, he observed her, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. His eyes filled with indulgence. Once Amy had finished, she admired the refreshed room with delight and rushed over to embrace Snape. "Father, I won't have to run back and forth anymore. We are living together again, just like at home." The mention of home caused Snape's eyes to flicker momentarily as he quietly listened to the girl chattering excitedly in his embrace. If Harry and Ron were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for in their minds, Amy was more akin to a reliable, composed sister, powerful and capable. In that moment, however, she resembled an ordinary little girl nestled in her father's arms. Additionally, they would surely notice how this scene mirrored Amy's interactions with Draco, a relationship marked by affection and warmth. Amy beamed with joy, turning to Snape to say, "Father, please wait here for a moment. I'll go to the kitchen to find something to eat." Snape initially intended to mention the house elf, but upon seeing her elated expression, he changed his response to, "Very well." The Hogwarts kitchen was adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room, a place Amy had previously visited with the Weasley twins. As she walked, she suddenly collided with two figures emerging from around the corner, steadying herself against the wall to avoid falling. She squinted to see who it was, Harry and Ron. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances, sensing trouble. Just as they were about to speak, a commotion erupted behind them. Their expressions shifted, and they grasped Amy's hands, urging her to flee. Amy, exasperated after nearly being yanked off her feet for the third time, drew her wand and cast a disillusionment charm upon herself and the reckless fool. In the corner, Amy maintained a stoic expression, ignoring even when Filch and Mrs. Norris scolded them as they passed. Harry and Ron huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. "Merlin, why is Amy here?" Ron forced a smile, attempting to change the subject, only to be silenced by Amy's glare. "Merlin, the younger version of Professor Snape has arrived. What should we do?" Taking a deep breath, Amy endeavored to keep her voice steady. "What are you doing here? Out for a nightly stroll, violating school rules, and dragging Draco into your mischief while I'm preoccupied?" 2. No, 3 troublesome children. After a moment of silence, Amy's patience wore thin. "Speak." The two flinched instinctively, and Harry mustered the courage to say, "We discovered a mirror." Furrowing her brow, Amy replied, "Why did you find that mirror?" Harry and Ron, due to their nighttime escapade, exchanged guilty glances. Harry, steeling himself, continued, "It's in an abandoned classroom." Amy pressed further, "How did you come to enter that classroom?" Harry and Ron, once again due to their nighttime escapade, fell silent. Ron, noticing Harry's horrified expression, began to realize the gravity of the situation. At that moment, they heard Amy's cool voice ask, "Why were you being chased by Filch?" Harry and Ron, once again due to their nighttime escapade, exchanged resigned looks, understanding their predicament. As the two held their breath, Amy exhaled in exasperation, "Why are you just standing there? Lead the way." They felt as though they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly guided Amy, explaining the mirror's peculiarities along the way. Amy, feeling exasperated, thought that this was the only time they could behave themselves. Upon reaching the room, Amy fixed her gaze on the conspicuous mirror in the center, frowning. "The Mirror of Erist. Do you know the origin of the Mirror of Erist?" Harry asked, astonished. Amy nodded, having read about it in a book, explaining that it was an ancient alchemical artifact. "It reveals our most fervent and deepest desires," she elaborated. Harry, brimming with excitement, replied, "Indeed, I saw my parents. They were smiling at me, and..." Amy, her demeanor gentle, patiently listened to Harry's enthusiastic recounting without interrupting. Once Harry paused, parched from his fervor, she remarked, "Harry, you must have visited this place many times, haven't you?" Harry bit his lip and nodded. In a soft voice, Amy continued, "Then you should also be aware that all of it is but an illusion. Excessive indulgence in such fantasies offers you no benefit. I know you long for your parents, but have you considered that if your aunt and uncle were still here, they would wish for your happiness?" Harry lifted his gaze to meet Amy's, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Amy stepped forward and embraced him, saying, "I have told you before, you are my brother, and I will protect you. I understand your sorrow, but I hope you realize that there are many who love you." Harry's expression was one of confusion, prompting Ron to rush in as well, exclaiming, "Of course, Harry, we are best friends. And Amy, Draco, Hermione, we are all your family, and we will always stand by your side." At that moment, Amy cast a disdainful glance at the corner, her eyes clearly conveying, "Haven't you been waiting long enough? Why haven't you made your entrance?" Dumbledore, unable to suppress a cough, dispelled his invisibility charm. Harry and Ron appeared taken aback. "Professor Dumbledore?" they exclaimed. Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "Yes, Harry. I intended to advise you against becoming too enamored with this mirror, but it seems someone has already taken the initiative to do so. His words held a pointed implication. And Amy, unimpressed, thought it was merely a diversion to prevent the children from discovering his voyeuristic tendencies. Dumbledore, catching sight of the unmistakable glint in Amy's eyes, felt his lips twitch involuntarily, while Amy turned her head away with a huff. Harry glanced between the mirror and Amy, stating earnestly, "Professor Dumbledore, I understand now. I will not return to this mirror." Dumbledore smiled with relief, saying, "I am heartened by your sentiment. In fact, this mirror will be removed tomorrow. We cannot afford for any other young wizards to stumble upon it." After they departed, Dumbledore mused, "Harry truly cares for you." Amy raised an eyebrow, replying, "Of course. I am well aware." Before Dumbledore could continue, Amy inquired, "I wonder what you saw in the mirror, Professor Dumbledore?" With a smile, Dumbledore replied, "I beheld a pair of socks. People are always insistent on gifting me books." Amy chuckled, "I sent you a whole box of socks this year, enough to last you for the next year." She added, "I am not Harry. I am not so easily deceived." Dumbledore, resigned, shifted the topic, asking, "So, Amy, do you wish to take a look at this mirror?" Amy pondered, then stepped before the mirror. As she gazed into its depths, the image began to shift, revealing many people: her father, Draco, the Weasley twins, Harry, Ron, all laughing with pure, unblemished joy. Amy contemplated, realizing that her deepest desire was for the well-being and happiness of those she cherished. A smile graced her lips, for she believed that her longing would one day manifest into reality. She possessed both the strength and the confidence to make it so. Dumbledore observed Amy's expression, noting the happiness and warmth in her eyes, and with that, he set aside his final doubts. To him, children filled with love could never be malevolent. In Chapter 23, as the end-of-term examinations approached, Amy chuckled, "Do you know what I saw, Professor Dumbledore?" Dumbledore, intrigued, asked, "What was it?" Amy, with a beaming smile, replied, "I saw my father waiting for me. I must take my leave now. Farewell, Professor." With only Dumbledore remaining in the room, he paused momentarily before shaking his head in resignation. How had he ever thought this child might become the third Dark Lord, unburdened by guilt? Amy slipped into the Hogwarts kitchen, gathering food that suited both her and her father's tastes before promptly returning to the cellar. Upon hearing the door open, Snape set down his quill and inquired, "What took you so long?" Amy recounted the events that had just transpired. Snape's expression darkened. "Potter has been caught roaming Gryffindor at night." Amy quickly intervened, playfully clinging to Snape's arm. "Father, today is Christmas. Let's eat. I brought back plenty of food." Snape sighed. "Very well, we shall indulge." He decided to let the matter slide. It was not worth a considerable fuss. After the Christmas holiday, the Quidditch match approached. As Snape was the referee for this match, Amy needed to remain in the cellar to oversee the cauldrons. Draco and Harry were quite disappointed, but Amy insisted, "If you need something, you can always consult Professor Snape. He is the referee this time." Upon hearing this, Draco and Harry's disappointment faded, and they hurriedly dashed out, as if Professor Snape were hot on their heels. Amy had no particular passion for Quidditch, but her friends were fond of it, often dragging her along to watch the matches. Remaining in the cellar this time, she cheerfully stirred the cauldron, cherishing the moment of tranquility. After some time, the door swung open with a loud bang before being forcefully shut again. Amy looked up to see Snape seated in a chair, his expression grim. Frowning, she instinctively sensed something was amiss and approached him, softly asking, "Father, what troubles you? Was the match unsatisfactory?" Suddenly, Amy recalled that Snape's dark mark seemed to have reacted during the match. Her voice grew urgent. "Is it the dark mark? Has it?" Snape suddenly lifted his head. "What do you know?" Amy shook her head. "I only know that the dark mark has reacted. The Dark Lord is returning." Snape pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. "Father, we will defeat him once more," Amy declared. Snape's gaze met Amy's resolutely determined eyes, and his own anxiety began to dissipate. "Yes, we will vanquish him again," he affirmed. He had to protect his daughter. He could not afford to lose. "Harry, where have you been?" Hermione asked. Harry's face was pale. "Let's find somewhere else," he suggested. Draco perceptively noted Harry's unease and said, "Let's go to the 5th floor." The others nodded in agreement. Ever since Amy had informed them of the existence of the Room of Requirement, their secret meetings had taken place there. Inside the Room of Requirement, Harry settled onto the couch and recounted the conversation he had overheard between Snape and Quirrell. Draco furrowed his brow. "Harry, are you certain it was Professor Snape?" Harry's complexion paled further. "Yes, I would never mistake him." After a moment of hesitation, Hermione suggested, "Should we tell Amy?" Ron countered, "She is busy. She is probably still in the cellar." "Do we really want to confront Professor Snape in the cellar?" The group fell silent, and Draco speculated, "Perhaps Quirrell is seeking the Philosopher's Stone? Professor Snape aims to thwart him. My father claims that he is a spy assigned by Dumbledore to be close to the Dark Lord." And it was Dumbledore who bailed out Professor Snape when the Dark Lord fell. Hearing this, Harry's spirits lifted considerably. So, is Professor Snape to continue his role as a spy? He intends to prevent Quirrell. Hermione shook her head, posing a question. Then why does he not inform Professor Dumbledore? Draco retorted. How do you know that Professor Dumbledore is unaware of this matter? Draco felt a sense of disbelief. How could Dumbledore, the old bee, be oblivious to anything? Amy had already informed him. Yet she insisted on not disclosing anything regarding the Dark Lord. Thus, Draco could only hint at other aspects to clear the Godfather's suspicions. Hermione fell silent, realizing that perhaps Dumbledore was indeed aware of this. They simply had no obligation to inform them. Therefore, our previous conjectures were correct. According to Professor Snape, Quirrell must have employed tricks to secure access to the Philosopher's Stone. Besides the stone, there should be other defenses safeguarding it, likely a multitude of spells and enchantments. Are you implying that if Snape successfully stops Quirrell, the Philosopher's Stone will remain safe? Hermione asked in a panic. I heard that the Philosopher's Stone will no longer exist by next Tuesday, Ron remarked. So, if Professor Snape knows, then Amy must certainly be aware as well, Harry inquired. Draco raised his chin with pride. Of course, Harry, do not doubt our standing in Amy's eyes. Especially his. He is undoubtedly unique in her heart. Suddenly recalling Amy's words in the corridor, Draco's face flushed slightly. Over the years, Amy's indulgence and affection towards him made it abundantly clear that he held a singular position in her heart. The others fell silent, letting Draco bask in his self-satisfaction. In the following weeks, Amy remained exceedingly busy, either in the classrooms or the dungeons. Yet, she still managed to carve out some time to oversee Harry and the other's studies. Although she was not obliged to, she organized some notes and presented them to Hermione and Draco. She felt a sense of assurance regarding Hermione and Draco. However, the thought of the other two brothers gave Amy a headache. Those two rascals. In the library, Harry and Ron wore expressions of despair. Hermione frowned, expressing her discontent. You two need to take this seriously. We must focus on our revision. Ron replied, surely it's not urgent. There is still plenty of time until the exams. Draco interjected, it's a week, which is not long at all. The professors had recently assigned an increasing amount of homework, accompanied by a growing stack of assignments to be graded. Among the professors, Snape perhaps had it the easiest, effortlessly finding spare time to delve into his beloved potions. The other professors could only envy him, as none possessed a daughter like Amy. Ignoring the envy of his colleagues, Snape's upward curving lips betrayed his true sentiments. The students gradually became busier, with an increasing number seeking Amy's guidance on their studies. After all, compared to the professors, Amy, with her gentle and patient demeanor, was far more approachable. Each time Amy emerged from the dungeon, a throng of students would congregate around her, eager to discuss their studies. Snape's assessment was that she was just idly occupied, while Amy graciously accepted her role, always mindful of her persona. She was a diligent student, after all. Hermione once asked Amy if this wasn't too exhausting. Amy pondered for a moment, realizing that it truly wasn't too overly taxing. Her lifestyle mirrored Snape's, engrossed in work, often blurring the lines between day and night. Snape's precise grasp of time was something Amy had adopted completely. Even without this persona, Amy would still be busy. She desired to be occupied. She wished to adapt to her father's rhythm. After tackling various tasks with her father, discussing potions together was something she cherished. The best persona is one that aligns with your needs and preferences, rather than contradicting your nature. Chapter 24, Norbert. Ron felt he was on the verge of madness. Buried in his studies, contemplating consuming the books instead, Harry was flipping through pages, searching for the properties of white vine, having spent ages without success. The incessant murmuring of Hermione in his ears made Harry feel he could join Ron in his absurdity. Draco shot him a sidelong glance. White vine can be used to brew potions and for healing. Harry suddenly understood, so that was it. I couldn't find it. Draco sighed. As if it were obvious. Ron suddenly exclaimed, look, it's Hagrid. Harry, looking rather disheartened, turned to see. Indeed, she was there to read as well. Hagrid held a book in his hands, making his way outside. Ron tossed his book aside, declaring, let us go see what Hagrid is up to. Draco and Harry, equally curious, followed suit, abandoning their own books. Hermione, utterly exasperated, finally comprehended Amy's struggles with these three rascals. Hagrid, what book do you have in your hands? Harry inquired. Hagrid noticed the evident wariness in Harry and the others. What are you doing here? Still searching for Nicholas Flamel? Draco smugly replied. How could that be? Amy knows all about it. Just ask her. Ron added. The thing that protects the stone is the Philosopher's Stone. Oh no, don't speak so loudly. Hagrid nervously glanced around. Seizing the opportunity, Draco threatened. Then show us the book you're holding. No, Draco. You wouldn't want to know. I'll be on my way now. And with that, Hagrid dashed out, utilizing his height to his advantage. Draco, infuriated, exclaimed. What should we do? Shouldn't we pursue him? He must be hiding something from us. What could he possibly be hiding from you? A soft female voice interjected from the side. Draco turned, pleasantly surprised, Amy. The young master took a couple of steps towards Amy, but seemingly reconsidering, retreated, saying, It's nothing. Amy looked at the awkward young master with a sigh, approaching him gently. Forgive me, dear, I've indeed been quite busy these past few days. Draco, displeased, retorted, When will you not be busy? Amy fell silent, but recognizing her fault, she could only continue to soothe the young master. The three onlookers exchanged glances, clearly impressed. Indeed, nothing could subdue Amy except for Professor Snape and perhaps Draco. Amy shifted the topic. I just saw what book Hagrid was holding. Ron eagerly inquired, What book? The pouting young master perked up his ears to listen. But upon catching the playful glint in Amy's eyes, he turned away in irritation. Humph. Amy chuckled. Don't be angry, dear. I'll only tell you if you promise to behave. Harry and the others. Draco, with a hint of pride, glanced at her. Go on. Amy continued. Hagrid was holding books about dragons. What kind of dragons? Draco's eyes lit up instantly, forgetting his earlier annoyance, grabbing Amy's sleeve, asking. Amy nodded affirmatively. Yes, dragons. In contrast to Draco's excitement, Hermione appeared somewhat concerned. But why would Hagrid seek books about fire dragons? Could it be that he, Draco, filled with excitement, tugged at Amy's sleeve, urging her to follow him outside? Let us go see for ourselves. Ron's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Anything was preferable to reading. He exchanged a glance with Harry, and together they grabbed Hermione and dashed out. In Hagrid's hut, Amy noticed that all the curtains were drawn tightly, and the atmosphere inside was stiflingly warm. Hagrid warmly brewed tea for them and presented a platter of weasel sandwiches. Amy picked one up, curiously observing it, and glanced at Draco sitting beside her, unable to suppress a laugh. Draco, puzzled, wondered what was amusing her. You have questions for me, don't you? Hagrid inquired. Hermione, catching his attention, asked, Hagrid, you are the only one who knows how to get through the portkey, right? Hagrid nodded with a smile. There is another, Dumbledore. Besides us. No one else knows. Harry let out a sigh of relief and tugged at his clothes, saying, Can we open a window? It's really hot in here. Hagrid's gaze drifted to the fireplace. I'm sorry, Harry. Harry turned to look at the flames. That's a dragon egg, isn't it? Ron exclaimed, Hagrid. That's illegal. Don't you know? Did you buy it? Hagrid replied, No, I won it. I won it in a card game while I was out drinking last night. Hermione, concerned, asked, Hagrid, what will you do once it hatches? But Hagrid was engrossed in his book, ignoring her worry. Amy shook her head at Hermione. Hagrid wouldn't he listen at that moment. Just like Draco. She glanced at him and noticed he, too, wore an expression of excited anticipation. One morning, Harry received a letter from Hagrid that read, It's about to hatch. He hurried to the Slytherin table to beckon Amy and Draco, who was animatedly discussing the hatching dragon, leaving Amy feeling somewhat exasperated. She worried that once the dragon was sent away, Draco would be heartbroken. As she pondered, a figure slowly emerged in her mind. In Hagrid's hut, they could clearly see a deep crack forming on the egg, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Draco rushed over, as excited and anxious as Hagrid. Staring intently at the egg, Harry and the others gathered closer, equally nervous, all eagerly awaiting the birth of this new life. At last, the dragon broke free from its shell. Amy glanced at the wobbling creature on the table and offered her most objective assessment. It was rather unappealing. Hagrid reached out a hand to gently stroke the dragon, only to have his finger bitten. Look, he recognizes his mother. Hagrid exclaimed in delight. Amy pursed her lips, unsure of what to say. Over the next week, Amy watched helplessly as Draco and Hagrid became increasingly frantic, her own anxiety mounting. Hagrid named the dragon Norbert, but it grew at an alarming rate, having tripled in size within just a week. Harry and the others urged Hagrid and Draco daily to arrange for Norbert to be sent away. Amy spent less time in the dungeon lately, and Snape had begun to suspect something was amiss, but upon seeing Amy's reluctance to speak, he hesitated and chose not to inquire further, hoping she would confide in him. Amy, being exceptionally clever, understood Snape's implications. She furrowed her brow, realizing that the situation could not continue as it was. Norbert had to be sent away. Chapter 25, The Punishment. In Hagrid's hut, Hermione continued to plead with Hagrid to send Norbert away, but he was reluctant. He still so small. Without me. He won't survive. Ron looked at Amy with exasperation, while Harry and Hermione turned to him as well, feeling utterly helpless. Even Draco was opposing Hagrid's decision to send Norbert away. Amy frowned and stated decisively, Ron, you should contact your brother Charlie. He studying dragons in Romania. Isn't he? Ron blinked in surprise, then exclaimed, You're right. I'll contact Charlie right now. He'll surely find Norbert a good home. Hagrid sighed. I'd like to wait until he grows a bit more. Amy, somewhat displeased, replied, "But this doesn't benefit any of you. Professor Snape has already noticed something is off with me. Do you want to wait until he finds out and turns Norbert into potion ingredients?" She cared more for the people involved than the dragon itself. She understood the pain of losing something beloved, but she had to consider human emotions. Sooner or later, the day would come. It would be better to part ways early to avoid deeper attachments. The weight of her words left Hagrid shaken, staring blankly at Norbert. Ultimately, he relented, saying, "All right, Ron, please contact Charlie." Ron admired Amy, realizing the power of Professor Snape's influence. On the way back, Amy sensed Draco's melancholic mood. She grasped Draco's hand, surprising him with her sudden gesture, and he turned to her, astonished. Amy squeezed his fingers, finding his flushed cheeks amusing. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Little Lord seems unhappy." Draco took a step back, discomfort, and his mood darkened further. "Amy, Norbert is going to be sent away. I don't want him to leave." As he thought of his childhood companion, who had always fulfilled his wishes, Draco looked up with hope in his eyes. "Amy, can Norbert stay? Can you make that happen?" Amy gently shook her head. "I'm sorry, Draco." Draco's expression dimmed instantly, and Amy felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly reassured him, "Draco, wait for me, all right? Next Christmas, I will grant your wish. It will be a gift meant solely for you." Draco's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Will you get me Norbert or a new dragon?" Amy smiled slightly. "You'll find out at Christmas." Draco complained, "Why not tell me now?" Nevertheless, his spirits visibly lifted, especially at the notion that it would be solely his. This implied that whether Amy gifted him a new dragon or something else, it would belong only to him and would not be sent away. Draco never doubted Amy's words, for she had never deceived him. Thus, even though he knew raising a dragon was illegal, he trusted that Amy would resolve all issues. Amy chuckled as she ruffled Draco's soft blonde hair. "All right, little lord, it's time for us to head back." Draco, irritated, swatted her hand away, puffing up, "Amy, are you petting a dog?" Amy laughed and sidestepped. "That little lord is the prettiest of them all." "What dog?" Draco was furious, chasing after Amy, declaring, "You're done for." On Saturday at midnight, Amy observed Harry and Ron stealthily donning their invisibility cloaks, dragging a box containing Norbert towards the tower, finding the scene amusing. She had merely come to the Slytherin common room to fetch Draco, and upon arriving late, she stumbled upon this spectacle. Had Harry and Ron forgotten she could perform the disillusionment charm? Draco listened to Amy's description, his expression one of disdain as he remarked, "Amy, do they not resemble thieves sneaking out to pilfer, all shifty and secretive?" Unable to contain her laughter, Amy took the young master's hand and led him towards the tower. Draco had long since become accustomed to Amy holding his hand. After all, they had been doing so since childhood, so one more time was of little consequence. Harry looked on in astonishment at the two who had appeared. "You've been following us all along." Amy, suppressing her amusement, replied, "Indeed." Ron's eyes widened. "Then why didn't you lend us a hand?" Draco confidently retorted, "We couldn't see you." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, Charlie's friends arrived to take Norbert away. Hagrid was in tears, bidding farewell to Norbert. Draco gazed into the distant sky, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Suddenly, he sensed a hand clasping his, and turning in surprise, he saw Amy silently conveying a message, "Don't be sad." Their hands intertwined, concealed beneath the ample fabric of their robes, went unnoticed by others. "By the way," Amy addressed the relaxed group, "you ought to brace yourselves. I shall not conceal this matter from Professor Snape." After a moment's contemplation, she added, "Nor can it be hidden." Ron's eyes widened. "Amy," she sighed, "I believe that being forthright is far preferable to being discovered inadvertently. You are aware of the memory charm, are you not?" Even if her father would not use it against her, there were several participants involved. Her father granted her time, willing to wait until she had dealt with the matter openly, but that did not imply he would be devoid of concern. Especially during this sensitive phase when the Dark Lord was poised for resurrection, Amy never doubted her father's level of investment in her affairs. Most critically, if it were Professor Snape, she could at least plead for leniency, but with Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor would be docked a full 150 points. Ron looked dejected. "I know. All right, Harry, I think we have a new predicament." Harry, puzzled, inquired, "What is the memory charm?" Hermione explained, "It is a spell that allows one to view another's memories." Harry gasped in horror. "Such a spell exists?" Amy shrugged. "Let us return and get some sleep. Children, savor your last night of happiness." The trio, cloaked in invisibility, departed, while Amy escorted the young master back to the Slytherin common room. She returned to the dungeons, pushing open the door to find, as expected, Snape seated at the desk, pen in hand, scribbling something. Amy smiled softly. Indeed, no matter how late she returned, the dungeons were always illuminated, her father waiting for her. Snape, hearing the noise, set down his quill. "You're back?" Yes. Amy gently closed the door. The matter has been resolved. Snape looked up, awaiting her elaboration. Amy recounted the events concerning Norbert, neither embellishing nor withholding details. Snape's expression darkened instantly. So you've spent all this time on this trivial matter? It is exceedingly dangerous, are you not aware? That foolish oaf Hagrid had the audacity to raise a dragon. You should have informed me sooner. I would have had that half-breed giant sent to Azkaban to raise the Dementors. Amy, exasperated, replied, Father. Snape scoffed. Were it not for your pitiable old father's memory charm, Miss Snape would not have betrayed her closest friends. Amy felt exasperated. There he went again, calling her Miss Snape. She pondered how to placate her irritable father. Observing her expression, Snape taunted, What's this? Miss Snape growing impatient? With a pitiful look. Amy gazed at Snape. Father. Snape hesitated, his countenance softening slightly, though still grim. Seeing this, Amy hurried over, kneading his shoulders, her intentions of endearment unmistakable. Snape sighed. Weasley, Granger, Potter, Malfoy, and you will all serve detention until the end of term. Gryffindor loses 50 points, while Slytherin loses 20. Amy exhaled in relief. 50 points was far better than the 150 points in the original story. She wrapped her arms around Snape's neck, sweetly declaring, Father, you're my favorite. Snape grunted noncommittally. Chapter 26, Into the Forbidden Forest. The following morning, Harry and the others sighed as they watched the hourglass for Gryffindor diminish once more. Amy cast a glance their way. You should be thankful that Professor McGonagall is unaware of this. Otherwise, it would not be merely 50 points at stake. Ron, feeling despondent, lamented. But we have to serve detention in the dungeons, right under Professor Snape's nose, Merlin, until the term ends. Amy retorted dryly, Count your blessings. For a period thereafter, the group focused their energies on final exam preparations. No one mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, yet Amy knew the matter was far from concluded. Since their detention was in the dungeons, their potion assignments naturally landed in Snape's hands. Silently, Amy brewed a cup of tea and placed it beside Snape's right hand, leaving Harry and the others to fend for themselves. Snape, infuriated by the quality of their essays, felt his temples throb as he recalled how Amy had helped him with grading for so long, nearly forgetting just how vexatious these little trolls could be. Snape bellowed, Potter. Weasley, your essays must be rewritten. 14 inches, do not even think of skirting the requirements. Were it not for those green eyes, Snape might genuinely have doubted whether this fool was truly Lily's child, given how utterly devoid of potion talent he seemed to be. With a displeased expression, Snape picked up Hermione's and Draco's papers, flipping through them. Under their anxious gazes, he awarded them both an A. Observing their expressions of relief, Snape derided. You seem rather content, do you not? An A is merely adequate, lacking any progress. The two lowered their heads in silent agreement. After this period of lessons, they had concluded that one should never argue with Professor Snape, lest he make them regret ever entering this world. Noticing their silence, Snape resumed his grading, flipping through the remaining papers. After a while, he tossed the papers onto the table. Amy, you handle the rest. As Amy watched Snape approach her, or rather the cauldron, she replied, Yes, Professor. Spotting the neatly arranged potion ingredients on the table, Snape felt somewhat more at ease. He glanced at the little trolls, only to lock eyes with Weasley, and his mood darkened again. What are you looking at? Is there potion on my face? With a scowl, Snape directed, If Mr. Weasley has finished with his slugs, perhaps he could bring me another bucket. After all, it's still early. And it's better to deal with potions here than to wander off into the night, is it not? Ron, hearing Snape's words, turned pale. They had been dealing with slugs day in and day out, and the mere sight of them now made him queasy. Yet, he dared not argue with Snape, only grumbling. I understand. Amy could clearly see that her father's demeanor had lightened considerably. Was this what it meant to find joy in the suffering of others? Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, only a week remained until the final exams. At least that was how Amy perceived it. To Harry and the others, however, it felt as if they had traversed centuries. They had never anticipated the arrival of exams with such eagerness. On this day, Harry once again encountered Quirrell. To be precise, he heard the sound of Quirrell weeping. No, it simply cannot continue like this. I cannot endure it any longer. Harry discerned that someone seemed to be threatening Quirrell, compelling him to capitulate. Suddenly, Quirrell burst from the classroom ahead, stumbling as he fled, oblivious to Harry's presence. Harry was taken aback by the sight of Professor Snape, who similarly departed. What was transpiring? He relayed the incident to his friends, and Amy's voice bore an air of resignation, lamenting the loss of their tranquil days. Receiving a skeptical glance from Ron, Harry pondered, have these days truly been peaceful? How did I not recognize it? With a furrowed brow, he voiced his concerns. Are we to remain involved? I am rather disinclined to meddle in this any longer. Amy shook her head, suggesting they adopt a wait-and-see approach. That evening, at Hagrid's hut, The moment Harry and Ron laid eyes on Hagrid, their faces illuminated with hope. He was their savior. Today, Professor Snape had pressing matters to attend to, necessitating their confinement at Hagrid's, and even Amy had been cast aside. For the quartet, including Draco, this was nothing short of fortuitous. Observing the young master's excitement, Amy felt a pang of worry. She feared he might soon be frightened again. Perhaps the exuberance on the children's faces was too conspicuous, as Filch cast them a frosty glance, dousing their enthusiasm with a warning. You seem rather thrilled. Yet you are to venture into the Forbidden Forest, not a playground. You cannot expect to emerge unscathed. Draco's smile vanished, and he grasped Amy's hand in disbelief, exclaiming, "The Forbidden Forest at night? There are all sorts of creatures lurking within. I have heard tales of werewolves." Filch appeared rather pleased by this revelation, remarking that it was their own folly. Hagrid emerged from the shadows, followed closely by Fawn. "You've arrived." Draco, clutching Amy's hand tightly, expressed his trepidation. "I refuse to enter that Forbidden Forest." Hagrid reassured him, "Do not fret, Draco. We shall split into 2 groups. How about I assign Amy to you?" Reluctantly, Draco acquiesced. "Very well." Hagrid led the children along a narrow path, pointing out a glimmering silver substance on the ground. "That is unicorn blood. One of the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest has been grievously injured. This marks the 2nd time. Another perished last Wednesday. We must hasten to locate the wounded unicorn." To save time, Hagrid announced, "Now we shall divide into 2 teams. I, Ron, and Hermione will form one group. Amy, Draco, and Harry will comprise the other." Draco interjected eagerly, "I want Fawn." Hagrid cautioned, "He is rather timid and may prove unhelpful." Undeterred, Draco insisted, "I still want him." Amy turned to Hagrid. "In that case, let us commence our mission. I will ensure their safety." "Very well, but do exercise caution. Should you encounter trouble, launch red sparks," Hagrid instructed. After a brief walk, they reached a fork in the path. Hagrid led Ron and Hermione to the left while Amy guided Draco and Harry to the right. Draco clung tightly to Amy's hand, his fear palpable, which Amy could distinctly sense. Harry also edged closer to Amy, uneasily inquiring, "Do you think a werewolf could have killed the unicorn?" Amy shook her head. "Unicorns are formidable. They are not easily captured." As she tilted her head to regard Harry, a thought struck her about how Harry was often manipulated in the original narrative. Forced into the role of the chosen one, compelled to mature, to confront Voldemort, and to save the wizarding world. Yet who remembered that, without these burdens, Harry might have been just another pampered child like Draco, raised in an environment enveloped by love? If Voldemort had not existed, if James and Lily had not perished, Harry would not have been molded into the person he had become. Amy resolved that after this ordeal, she would have a conversation with Harry. Since he was destined to be embroiled in this world, her aim would be to empower him, to reveal the truth, and to protect him to the best of her abilities. Chapter 27, A Familiar Scene. The path grew increasingly treacherous, and the bloodstains became more pronounced. Suddenly, Amy's expression shifted, and she pulled Harry and Draco behind a towering tree. Draco looked at her with terror, while Amy swiftly covered the young master's mouth to stifle any cries. She then glanced at Harry, who noticed her signal and covered his own mouth to refrain from making a sound. Before them lay a clearing, where the unicorn lay lifeless. Harry attempted to approach, but Amy seized him, offering a warning glance that urged him to observe closely. As the trio peered ahead, a hooded figure emerged from the nearby bushes, crawling towards the unicorn. It lowered its head and began to drink the unicorn's blood. "Ah!" Draco could not suppress a frightened scream, instinctively turning to flee, only to be yanked back by Amy. The Forbidden Forest was dark and perilous. Amy did not wish for the young master to wander off and encounter danger. As for Fong, he had long since bolted. At that moment, Harry's scar erupted with excruciating pain. He clutched his head, feeling as if it might explode. Draco hurried to support him, yet he too succumbed to overwhelming fear, his legs giving way as they both collapsed onto the ground. The hooded figure had evidently spotted them, charging towards them at remarkable speed. Amy swiftly pulled Harry behind her, drawing her wand. Avada Kedavra! The figure narrowly evaded the curse, having initially targeted Harry, but the deadly spell reminded it of Amy's presence. Unconcerned with its thoughts, Amy unleashed a barrage of curses, catching the creature off guard as it scrambled to evade her attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Amy led Draco and Harry deeper into the forest. Draco, recognizing the familiar green light, experienced an inexplicable sense of safety. Perhaps he was the only one in the wizarding world to feel this way. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the most formidable ally, Amy, was right beside him. What was there to fear? The true threat was the monster that drank unicorn blood. How revolting. Amy helped Harry to his feet, her concern evident as she asked, "How are you holding up, Harry?" Harry took a moment to recover, weakly nodding. "I'm better now, though it felt as if my head might burst a moment ago." Rising, Amy declared, Come now, Harry, Draco, grasp my hands, and let us seek retribution. Draco, incredulous, protested, we barely escaped, and now you wish to provoke that creature? A smile graced Amy's lips. How do you know we were merely fleeing? I took the opportunity to cast a tracking spell on it, but we must first visit another location. The two boys, perplexed, inquired, what location? With a gentle smile, Amy grasped Harry's hand in her left and Draco's in her right. Apparition. The trio materialized atop a tree, where Harry and Draco appeared slightly disoriented. Feeling nauseous, Harry, suppressing his discomfort, questioned, Amy, why have we come here? With a playful smile, she replied, it has retreated here, so of course I must follow. Wait for me here for a moment. With that, Amy operated once more, positioning herself directly opposite the creature. Voldemort, startled, momentarily hesitated upon recognizing Severus's child, opening his mouth to speak. Yet, Amy granted him no opportunity, casting Avada Kedavra. Flee, Voldemort! Amy exclaimed, her laughter ringing as she raised her wand. A flurry of killing curses hurtling toward him, illuminating the dark forest with dazzling green light. Clenching his teeth, Voldemort suppressed his fury and murderous intent. Recognizing that he was no match for Amy at that moment, he could only evade the curses while retreating deeper into the forbidden forest. Yet, Amy had no intention of letting him escape. Upon seeing him flee, she pursued him relentlessly. In his frantic flight, Voldemort remained oblivious to Amy's deliberate strategy to drive him toward a specific location. As their figures grew fainter and the green light gradually faded, Harry, perched in the trees, gazed at Draco with confusion. Draco, was that a killing curse Amy just used? Draco replied calmly, indeed. Harry, perplexed by Draco's composed demeanor, questioned. But the killing curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, a dark magic, isn't it? Correct, Draco confirmed, still unfazed. Harry, staring at Draco in bewilderment, pressed. Then why are you so calm? It was Amy who cast the killing curse. Draco, with an enigmatic air, simply responded, you'll grow accustomed to it. Harry, still puzzled, pondered aloud. Draco, noticing Harry's vacant expression, kindly noted, since it's Amy, what is there to worry about? Harry paused, realizing yes, it was Amy, not a dark wizard. So why should he be concerned? Draco continued, Amy will be fine. She should be along shortly to fetch us. Observing Draco's tranquility, Harry expressed admiration. Draco, you truly have a way of thinking things through. Draco, with a touch of pride, nodded silently, his thoughts known only to himself. As the two exchanged idle conversation, Amy suddenly appeared before them, each of her hands grasping something. Let us go, she declared. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Amy transported them again via apparition. Once they regained their bearings, they stood once more among the trees. Draco inquired, Amy, where are we? Deep within the forbidden forest. Amy replied, gesturing toward a direction. Look over there. Both boys followed her finger, spotting the hooded figure they had seen earlier, now attempting to flee. Just as Harry was about to ask Amy what her intentions were, he saw her raise her wand, flames erupting. However, her spell was not aimed at the figure, but rather at a massive tree hollow nearby. Suddenly, the hollow burst into flames, and countless spiders emerged from within. Acromantula! Draco exclaimed. Under Amy's purposeful guidance, the Acromantula rapidly detected Voldemort, scuttling toward him. Harry watched as the ground where Voldemort's feet had touched began to corrode, emitting a billowing white smoke. Was this truly not sulfuric acid? Upon hearing Amy's voice, Voldemort instantly grew wary, turning just in time to see thousands of Acromantula advancing toward him. Amy, observing the scene with a gleeful smile, raised her wand once more. Each time Voldemort attempted to distance himself from the Acromantula to apparate away, she sent forth a volley of killing curses. Over and over, Voldemort, driven to madness with rage, found himself helpless against Amy's formidable prowess. Harry and Draco watched, wide-eyed, as Voldemort fled in disarray, while Amy savored the spectacle, occasionally adding to his misfortune. Exchanging glances, Harry and Draco shared a silent understanding how tragic it was. Despite knowing Voldemort was a wicked entity, they couldn't help but feel sympathy for him, particularly Draco, who suddenly recalled a familiar sensation, turned to Amy, contemplating whether that hooded figure could indeed be Voldemort. Noticing his gaze, Amy smiled and nodded, confirming Draco's suspicions. Draco gasped, staring incredulously at the figure below. It was truly Voldemort. How wretched he appeared. Draco glanced down at the hand that had unknowingly clasped his, realizing that the Dark Lord seemed far less terrifying than he had been led to believe. Had his father once pledged allegiance to this Dark Lord? Frowning in distaste, Draco mused that Voldemort was not nearly as formidable as the rumors suggested. He resolved to inform his father to steer clear of Voldemort. After all, Amy could wield the killing curse too. Chapter 28. The Misfortunes of Amy. Ultimately, Voldemort managed to escape, taking advantage of the momentary distraction while Amy and Harry conversed. Harry glanced downward, announcing, "He has gotten away." Amy shrugged indifferently. "It matters not. I've had my fun. After all, he couldn't be killed, just toyed with." Looking up at the sky, she stated, "Catch me, we should return." With a flick of her wand, Amy transported them back to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where they encountered a visibly anxious Hermione. Upon seeing the trio, Hermione's face lit up with evident relief as she hurried over. "Where have you been? We found the unicorn. But it's dead, and you three were nowhere to be found." At that moment, Ron and Hagrid emerged from the forest, with Ron rushing over. "Merlin, where have you been?" Amy shrugged. "We went to find the unicorn, but we didn't find it, so we came back." Harry exchanged knowing glances with Ron and Hermione, who immediately understood his silent message. As the events concluded, the group decided against returning to the common room, and instead made their way to the room of requirement. Harry pursed his lips, turning to Amy. "Amy, do you know what that creature was?" Ron and Hermione looked puzzled. "What creature?" After a moment of silence, Harry recounted the happenings within the Forbidden Forest. Ron gasped in shock. "You encountered such a monster? It drank unicorn blood?" Hermione interrupted him brusquely, her gaze fixed on Amy. Filled with disbelief, "Amy, you actually used the killing curse? That's an evil spell only dark wizards use. It can kill." Ron shuddered and turned to Amy. "Amy, what exactly was that creature? It's still alive, right?" Relaxing against the sofa, Amy could not fathom why they were so alarmed. "Of course it's not dead. Voldemort isn't that easily dispatched." Ron cried out in horror. "Who did you say?" Harry answered, "Voldemort. He's still alive." Ron, terrified, warned, "Don't say that name." With a sigh, Amy conceded, "Fine, let me explain. The Dark Lord resides in Quirrell's head. He has been commanding him to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. However, he cannot be killed, so even when I used the killing curse, he merely found himself in a rather precarious situation." Hermione posed a question. "But why did he need to kill the unicorn and drink its blood?" "To prolong his own life. He is currently quite weak," Amy explained. Draco quietly added, "Especially after Amy toyed with him twice, he is even weaker now." Ron furrowed his brow. "Twice?" Draco, suppressing a laugh, recounted the events in the corridor, concluding with, "I believe Amy is truly the strongest among us. We have no need to fear the Dark Lord." Ron remained silent, pondering how remarkably reasonable that sounded. However, Hermione suddenly raised a question. "But why is the Dark Lord immortal?" A shadow flickered across Amy's eyes as she contemplated the implications of revealing to Harry that he too was a Horcrux, the very reason behind the survival of his parents' murderer. What thoughts might swirl in his mind upon such a revelation? Though she initially intended to disclose everything to him, the words clung stubbornly to her throat, refusing to escape. In that moment, she grasped why Dumbledore had chosen to keep such truths from Harry, opting instead to provide him with every opportunity for growth. "I don't know," Amy thought. "I learned about this from Professor Dumbledore. He must have his reasons." "Old Bumblebee, this burden falls upon you." Hermione nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, if Dumbledore has said so, we should focus on protecting the Philosopher's Stone. We cannot allow the Dark Lord to possess it." Draco shrugged, adding, "In danger, seek Amy. Do not confront the Dark Lord directly." The group nodded in unison, understanding the gravity of their situation. "Amy," Hermione hesitated before speaking again, "you must exercise caution. It's best to refrain from using the killing curse too frequently. My readings suggest that excessive use of dark magic can lead to dire consequences." Ron's expression turned grave. "Indeed. My father has warned me that only the most wicked of dark wizards resort to the killing curse, so you must be careful, Amy. It's imperative that no one learns of your ability to cast it." Recognizing their concern, Amy offered a reassuring smile. "I know my limits, you needn't worry." After escorting her friends back to Gryffindor's common room, she also saw Draco safely to the Slytherin quarters. As she prepared to return to the cellar, she was met with the furious approach of Snape. He shot her a fierce glare before seizing her by the scruff of her neck. To her bewilderment, she found herself lifted off the ground. Snape remained silent, marching her towards the headmaster's office, completely disregarding her flailing feet. Resigned, Amy allowed herself to go limp, conceding to her fate. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Amy's gaze immediately fell upon Dumbledore, who was clad in star-patterned pajamas. His vacant expression made her ponder how he might appreciate the plight of a weary centenarian in need of rest. "Quickly, Dumbledore," Snape snapped with impatience. "What do you wish to inquire? Let us not squander time." Dumbledore sighed. "Severus, do calm yourself." He turned his attention to Amy, studying her innocent countenance with a growing headache. "Amy, did you cast the killing curse in the Forbidden Forest?" The sheer volume of curses she had unleashed had left him unsettled. Amy nodded, confessing, "It was I." "He killed a unicorn, hoping to drink its blood for sustenance. Our detention this evening involved locating the injured unicorn. We encountered him and, in passing, offered him a swift end." Dumbledore's eyelid twitched. What kind of good deed is this? Amy furrowed her brow, adding, when Voldemort gazes at Harry, Harry's scar aches. It must be due to the fragment of Voldemort residing within him. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted, his attention sharpening. Is that so? Unhappily, Amy replied, of course I care for my brother. Why would I deceive you? Dumbledore, accustomed to her retorts, merely offered a habitual counter. Snape, growing impatient, interjected, if that is the case, Amy, I shall take you now. Without granting Dumbledore a chance to protest, he seized the back of Amy's neck and strode towards the door, slamming it shut behind them. In the cellar, Amy lamented over the mountain of homework before her. Why is there so much? This night had been a whirlwind. Detention in the Forbidden Forest, aiding the little ones in the Room of Requirement, confronting Dumbledore, and now returning to great assignments. Her life was undeniably burdensome. Snape coolly remarked, make haste. You still have 2 14-foot-long potions essays to complete. Chapter 29, Draco is hers. After the final exams, a week of holiday ensued. Amy found herself powerless against the headache that Harry brought her. But Dumbledore insisted that it was an unavoidable experience for him. Observing Amy's blatant disdain, Dumbledore felt another headache brewing. Amy, do you harbor grievances against me? She shot him a glance that spoke volumes. You just realized? Dumbledore rubbed his temples. May I inquire why? I seem to have done nothing to offend you. I am merely an innocent centenarian. Amy's gaze turned frosty. Voldemort, double agent. Harry, the chosen one. When have you not wronged me? Dumbledore sighed. You know, Amy, this is all part of the plan. With a resigned sigh, Amy replied, then you ought to take better care of yourself, dear old Dumbledore. Feeling a chill at his neck, Dumbledore coughed lightly and addressed Amy seriously. This is a trial for Harry. Thus, you must refrain from intervening. Furrowing her brow, Amy ultimately acquiesced. Very well, but dear Headmaster Dumbledore, shouldn't you hasten your pace? Dumbledore watched as, at the moment Snape pushed the door open, Amy transformed into a compliant figure, her smile brightening the room. I shall expedite matters, but you know that such things cannot be rushed. He too desired a swift resolution, followed by a well-earned retirement. He was exhausted. Being a headmaster had drained him. With a cheerful smile, Amy took her father's hand and bid farewell to Dumbledore. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Headmaster Dumbledore. The duo of Snape and Amy walked side by side through the halls of Hogwarts, attracting all manner of attention. Snape, irritated by the gazes of onlookers, tightened his grip on Amy's hand and quickened his pace. A clear path opened before them, prompting Amy to marvel at her father's imposing presence. In the cellar, Snape instructed, this afternoon, you have no classes, so remain here obediently. We shall go together in the evening. Amy nodded dutifully. She had already informed Draco of their plans, trusting that they would act accordingly that night. Yet, pondering further, she wondered if Draco had developed a penchant for nighttime escapades lately. Had he been led astray? Shaking her head, she focused on her tasks. Later that evening, outside the 4th-floor corridor, Harry, cloaked in invisibility, addressed the trio. You may return now. I will not hold it against you. Draco retorted, how could I abandon you? You are Amy's brother, and thus, also mine. We are friends, are we not? At Draco's declaration, Amy, concealed by the disillusionment charm, felt the weight of her father's disapproving glare. All right, enough of this nonsense. Hermione and Ron chimed in unison. Let us hurry inside. As the door swung open, the cacophony of Fluffy sparks erupted. Harry noted the harp beside Fluffy, murmuring, it's a harp, likely left by Quirrell. It seems that as long as the music continues, Fluffy will remain asleep, Hermione whispered. Watch this, Harry declared, producing a flute and beginning to play. Immediately, Fluffy's eyelids began to droop. The figure of Lu Wei swayed precariously before finally succumbing to slumber. Draco prompted, Harry, do not cease. To be fair, the melody produced by the flute was rather unpleasant. The group shed their invisibility cloak, and Ron pulled open the trapdoor, peering inside as he remarked that it seemed bottomless and lacking a ladder, leaving no choice but to jump down. Harry inquired, are you willing to be the first to descend? Ron shook his head. I certainly do not wish to. It appears far too perilous. At that moment, Draco muttered softly, if only Amy were here. No one contradicted him, for they shared the same sentiment. With a sigh, Harry handed the flute to Hermione. After a few seconds of the flute's silence, Lu Wei appeared to stir, but under Hermione's melodic tones, he drifted back into a deep sleep. Cautiously, Harry maneuvered around Lu Wei, gripping the edge of the hole as he slowly descended. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his head and addressed Ron. If I find myself in danger, do not follow me. Seek out Amy or Professor Dumbledore. All right, be careful, Ron replied. Harry released his grip and began to drop rapidly, ultimately landing on something soft. He called out, no problem, just jump. There's something soft below. Upon hearing this, Ron leaped down without hesitation, followed by Draco, and then Hermione. At the instant the flute ceased playing, Hermione also jumped, prompting Lu Wei to commence barking frantically. Amy, observing her father's grim expression, astutely cast a silencing charm upon Lu Wei. Lu Wei, you must survive. Hagrid cares deeply for you. Please do not end up in her father's cauldron. Her spell was potent enough to quiet Lu Wei, who trembled at the overwhelming magical pressure looming over him. Severus Snape frowned at the seemingly endless pit. Although he was aware that it merely contained devil's snare and posed little threat, he cast a glance at the girl beside him, barely reaching his chest, and sighed inwardly. Amy is still young. It is prudent to exercise caution. Thus, Dumbledore and McGonagall, mere spectators, watched as Severus tightly embraced Amy and leapt into the abyss. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged glances, unsure whether Severus intended to leap off a cliff. When they descended, Amy found the boys ensnared by the devil's snare, flailing helplessly. Particularly her young master, who appeared on the verge of tears. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Amy took a step forward but was quickly deterred by a menacing glare from behind her. She cast an innocent look at her father, signaling that she had no intentions of causing trouble. Snape scoffed, recognizing her guilty conscience. Soon, Hermione recalled the herbology lesson and used a spell to disperse the devil's snare. Amy, witnessing this, couldn't help but marvel at Hermione and her two companions. Perhaps this time it was three. She internally corrected herself, for Draco belonged to her. The quartet reached the corridor's end, revealing a brightly lit chamber. Look, is that a flock of birds? Draco pointed at the ceiling. Harry looked up to see countless dazzling birds, reminiscent of jewels, swirling above, while an ancient door loomed across from them. Draco continued to gaze at the avian spectacle, their appearance aligning with the Malfoy aesthetic. Suddenly, the young master seemed to discover something, exclaiming, "They are not birds. They are a swarm of flying keys." What? The three looked up closely and indeed confirmed his observation. But with so many, which one do we need? Ron queried. Hermione scrutinized the door and noted a silver key, shaped like a doorknob. Harry surveyed the surroundings and suddenly fixed his gaze on a corner, exclaiming with excitement, "Look, it's a flying broomstick." The two Quidditch champions, Draco and Harry, exchanged smiles and dashed to retrieve the broomstick, soaring to the ceiling. Ron and Hermione followed suit, taking flight as well. In no time, Harry spotted a rather limp key in the corner, as though it had been roughly seized. "There it is," he shouted. Draco also noticed the key. They worked together seamlessly and soon captured it. Hermione exclaimed, "Fantastic. This is the one. Quickly, let us open the door." Harry inserted the key into the lock, and with a satisfying click, the door swung open. The four entered the second chamber, which astonishingly revealed a gigantic chessboard. Ron remarked, "It seems we must win this game of chess to proceed." He glanced at the others. "Shall you heed my commands?" To be honest, both Harry and Hermione are not particularly skilled. "What about you, Draco?" Draco, with a haughty lift of his chin, declared, "I am certainly proficient at this. Even Amy has never bested me." The concealed Snape raised an eyebrow at Amy, pondering why he had not known of something she was incapable of. Chapter 30. The first semester concludes. Amy, sensing Snape's gaze, innocently smiled at him. The trio fell silent. Was it a matter of inability to win? Or were they intentionally allowing Draco to triumph? Draco, discerning their disbelief, grumbled, "You do not believe me." Ron quickly retorted, "No, we do believe you." "In that case, Draco, let us strategize together." Surprisingly, Draco's skills were indeed commendable, and they navigated the challenge with relative ease. Ron began to entertain the thought of challenging Draco upon their return. The next corridor led to a colossal troll, larger than the one from Halloween, though it lay lifeless. The group did not linger, proceeding to the next chamber, which contained only a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. Not only Harry and his companions, but even Amy leaned in with keen interest. Snape, observing this, felt a tinge of exasperation. Had he not allowed her to play with such things in her childhood? Suddenly, Harry and the others noticed 2 flames, one black and the other purple, flickering ominously in front of and behind them. Draco casually picked up a piece of parchment from the table, which read, "Danger lies ahead, safety is behind." Upon seeing another piece of parchment with rules, Hermione chuckled, "This is brilliant. What a clever riddle. Truly, Professor Snape is remarkable." Ron, perplexed by Hermione's mirth, interjected, "All right, we know Professor Snape is impressive, but how do we get past this challenge?" Hermione thoughtfully replied, "Wait, let me think." After a moment, she confidently stated, "The smallest bottle will allow one to pass through the black flame and retrieve the Sorcerer's Stone. The one on the far right will enable a safe return through the purple flame." Draco frowned, "But that small bottle is only enough for one person. Only one can go in to retrieve the stone." Harry suggested, "I shall go. You should drink from the rightmost bottle and return to find Amy." Ron frowned. "Are you mad? That's the Dark Lord. Do you intend to face him alone?" Draco shook his head. "If only Amy were here. Hearing this, Hermione pondered. Perhaps we should go back to find Amy. Harry, you wait here. The Dark Lord Shun-Ti emerged so swiftly. Harry shook his head. There's no time. If the Dark Lord obtains the Sorcerer's Stone, it's over. I'm going first. You must hurry back to find Amy. Hermione, trembling, embraced Harry. Be careful. I'll go find Amy. With that, she took a large gulp from the right side bottle, confirming its safety before dashing out. Harry, without a moment's hesitation, drained the smallest vial and then dashed into the black flames. In the shadows, Amy quietly cast a silencing charm to ensure they would not be detected by Voldemort within. Harry burst into the final chamber, where Quirrell awaited. Quirrell laughed. His stutter completely vanished. I was just pondering whether you would return. Indeed, Potter, you have come. With that, Quirrell snapped his fingers, and Harry found himself ensnared by suddenly appearing ropes. Potter, your insatiable curiosity will lead to your demise, along with that daughter of Snape. At the mention of the latter, Quirrell's face twisted with fury, as if he longed to tear Amy apart. Watch closely, Potter. I must gaze upon this mirror, Quirrell murmured. Where is it? Where is it? Master, help me. Harry, in a state of terror, realized a voice emanated from Quirrell's body. Or rather from the back of his head. He had found Amy's assertions unbelievable when she spoke of this, but witnessing it firsthand was utterly chilling. Harry had successfully acquired the Philosopher's Stone, yet he dared not move, fearing that Quirrell and Voldemort might discover its presence in his pocket. Suddenly, Harry noticed Quirrell turning away. No, could it be? Voldemort intended to converse with him directly. In that moment, Harry inexplicably recalled their journey into the Forbidden Forest, feeling an unusual sense of courage. Harry lifted his gaze to Quirrell's grotesque visage peeking from the back of his head and taunted, Amy will kill you. You stand no chance against her, whether in the Forbidden Forest or here. When she arrives, your fate is sealed. Voldemort, enraged, retorted that he could not bear to hear the girl's name. That she must die. Quirrell, kill him, seize the stone. Once I regain my strength, I will personally eliminate Amelia Snape. Quirrell raised his wand towards Harry, preparing to cast the killing curse. Seeing no hope for escape, Harry, adhering to the principle of infuriating his adversary before his demise, remarked, That killing curse of yours seems rather feeble, Voldemort. Do you recall Amy's curse in the Forbidden Forest? The wave of green light was quite beautiful, was it not? Voldemort descended into a frenzy, demanding Quirrell to end Harry's life. At that moment, Amy kicked the door open, raising her wand towards Quirrell's head, Avada Kedavra. She approached Harry's side, her tone laced with exasperation. Should I thank you for your trust? Voldemort, terrified, urged, quick, move aside. Quirrell, well aware of the curse's potency, swiftly dodged and aimed his wand at Amy, Avada Kedavra. Harry and the hidden Snape exchanged alarmed glances. Be careful. Amy, a smirk gracing her lips, did not flinch and raised her wand, Avada Kedavra. The two green beams collided, and without question, Amy emerged victorious. She directed her wand. The familiar wave of green light surged towards Quirrell, Avada Kedavra. Ultimately, Voldemort dissipated into a wisp of smoke. As for Quirrell, Amy casually glanced at him. Oh, he still draws breath. Azkaban welcomes you. The killing curse she had cast was indeed sufficient to slay Quirrell. After all, Voldemort was not one to concern himself with the mortality of his subordinates. However, upon glancing at Harry, Amy shrugged. There's still a child present. It hardly seems fitting to take a life. At the year-end feast, the newly adorned hall was resplendent with green and silver decorations, emblematic of Slytherin's triumph in securing the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. A grand Slytherin banner hung prominently at the guest table. Another year had passed, and Dumbledore addressed the assembly. This year, let us extend our congratulations to Slytherin for winning the House Cup, he concluded. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause. Draco, brimming with excitement, tugged at Blaze's sleeve, boasting, Look, Slytherin has claimed victory yet again. I even safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone, granting us an additional 50 points. Blaze regarded him with exasperation. Amy earned 100 points, thanks largely to her leadership, did she not? Slytherin accumulated points here and there. Draco, somewhat displeased, gripped Amy's sleeve. I know Amy is impressive, but I also contributed significantly. Amy smiled warmly. Of course, had it not been for the points you added, I dare say the House Cup might have slipped from our grasp. Draco's disheartened demeanor evaporated, his pride restored. Naturally, Blaze wore an expression of disbelief, gesturing towards Pansy. Look at those two. One is eager to boast, and the other is all too willing to indulge him. Amy beamed at the staff table, leisurely casting Dumbledore a knowing glance, then playfully winking at Snape. Snape's typically stoic countenance softened, and he inclined his head slightly towards her. Satisfied, Amy turned away, indifferent to Dumbledore's thoughts. Even if he orchestrated plans for the welfare of the wizarding world with selflessness and valor, what did it matter? In her heart, Only those she cherished held significance. Dumbledore's attempts to meddle were of no concern to her, and his disapproving gaze would not deter her. She was not so noble. Dumbledore might dream of preferential treatment for Gryffindor, but that was merely a fantasy. Chapter 31. The Trembling Draco. During the holiday, in Spinner's End, Amy and Snape returned to their former routine, both taciturn individuals cohabiting in harmonious understanding. With the absence of teaching duties, Snape reverted to his former nocturnal habits, immersing himself in potion-making. However, Amy disapproved of this behavior, and after countless mealtimes where she forcibly dragged Snape from the basement, his temper finally flared. As he prepared to protest, he met Amy's unwavering gaze. Snape opened his mouth, for the first time suppressing his instinct to retort in anger. With resignation, Snape said, "Amy, I'm truly fine. Missing a meal is no matter." Amy regarded him disapprovingly. "Father." Snape sighed, ultimately conceding, "Very well, let us dine." He understood that if he did not eat, Amy would persist in waiting for him, forgoing her own meal. The once invincible potions master found himself bested in this regard by his daughter. He could forego a meal for himself, but he could not permit his daughter to suffer alongside him. After their meal, Amy pulled Snape to the sofa to rest, and he acquiesced without struggle. He picked up a rare tome on potions he had scavenged from a shop and began to peruse it slowly. Amy, too, took a volume on alchemy and settled beside him. She always timed her appearances perfectly, arriving just after Snape had finished brewing a potion. She ensured he had no chance to retreat to the basement for another round of potion making, pulling him directly into the living room. Snape glanced out the window, the sun glaring down brightly. Yet, he knew that Amy had intentionally replaced the window with a larger one, allowing him to bask in the warm sunlight without stepping outside. It was due to Amy that he had developed the habit of soaking in the sun's rays. Before Amy's arrival at Spinner's End, he had never imagined that Severus Snape would once again bask in sunlight. On this day, as Amy and Snape sat on the sofa reading, a sound emanated from the fireplace. Snape leisurely raised his gaze, recognizing two familiar platinum heads. Lucius's familiar voice echoed, "Ah, Severus, Amy, it's been a while." Amy smiled and replied, "Indeed, Uncle Lucius, Draco." Snape, displaying his usual disdain, interjected, "Lucius, we have matters to discuss." Annoyed by the interruption of his reading time with his daughter, Lucius remained unfazed by his friend's demeanor, settling himself comfortably. Amy prepared 2 cups of tea for the 2 men before greeting them and promptly taking Draco's hand to step outside. Clearly, the adults needed to converse, and the children decided to entertain themselves. Lucius watched their departing figures and remarked pointedly, "These two have always shared a strong bond. They have never quarreled." Snape's expression remained impassive. "That is because Amy has always coddled Draco." Lucius raised an eyebrow. "Amy has always been quite affectionate towards Draco, has she not? They grew up together, after all." Snape's countenance darkened. "Lucius, Amy is merely 11 years old." Unfazed, Lucius replied, "They can establish something worthwhile for the future. At Hogwarts, they can support each other and navigate through challenges." Snape's expression hardened. "If Draco dares to develop any inappropriate feelings for Amy, I will not let him off lightly. As for Amy, her unfortunate father is her headmaster. I trust she knows whom to turn to in times of need." Lucius sighed in resignation. "Severus." Snape's expression remained stoic. "You may leave now." Lucius took a deep breath, filled with a sense of helplessness. "Draco, your father has done his utmost. The rest is up to you, especially with your godfather's scrutiny, which is daunting." Yet, he genuinely hoped that Amy could become Draco's wife. Her character was impeccable, having watched her grow since childhood. She treated Draco well and defended him. He recalled the incident in the corridor, of which Draco had written to inform him. Noting the clumsy tone of his son's letter and his inquiry about Amy's feelings towards him, Lucius found himself chuckling. Amy's affections were so evident. Yet it seemed only his son remained blissfully unaware. Moreover, he could discern Draco's evident attraction to Amy, albeit his own confusion lingered. When Lucius received Draco's letter, he was taken aback. The implications were substantial, though Draco might have merely intended to ask him a single question. Lucius felt a wave of anxiety upon realizing that the Dark Lord had not perished. However, witnessing Amy besting the Dark Lord left him astounded. This daughter-in-law was essential. With her, the Malfoy family need not concern themselves with the ugly, cruel Dark Lord. She possessed strength, virtue, mutual affection, and a deep understanding of their backgrounds. She was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for the role of Mrs. Malfoy. Yet, as Lucius surveyed the cold visage of his friend, clearly radiating a sentiment of "leave me be," he understood that his son's pursuit of love would be a formidable journey. He was certain that had he uttered another word, Severus would have unceremoniously cast him out. With a resigned sigh, Lucius stated, "I am already aware of the Dark Lord's situation. Surely you must share your intentions regarding Dumbledore with me." Snape frowned. "You do not intend to return to the Dark Lord, do do you? Lucius raised an eyebrow. Surely. Amy's abilities far surpass those of the Dark Lord, would they not? Snape's expression darkened. In the end, you are still fixated on my daughter. Lucius, I insist you leave. Meanwhile, Amy had transported Draco to number 12, Grimmauld Place, using apparition, where they met Harry. The three spent the day together, and in the evening, Amy decided to leave Harry there, asking Mrs. Weasley to take care of him for a while. Mrs. Weasley appeared delighted and readily agreed. Amy never contemplated bringing Harry back to live with her. She feared that one day she might awaken to her father informing her that Harry had been sent to the cauldron. Upon returning to Spinner's End, Amy found that Lucius had already departed. Snape, with a stern expression, declared, Draco, starting tomorrow, I will be giving you and Amy supplementary lessons. Draco, incredulous, protested. But it's the holiday. Supplementary lessons? The words of dissent formed on his lips, but were silenced by a mere glance from Snape. Supplementary lessons were not entirely out of the question. Draco trembled at the thought of what his father had discussed with his godfather, as Snape's expression was utterly terrifying. During the remaining holiday, Amy dutifully assisted Snape in brewing potions or retreated to her room to read. As for Draco, just a few weeks of this routine nearly drove him to madness. The mountain of essays, the extensive potion knowledge, and his godfather's oppressive aura were overwhelming. Chapter 32, The Flower Peacock, Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry looked around in confusion. He found himself in a spacious yet dimly lit shop, filled with items that sent shivers down his spine. He had no idea why he was there. Perhaps he hadn't been clear while using flu powder. However, Harry knew he needed to leave quickly. His instincts warned him that this was not a favorable place. He cautiously approached the door, but before he could exit, he heard it swing open. Turning, his eyes brightened at the sight of Draco. Ah, Draco, he called instinctively. Draco, hearing his name, glanced over. Harry. Harry rushed over, relief flooding his features. I have no idea where this is. I'm so glad to see you. Harry observed the man beside Draco, whose striking resemblance to him confirmed that this was Mr. Malfoy, Draco's father. Harry greeted him politely. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius graciously responded. You must be Harry Potter. Draco has spoken of you. I understand you are quite good friends. Harry shot a surprised glance at Draco, who bestowed upon him a proud and haughty look. Feeling at ease, Harry affirmed, Yes, we are good friends. Draco has helped me a lot at school. Lucius nodded in satisfaction. Harry, you may call me Uncle Lucius, just as Amy does. Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, Amy's brother, Draco's friend, and the adversary of the Dark Lord. Since the Malfoy family sought to distance themselves from the Dark Lord, they would naturally take concrete actions. Harry was taken aback by Lucius's amiability. All right, Uncle Lucius. The rumors he had heard at the Weasley household had led him to believe that Draco's father was an unapproachable figure. It seemed he had been mistaken. At that moment, Draco curiously inquired, Harry, how did you end up in Nocturne Alley? Harry was stunned. Is this Nocturne Alley? I had no idea. Perhaps I was unclear while using flu powder. Draco marveled at Harry's luck, having unwittingly stumbled into Nocturne Alley, yet fortuitously encountering them. Not far away, a hunched figure approached. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, what a pleasure it is to see you. And young Master Malfoy. Oh, this is Mr. Potter. What an honor. Oh, Mr. Borgin, Lucius replied nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings before turning to the two boys. Draco, Harry, do not wander about. We shall return to Diagon Alley shortly. Draco, feeling a twinge of disappointment, remarked, I thought you were going to buy me a gift. Lucius lazily cast a glance at his son. Have I not already purchased you the latest broomstick? Draco sighed. Very well. He then took Harry's hand, leading him on an aimless exploration, while Lucius directed his attention to Borgin, stating, I have come to sell some items. Boking smiled warmly and remarked, Surely, without the ministry's scrutiny, they would not dare to disturb you, would they? Lucius responded with a tone of disdain. Of course, the Malfoys still hold some measure of esteem. However, certain individuals within the ministry have grown increasingly fond of meddling, which is quite troublesome. Boking's tone carried a hint of speculation, yet it is said that the Malfoy family maintains a splendid rapport with the Oddities Emporium, is it not? With that esteemed establishment involved, who would possess the audacity to act recklessly atop a tiger's back? Lucius raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, that child, Amy, is indeed remarkable. Yet the Malfoy family has not yet reached the point of necessitating the support of a young girl. As the two engaged in their negotiation, Harry quietly inquired, Your family possesses such an abundance of dark artifacts? Draco, his tone laced with pride, replied, Indeed, we have many, though my father forbids me from approaching them. Suddenly, Harry recalled Mr. Weasley and asked, the ministry official opposed to Uncle Lucius wouldn't happen to be Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, would he? Draco, somewhat awkwardly, conceded, That seems likely. You know, the Malfoys and the Weasleys have never seen eye to eye. Harry felt a bit of a headache arising, yet Lucius appeared quite amiable. in stark contrast to Mr. Weasley's portrayal. Draco shrugged. That is because you have yet to witness the spectacle of two adults clashing. Harry paused, pondering. Clashing? By the way, Uncle Weasley seems to be in Diagon Alley. It couldn't be merely coincidence, could it? Well, we ought to depart, Mr. Malfoy said, addressing the two children. Upon leaving Bokings, they commenced their journey towards Diagon Alley. Unsettled by the predatory gazes of passers-by, Harry instinctively edged closer to Mr. Malfoy, asking, "Are they dark wizards?" Mr. Malfoy's tone was relaxed. "Yes, but fret not, Harry. They dare not approach. Not everyone has the audacity to provoke a Malfoy." Draco chimed in, "Rest assured. With my father present, no one would dare harm us." The pride and arrogance in the young lad's tone was unmistakable, inciting a twinge of envy in Harry. Harry felt a pang of longing for Amy and asked, "Where is Amy? Aren't you two together?" From what he understood, they usually spent their time in each other's company. "My father is here on business at the Leaky Cauldron, while Amy went to procure other supplies. We shall meet her directly at Florian Fortescue's," Draco explained. Florian Fortescue's. They would reunite with Amy there. Draco frowned at the throng of people inside the shop, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. Why are there so many of these tiresome muggles? Harry noted that Mr. Malfoy bore an expression of similar distaste, yet remained silent, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that both Malfoys were quite considerate of him. Harry spotted Hermione and Ron and rushed towards them, while Lucius escorted Amy and Draco to the second floor. They watched as Gilderoy Lockhart boasted shamelessly, clinging to Harry's side and taking photos. "I shall grace the front page of the Daily Prophet alongside Harry. And of course, I have an exciting announcement. I will be the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts." Listening to Lockhart's exaggerated tone, Amy cast a look of disdain at his grip on Harry's hand and silently uttered a spell, disintegration. Draco furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "That buffoon is to be our defense against the dark arts professor? Dumbledore must be out of his mind." The crowd erupted in astonishment as Lockhart's blue robes suddenly disintegrated, revealing his butterfly-patterned undergarments. Draco quickly pulled Amy aside, shielding her from the garish sight. "It's too much to bear. This peacock wears no proper attire." Lucius appeared contemplative, glancing at Harry, who was attempting to make a hasty escape, and realized, "Amy, it was you, wasn't it?" Amy admitted, "Yes, he deserved a lesson." Chapter 33, the beginning of second year. Draco, also scoffing, added, "Indeed, he ought to learn a lesson for using Harry to garner fame." "My goodness, Draco, Amy, and Uncle Lucius, I finally found you." Harry gasped, breathless. Draco raised an eyebrow. "So, the illustrious savior, Harry Potter, finds fame quite enjoyable, does he?" Harry sighed. "Draco. By the way, Uncle Lucius, this is Ron and Hermione. This is Ginny," Harry introduced, before informing them. "This is Draco's father, Uncle Lucius." The group regarded the finely dressed nobleman with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Lucius looked down his nose slightly, addressing them. "You are Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, correct? Draco often speaks of you. Miss Granger, the ever-brilliant Gryffindor, your grades are only surpassed by Amy's. And Ron, your prowess in chess is commendable. You managed to outsmart Professor McGonagall's setup. And the lovely young lady from the Weasley family, a charming young lady indeed." The trio gaped at the pure-blood aristocrat, their eyes brightening with surprise. Children are easily pleased. They now felt that Draco's father was rather amiable, especially Ron and Hermione, who always craved validation, particularly from adults. Ginny flushed, appearing somewhat bashful. Amy, Draco, and Harry contributed to the lively atmosphere, engaging in cheerful conversation. Amy subtly took the young master's hand, smiling at him, knowing that without Draco's presence, Uncle Lucius might not have been so affable, especially with Hermione, a muggle-born. The Malfoys always valued family, and regardless of ulterior motives, Lucius would always consider Draco's feelings. The young master shot her a proud glance and grasped her hand in return. Lucius, observing the interaction from the corner of his eye, felt a smile tug at his lips. "What are you all up to?" Mr. Weasley, flanked by Fred and George, squeezed through the crowd. With a wary glint in his eye, he regarded Malfoy, wary of his rival. Amy glanced at the two, remaining composed. She had already secured her notebook from Uncle Lucius. So today, as confrontation was unlikely to escalate, it was far better for the elegant platinum aristocrat to stand gracefully than to engage in a scuffle. With a languid drawl, Lucius reassured, "No need to be tense. Arthur, the children are present." Ron frowned, adding, "Yes, Dad. You should greet Mr. Malfoy." Ginny tugged at Mr. Weasley's trousers. "Ron is right, Daddy." Mr. Weasley stared incredulously at his two children, bewildered by their apparent defection. Lucius had stolen his family. Amy clearly noticed the slight upward curve of Lucius's lips and declared, "All right, Arthur, do not be like that. Oh, and to the two young Weasleys, and Mrs. Weasley, greetings. We must take our leave." The last remark was directed towards Amy and Draco. Mrs. Weasley politely responded, "Hello, Mr. Malfoy. I apologize for Arthur's demeanor." Lucius smiled. "It is quite all right, madam." Even after the four departed, Mr. Weasley remained rooted in place, bewildered. Had his archenemy lost his sanity? Mrs. Weasley regarded him with disdain. "Well, I find Mr. Malfoy is not as dreadful as you make him out to be. Perhaps it is your perspective that is overly tinted." Ron nodded in agreement, feeling that his father's opinions about Mr. Malfoy were somewhat excessive. Mr. Weasley, upon witnessing this scene, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. "Let us head back. I can't take it any longer. I need to recover." Harry bit his lip fiercely to stifle a laugh. In terms of strategy, Mr. Weasley was evidently outmatched by Uncle Lucius. Amy was indeed correct. The peculiar enmity between the Weasleys and the Malfoys was rather entertaining. During the remainder of the holiday, at Hogwarts, in the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony was underway. Draco, however, was preoccupied at the Slytherin table. He tugged at Amy's sleeve, his voice laced with concern. "Amy, why haven't Harry and Ron shown up yet?" Amy smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. They will be here shortly. Just look." At that moment, two shadowy figures loitering outside the window were none other than Harry and Ron. Draco was puzzled. How had they ended up outside? They hadn't been found on the Hogwarts Express and surely could not apparate. So how had they arrived there? Suddenly, Amy's expression shifted dramatically. Draco furrowed his brow at her. "What's wrong? Is something truly amiss?" Amy replied, her voice tinged with alarm. "Draco, have you noticed that one of the teachers is missing?" Draco froze and turned to glance at the staff table. There was Dumbledore, beaming, Hagrid, drinking heartily, and Gilderoy Lockhart with his flamboyant demeanor. Draco's countenance darkened as he realized who was absent. The young master tentatively suggested, "Perhaps Harry and the others are simply having a streak of bad luck? It would be rather unfortunate to be captured by their godfather on the very first day of school." "Oh no, it's the godfather," he lamented, despite their distance. He could still sense the imposing aura of his godfather. Draco complained, "What kind of punishment will the godfather impose on them?" Amy covered her face. "I have no idea. But if we go to find him now, our fate will surely not be much better than theirs. Let us just hope they can fend for themselves." After the sorting concluded, Amy observed the surroundings. Slytherin students were indeed the fewest in number. The first-year witches and wizards resembled those who had just arrived the previous year. Slytherin had always been distinctly hierarchical, both in status and seating arrangements. Amy withdrew her gaze, accustomed to the scrutinizing stares around her. It was evident that this year's first years had heard tales about her from their upperclassmen, as their glances toward her were filled with either appraisal or awe. Amy leisurely sipped her pumpkin juice and scanned the room. The elegance of Slytherin and the commanding presence of the Daughter of the Serpent were unmistakable. Draco instantly sensed a notable decrease in the gazes directed at them. "Miss Snape certainly has the demeanor of her esteemed father." Amy raised an eyebrow. "Master Malfoy is no different." TSK, TSK, TSK. The two turned toward the sound, which belonged to Pansy and Blaze. Both were covering their faces, unable to bear the sight. Draco grimaced in disdain. "Have you both eaten enough, or are you simply overindulged?" Amy could not suppress her laughter. Professor Snape had returned, along with Professor McGonagall. Draco glanced at the staff table and remarked, "The godfather does not look pleased." Amy leisurely followed his gaze, directly meeting the steely eyes of a certain old bee. Could he be anything but displeased? "Dumbledore has once again usurped his authority," Amy shrugged. Draco frowned. "Dumbledore truly is as biased as ever in favor of Gryffindor, though this time it is Harry and Ron he favors." Taking another sip of pumpkin juice, Amy mused that this indicated that Harry and Ron were safe. The school year hadn't officially begun, so no points would be deducted. Oh, but that means they will face detention. I only hope they do not fall into their father's clutches. Draco concurred. Indeed, treating a slug like that only drives one mad. Chapter 34, The Soul's Inquiry. The first morning of term commenced with Charms class, followed by Defense Against the Dark Arts in the afternoon. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Amy unhesitatingly pulled Draco to the back row. Draco questioned, "Why sit back here? Even if that Lockhart is a fool, isn't our status better suited for a front row seat?" Amy insisted, "We must sit in the last row. Draco, you'll thank me later." Draco looked at her in bewilderment, but complied and sat down. Many decisions in their dynamic were made by Amy. This was their unspoken understanding. Draco unconditionally trusted Amy, just as she unconditionally protected him. Their bond was reciprocal, built on trust. As it turned out, Amy and Draco's influence was considerable. Draco held sway over Slytherin, while Amy could illuminate the entire school. This class saw Slytherin and Hufflepuff together upon entering. The little snakes and badgers noted that the prominent figures from their respective houses were seated at the back, prompting them to follow suit. Consequently, a peculiar phenomenon emerged in the class. Each student began to take their seats from the back row forward, without exception. By the end, those who arrived late found themselves trembling in the front row, apprehensive about what might unfold during the lesson. The few closest to Amy watched her with curiosity, and Pansy was the first to break the silence, asking, "Amy, what exactly is going on? Is there something wrong with this professor?" Amy nodded. "There are indeed issues. He is rather lacking in intellect." Pansy gasped, taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Amy speak so disrespectfully of a professor. Amy remained impassive. How dare this fool take on the role of a professor? Their conversation had not been conducted in hushed tones, and thus the entire classroom was aware of Amy's remark. So, was the new defense against the dark arts professor truly lacking in intellect? Naturally, this was merely the boys' perspective. The girls glared at Amy in indignation but dared not voice their thoughts, partly out of fear of Amy's power, partly out of concern for Snape's protective nature. Draco scowled in distaste and stood up, ready to voice his thoughts, only to be pulled back by Amy. She rose and surveyed the room, noticing the students who instinctively averted their gazes. Suppressing her disdain, she said, "Do you all find Professor Lockhart to your liking?" The girls instinctively inclined their heads to nod but hesitated under Amy's scrutiny. Amy took in their expressions and continued, "Then I must ask you, does Lockhart possess the strength of Professor Dumbledore?" The girls shook their heads. Dumbledore was known as the most powerful white wizard. And can Lockhart's knowledge compare to that of Professor Snape? Amy pressed further. The girls hesitated, realizing he indeed did not measure up. One girl, unwilling to concede, protested, "We can't always compare him to what he is not good at." Amy cast a fleeting glance her way. "A little badger," she mused. "Is he as gentle as Cedric Diggory?" Amy continued, "Is he as dashing as Crumb?" The girls fell silent, grappling with her soul-searching inquiries. They exchanged conflicted glances, as if she had made a valid point. Amy concluded, "No amount of talk can compare to witnessing it firsthand. Just observe your idol closely during this lesson and see for yourselves." When Lockhart finally entered, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. He remained oblivious to this oddity and enthusiastically began his lecture. "I needn't introduce myself. You all know who I am. I have received." Draco, in a state of ennui, reclined his head against Amy's shoulder. "I am utterly bored. This fool is truly insufferable, incessantly prattling on with nonsense." Seizing the opportunity, Amy gently tousled the soft golden locks of the young master. "All right, it will be over soon. Just bear with it a little longer." Draco mumbled in response, obediently resting his eyes while leaning against Amy. With a subtle flick of her wand, Amy cast a confundus charm over herself and Draco, ensuring that no one would notice their current state. Draco, not overly concerned, trusted that Amy would manage everything adeptly. Unbeknownst to everyone, including Draco, Amy's gaze upon him was filled with profound tenderness. Having ventured into this world, and encountering someone she cherished and wished to protect, what harm was there in indulging in a romantic mindset? If Draco desired a life of unrestrained freedom, she would shield him from the storms and clear all obstacles from his path. If he aspired to grow, she would remain steadfastly by his side, unwavering. There was no need for justification. Amy simply understood that her young master was deserving of the finest things this world had to offer. This idyllic moment, however, was abruptly shattered by a certain culprit, blissfully unaware of the disruption he caused, still beaming brightly. "I know everyone has purchased my complete works, and now, let us partake in a little quiz. Do not fret, simply write down whatever you know." Amy's expression darkened. Who would wish to engage with that foolishness? Draco, having overheard Gilderoy Lockhart's words, reluctantly remarked, "What could this fool possibly present as a challenge? Just those few shabby books of his?" Amy discreetly lifted the confundus charm, revealing themselves to the classroom once again. Disappearing so suddenly would surely raise suspicions. As the students received their papers, Amy distinctly noted the pallor on the boys' faces, while the girls exhibited a mix of confidence and bewilderment, their gazes flitting between her and Lockhart. A subtle smile curved Amy's lips. This was merely the beginning. Soon enough, she would shatter their inflated perceptions, filling Hogwarts to the brim with their shattered illusions. "You have 30 minutes. Let the examination commence," declared Lockhart from the podium. Draco, in an exasperated tone, questioned, "Who knows what color he fancies or what his mysterious ambitions and achievements are? Has this man even engaged his brain?" The young master then turned to Amy. "How do you plan to respond?" Amy shrugged. "I shall submit a blank sheet. To write such drivel would be an affront to my intelligence." Draco nodded in agreement. "Excellent idea." Once the papers were collected, Lockhart began to peruse them in front of the entire class. "Almost no one recalls my favorite things, despite my having mentioned them before." Finally, Lockhart proclaimed, "Now, returning to the matter at hand, we are about to confront the most malevolent of creatures. They are exceedingly dangerous and terrifying. But fear not, for I am here, and I can assure you that you will not come to harm." As he spoke, he lifted a covered cage onto the desk, drawing the attention of the young wizards. Draco, intrigued, inquired, "Amy, what do you think is inside?" Amy sighed. It is genuinely dangerous. How dare he bring it so close? Let alone into the classroom? Draco pondered for a moment and agreed. Please remain calm, Lockhart said as he dramatically unveiled the cloth, revealing a Cornish pixie. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, and Draco burst into laughter. Cornish pixies? Are they truly dangerous? The most malevolent of creatures? How can you utter such nonsense? Lockhart's face visibly darkened. Do not speak so. They can indeed be perilous. The pixies, with their high-pitched voices, began to create chaos, incessantly teasing the young wizards. Lockhart hastily released them all, declaring, "Now let me see how you will deal with them." The pixies rampaged through the classroom, wreaking havoc and tormenting the young wizards, many of whom hid beneath their desks. Lockhart shouted encouragingly, "They are not frightening. Deal with them. It is easy." A sound of shattering hearts echoed among the girls. As their illusions of Lockhart crumbled, Amy waved her wand, sending the pixies that approached her flying away. Pansy and her friends rushed to Amy's side, asking in disgust, "What now? Are we really going to follow that idiot's instructions to deal with these creatures?" Amy replied coldly, "I have no interest in that. I am leaving with Draco." With that, she opened the door to the back of the classroom and took Draco's hand, departing. Seeing this, Pansy and the others promptly followed them out. The Slytherins were the first to notice this scene, exchanging glances. Since the head was leaving, there was no reason for them to remain. They were not a bunch of foolish Gryffindors. As the Slytherin students exited, the classroom became eerily empty. The Hufflepuffs exchanged hurried looks before rushing out, disregarding Lockhart's frantic pleas. Thus, the classroom was left with only Lockhart and the pixies. Uncertain who was the last to leave, they kindly closed the door behind them, trapping the pixies inside. Realizing they were now alone, the pixies charged toward Lockhart. He desperately waved his wand, shouting, "Pesca pixie pesternemy," to no avail, as his wand was snatched away. Lockhart looked on in terror as the pixies approached him, screaming, "Do not come any closer." In the corridor, Amy gazed back at the throng of students following her, surprised that they had all come out. Draco smirked, "Perhaps you will be making another visit to the headmaster's office?" Amy sighed, "It seems so. In the dungeons." Snape raised an eyebrow as Amy entered. "Class has not yet concluded, has it?" Amy, weary, approached and recounted Lockhart's foolish antics. Snape's eyes glinted with disdain, "A worthless fool. I wonder what Dumbledore is thinking, allowing such a class to proceed." He gestured for her to assist him. With a frown, Amy ran over to take over Snape's work, expressing her frustration, "But after I escaped class with Draco, the remaining students followed suit. It seems they even closed the door, leaving only Lockhart and those pixies behind. I could hear his screams from afar. Father, I suppose I am bound for the headmaster's office again." Snape's eyes twitched slightly. In all his years at Hogwarts, it was the first time he had witnessed an entire class opting to skip. However, his expression hardened. "If Dumbledore dares to summon you, I will accompany you. That inept fool is not worthy of being compared to you." Amy smiled brightly. "You are the best, Father." Having someone to support her felt exhilarating. As expected, a Hufflepuff student approached, requesting that Amy visit the headmaster's office. Snape's expression soured as he cast a cold glance at the student. "Understood," he replied, and together with Amy, they made their way to the headmaster's office. As Amy passed by the upperclassman, she clearly observed his hesitance to speak. It seemed he was too frightened to voice his thoughts. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Amy discovered that not only Dumbledore and Lockhart were present, but also Professor Sprout. It made sense, as this class was attended by both Slytherin and Hufflepuff, and Professor Sprout was the head of Hufflepuff. Amy politely greeted them, receiving gentle responses from Dumbledore and Professor Sprout, while Lockhart merely huffed in disdain. Snape's gaze instantly turned icily sharp, his murderous glare sweeping over Lockhart. Lockhart quivered under Snape's scrutiny, yet unwilling to appear at a disadvantage. He directed his words toward Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, Miss Snape has led her students to skive off classes. Shouldn't she face punishment?" Professor Sprout furrowed her brow and interjected, "Miss Snape has consistently excelled in class. Shouldn't Professor Lockhart first elucidate the matter of those house elves?" This incident had spread throughout Hogwarts, with numerous students witnessing Lockhart's humiliation. The next day's Daily Prophet would undoubtedly feature this scandal. Lockhart's reputation lay in tatters. Consequently, he glared at Amy with even greater venom, knowing that the entire Hogwarts community was privy to his disgraceful predicament. Who could have possibly taken those photographs? Lockhart defended himself, asserting the defense against the dark arts curriculum should emphasize practical application, should it not? Those house elves posed no real threat. Snape's deep voice interrupted. "If that is the case, why did Professor Lockhart hide under the desk?" This was undeniably salt rubbed into Lockhart's wounds. His face darkened with indignation. He exclaimed, "Headmaster Dumbledore, Miss Snape must be severely reprimanded." Dumbledore regarded the two, pondering for a moment, and finally decreed, "Very well, Slytherin shall lose 32 points." Under the unwavering gazes of both Snape and Amy, Dumbledore silently revised his statement. What did it mean for them to bully this old man day after day? Lockhart, wearing a sullen expression, turned to Amy and proposed, Headmaster Dumbledore, I have a better idea. Why not have Miss Snape assist me as a teaching assistant? I believe I am in need of one. Dumbledore found himself in a quandary, for Amy was already Severus's teaching assistant, aiding in potions classes during her free periods. Lockhart, with malicious intent, added, That's no problem. Miss Snape can serve detention in the potions office at night. Surely Professor Snape wouldn't mind the disruption to class time, would he? Snape's expression remained stoic, and before he could voice his refusal, Dumbledore interrupted, In that case. It sounds splendid. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? Snape snorted dismissively and took Amy's hand, departing without further ado. Lockhart, that imbecile, thought his daughter could serve as an assistant. He would relish watching Amy torment him during class. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster observed Lockhart's contented departure and reassured the visibly anxious Professor Sprout, Do not fret. Amy is not someone who can be easily manipulated. Professor Sprout remained concerned, wondering if such a kind-hearted and innocent child could truly handle the situation. Dumbledore suppressed a cough, reflecting that innocent and kind was perhaps the most chilling jest he had heard in a century. He comforted her disingenuously, Rest assured. Amy's innocence and kindness should prevent Professor Lockhart from bullying such a young witch. He then cheerfully inquired, Would you care for some sweets? The lemon drops are delightful. Neither of them mentioned the deduction of points from Hufflepuff, nor did Lockhart inquire about it, as they did not believe the young witches and wizards were in the wrong. Under those circumstances, leaving was indeed the right course of action. Snape, tall and long-legged, strode forward, while Amy scampered to keep up. She confidently declared, Father, do not worry. I will not be bullied. I will seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Snape cast her a sidelong glance and retorted, If that fool can bully you, I shall start to question my educational methods. Amy smiled brightly, Of course, Father. You are formidable. I shall not fall short. Let us return, Snape replied, the corners of his mouth lifting as his tone softened. Chapter 36, Seeking a Seeker. Amy. Why are you arriving so late? Draco complained. Amy feigned ignorance. What is the matter? Draco, exasperated, replied, Today is the day of Quidditch practice, Amy. She smiled reassuringly at the fuming young master. All right, my little lord is the best. I have always known that. Let us go. Draco, in a huff, turned his head away. Hurry up, we cannot afford to be late. With a faint smile, Amy thought to herself how endearing he remained. Together, Amy and Draco arrived at the Quidditch pitch alongside the Slytherin team, only to collide with the Gryffindor team. Amy sighed. It seemed that fate had indeed pitted these two rival houses against one another. Wood glared at them furiously. Flint, it is our Gryffindor training time. Kindly vacate the area. Flint, wearing a derisive expression, replied, We possess a note from Professor Snape himself, allowing us to train a new seeker. Wood frowned. You have a new seeker? Indeed, Draco Malfoy, Flint replied with a smirk. Draco stepped forward from the crowd, instantly recognized by the Gryffindors. After all, the second-year prodigy had made quite a name for himself, especially with Lucius Malfoy as his father. The Slytherin players laughed arrogantly. Allow us to demonstrate. This is the Nimbus 2001, recently released, generously sponsored by Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. Of course, you can only gaze upon it, as I doubt you can afford one. The elongated tone revealed the speaker's smugness. The Gryffindor players glared at them with gritted teeth. At that moment, a Gryffindor girl remarked, What does it matter if you have a new seeker? It was merely bought with money. Draco's expression darkened, and he shot a displeased look at her, but surprisingly refrained from mocking her. Amy grasped the young master's hand, understanding his frustration and recognizing how hard he had worked for the seeker position. Amy's cold demeanor startled those present, and Harry and his friends exchanged worried glances. As friends, they were well aware of how much Draco valued the position of seeker, and they understood his capabilities. However, upon witnessing Amy's expression, they realized this situation had escalated. With a frosty glare directed at the girl, Amy declared, What gives you the right to speak of Draco in such a manner? The girl instinctively attempted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words when met with Amy's piercing gaze. Amy continued, her voice chilling as she addressed the Gryffindors. In that case, let us have a match. The victorious team shall remain, allowing you to witness the prowess of our Slytherin seeker. Wood, not daring to refuse, quickly nodded, fearful that any delay might cost Gryffindor a player. Amy ignored them, turning to Draco. You have the talent, do you not? Prove it to them. Draco nodded firmly. I know they will lose terribly. Amy understood that true strength was paramount. She would not allow rumors to spread that Draco had gained entry to the team through wealth. Regarding the girl, Amy cast her a cool glance. Knowing she had myriad ways to deal with her, whether at Hogwarts or elsewhere, the girl turned pale, realizing her words had carried far more weight than she had anticipated. Wood, also frowning at the girl, wondered how she could be so oblivious, as neither he nor the other Gryffindors had spoken ill of Malfoy despite the ongoing conflict. Why had she leaped into the fire? The match commenced, and Amy sat in the stands, her eyes fixed intently on Draco's figure. Hermione and Ron settled beside her, and Ron hesitantly asked, "Amy, what about that girl?" Amy furrowed her brow and interrupted him. "I shall teach her a lesson." Observing Amy's displeasure, Ron was at a loss for words. "All right then. You all are aware of Draco's efforts. Do you not comprehend the significance of the seeker position?" Hermione replied. "We are indeed aware. Draco is also our friend." "We know." Amy nodded slightly. "As long as you understand. If you choose to stand against Draco for the sake of an unrelated individual, I shall have to reconsider our friendship." On the pitch, Draco and Harry simultaneously spotted the golden snitch, but Draco, leveraging the advantage of his Nimbus 2001, was a step quicker than Harry, leading Slytherin to victory. Ecstatic, Draco sprinted towards Amy, unable to conceal his pride, and proclaimed, "Amy, I caught the golden snitch. Slytherin has won." "Well done, Draco. You are most deserving of the Seeker title," Amy replied with a smile. Naturally, Draco's face radiated with joy. The expressions of the Gryffindor players were grim. They had not anticipated losing to Slytherin, particularly with a newly appointed Seeker on the opposing team. Amy glanced anxiously at Harry amidst the crowd. He had come so close to winning. How would the Gryffindor players perceive him? Harry, sensing Amy's gaze, subtly shook his head from a vantage point obscured from the Gryffindor players. Understanding his implication, Amy realized she would have to seek him out at another opportunity. As the Gryffindor team departed, Amy contemplated slipping away, but Draco insisted she remain to watch his practice. As she began to doze off, she heard Draco's exasperated voice. "Is this truly so dull?" Amy, somewhat dazed, nodded and leaned against him as they gradually made their way back to Hogwarts Castle. That evening, several of them convened in the Room of Requirement. Amy and Harry shared their plans to establish a study group. "As you are all aware, the Dark Lord is poised to resurrect. Therefore, I hope you will cultivate the ability to protect yourselves. Spells such as the Disarming Charm and Shield Charm are imperative to master. This will take place right here, in the Room of Requirement." Hermione's eyes lit up upon hearing the plan. "This is splendid. I believe we can commence at any moment." Amy nodded. "Last semester we primarily focused on textbook content together. Now we must learn to practice, particularly with spells. Let us begin tomorrow. I will instruct you in spellcasting. And when I am not around, you shall practice on your own." Amy hesitated, her expression turning slightly vexed. "I still have to assist Lockhart. I fear I will be busier." Ron looked at her with sympathy, a potions teaching assistant, a defense against the dark arts assistant, and now teaching us. My goodness. Is that truly feasible for one person? Chapter 37, A Battle of Wits. In the days that followed, Amy found herself engaged in a battle of wits with Lockhart. The latest gossip and jokes at Hogwarts were monopolized by the two of them. Each day, the young witches and wizards eagerly discussed the latest antics of Lockhart and Amy during defense against the dark arts class. Initially, Lockhart's admirers dwindled, as they had to admit their blindness in adoring a fool. For instance, at the beginning of class, Lockhart proclaimed, "Defense against the dark arts requires practical application. So let my assistant, Miss Snape, demonstrate for us." Shortly thereafter, Amy caused Lockhart to fall into a stupor, effectively rendering him unconscious for an entire class. During that session, Amy conducted dueling exercises with the young wizards, and with her watchful eye, no incidents occurred. After class, the students dispersed in a hurry, while Lockhart slowly regained consciousness, only to find the classroom deserted, his face turning ashen. However, given his own declaration of dueling, he could hardly criticize Amy's actions. In the second class, Lockhart concocted a myriad of grandiose excuses to prohibit Amy from using the sleep charm. Dueling commenced again, and Amy cast the splitting charm, causing Lockhart's water-green robes to split open, exposing him to the gaze of the assembled students. Amy feigned shock and hurriedly restored Lockhart's robes, sincerely apologizing for the mishap. Her earnest demeanor left even Lockhart with no grounds for complaint, compelling him to grumble, a warning to the students not to disclose the incident. Yet, how could anyone heed his words? Within mere hours, the entirety of Hogwarts was abuzz with the news, and Lockhart once again became the object of ridicule. In yet another defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart prohibited Amy from using any offensive spells. Amy raised an eyebrow, brandished her wand, and exclaimed, "Obstacles aplenty." A tremendous burst of magic sent Lockhart flying against the wall with a resounding thud, leaving the young wizards wincing at the sound. Lockhart suffered a fracture and was sent to the infirmary. Whether it was the shock of his fall or something else, Lockhart failed to appear for a full fortnight. During this time, Amy assumed his teaching responsibilities with Dumbledore's tacit approval. The young wizards practiced witchcraft combat for half a month. and Amy also taught them the disarming charm and other practical spells. The results were remarkable, as the young wizards effectively applied their spells in dueling scenarios. Professor Flitwick awarded Slytherin an additional 20 points for their progress. When Lockhart finally returned to the lectern after 2 weeks, he could not ignore the disappointment reflected in the young wizard's eyes, disappointment at his return. Enraged and humiliated, Lockhart remained fixated on witch combat, and this time forbade Amy from casting any spells. Amy found this amusing. If spells were off the table, then, Lockhart's shrill scream echoed. Amy feigned concern, asking, Professor Lockhart, why are you not using spells? I never imagined I could actually strike you. Indeed, Amy employed Muggle combat techniques, executing a shoulder throw on Lockhart, who lay on the ground, feeling as though he had suffered yet another fracture. On another occasion, Lockhart, having learned from past mistakes, commanded Amy not to retaliate, not to harm him, and not to touch him. Amy smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Once the class began, she effortlessly dodged Lockhart's spells, wearing a smile while internally critiquing, his spell strength appears weaker than Harry's. By the end of the class, Lockhart, in pain, had not even grazed Amy. Such incidents proliferated, and Hogwarts young witches and wizards grew increasingly eager for defense against the dark arts classes. However, to their dismay, on the eve of Halloween, Lockhart announced that Amy would no longer serve as his teaching assistant. This news left the young wizards who awaited the spectacle utterly disappointed. In the room of requirement, Draco's mocking tone was unmistakable. The fool has finally lost his patience. Ron expressed his disappointment. I thought he could endure for a bit longer. It was truly entertaining, wasn't it? Hermione shook her head, but Amy is quite busy. She cannot afford to waste time with him indefinitely. Amy noticed that Harry had remained silent and found it peculiar. Harry, what is the matter? The others turned their attention to Harry. After some hesitation, he replied, recently, I have been hearing voices. Yet, I cannot ascertain their source. It seems that aside from me, no one else can hear this voice. Ron also remarked, yes. Harry mentioned it to me, but I truly did not hear any sound. Amy furrowed her brow. It must be the basilisk. However, the corners of Amy's mouth twitched. She had been so preoccupied lately that she had completely forgotten about Riddle's diary being with her. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to speak candidly, for she did not wish for Harry to remain in the dark. With a sigh in her heart, she hoped for Harry's growth and strength, while simultaneously wishing he could choose his own path like Draco, rather than being manipulated and led astray. It was indeed a contradiction, and Amy found herself disliking her own indecision. That voice should be, she began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Hermione. Amy looked at her in confusion as Hermione, with an apologetic glance, informed her that Harry had agreed to attend the ghost party. Now we will be late. Amy frowned, but it seemed that once the party concluded, it would be too late. Can we skip it? She inquired. With a resigned look in his eyes, Harry replied, we already promised. Amy sighed. Very well then. After parting ways, Amy chose not to attend the Halloween party, but instead returned to the dungeon. She realized she had been too soft-hearted. Harry needed to grow. However, shaking her head vigorously, she admonished herself to focus, for there were matters to attend to. In the dungeon, Snape glanced at Amy as she entered, casually asking, why have you returned now? Aren't you attending the Halloween feast? Amy pressed her lips together. Harry and the others might be in trouble. Snape's brow furrowed as he set aside his work. What has happened? Amy gathered her thoughts and replied, Mr. Filch's cat has been petrified, and there was a note left beside her. Finally, she asked, Father, do you have the mandrake potion for reviving? Snape's frown deepened. Yes. I saw it in your apothecary and took a few vials. Amy exhaled in relief. That's wonderful. Snape stood and said, let us go to the Great Hall. Amy nodded, all right. Chapter 38, Collaboration. The party had concluded, and the young wizards returned to the common room, laughing. Upon reaching the third-floor corridor, they were halted in disbelief at the scene before them. The walls of the corridor bore 2 rows of writing. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. Beneath the writing hung none other than Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. The young wizards were left dumbfounded, casting suspicious glances at Harry and his companions, who stood awkwardly in the center of the corridor. The shrill cry of Filch echoed through the air, my cat, Mrs. Norris. It was you. I will kill you. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at them, while Harry and his friends hastily defended themselves, but no one believed them. Finally, Dumbledore arrived, and Amy and Snape squeezed in behind him. Calm down, Argus, Dumbledore said. Amy offered Harry and his friends a reassuring glance and addressed Filch. Mrs. Norris is not dead. She is merely petrified. Professor Snape has the mandrake potion that can revive her. A glimmer of hope flickered in Filch's eyes. Really? Amy nodded. Indeed, but we should go to the headmaster's office first. Filch hesitated for a moment, cradling Mrs. Norris, and then joined the others as they made their way to Dumbledore's office. He was familiar with this girl, Professor Snape's daughter, who, in his eyes, was polite and showed no disdain or disgust. She would not break school rules and cause him trouble. Since she claimed Mrs. Norris was alive, he believed her. Mrs. Norris was all he had. They were each other's only companions. If she could be cured, Filch would remember this favor. In the headmaster's office, Snape produced the long-prepared potion and administered it to Mrs. Norris, successfully reversing the petrification. Dumbledore observed the scene with a flicker of something inscrutable in his eyes. Filch, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged the now mobile Mrs. Norris and left jubilantly. Amy watched Dumbledore effortlessly placate Filch and felt a twinge of disdain. Now, Harry, could you elucidate why you were there? Dumbledore inquired, skillfully evading Amy's gaze. Harry quickly explained, we were attending the Ghosts' memorial party. And why did you not proceed to the Great Hall? Snape asked. Because we were tired and did not wish to go back to rest, Harry replied, pressing his lips together. Oh, is that so? Snape's face bore a knowing smile. Amy sighed in exasperation. Why did her father enjoy frightening them so? Very well. You may return. I shall investigate this matter, Dumbledore declared. Harry and the others left dejectedly, and Amy remained silent, frowning. Once the three had departed, Dumbledore asked, Amy, you know something, do you not? Amy skillfully donned a demure smile. I am not aware, sir. Dumbledore's eyelids twitched. Perhaps you would be willing to enlighten this poor century-old man. No, I would not, Amy replied with a smile. Dumbledore's attempts at legitimacy proved futile. His feigned pleas for pity fell flat. Exhausted, he resigned himself to silence. Amy beamed as she left with Snape, not forgetting to wish Dumbledore good night, just as the door was closing. Dumbledore would not be enjoying a peaceful night. Sleep eluded him. That evening, Amy returned to her room and retrieved the long-neglected diary. She scrutinized its pages, reflecting, Tom Riddle, such a handsome young man. Why do you neglect yourself so? With a sigh, words appeared on the page. Good evening, Mississippi. It seems you have something on your mind. Perhaps I could keep you company. Bored. Amy picked up a pen and wrote, do you know the repercussions of a fractured soul? The diary remained silent for a moment before responding. Why do you ask, miss? May I know your name? Amelia Snape. Miss Snape, greetings. Hello, Tom Riddle. Do you know me? Of course. May I see your face? Amy hesitated, but ultimately wrote it down. She truly longed to behold Tom Riddle's visage. After waiting for a response and receiving none, she inquired, are you lacking in magical power? No, the diary finally responded. At that moment, the diary revealed a figure, translucent like a ghost, yet unable to conceal his astonishing beauty. A glimmer of awe crossed Amy's eyes. You are Tom Riddle. Indeed, Riddle replied, offering a gentlemanly smile, his gaze subtly appraising. He sensed that he could draw no magic from this girl, and was taken aback by the strength of her magical essence. Amy smiled. Then, Mr. Voldemort, let us have a contest. To win someone's willing cooperation, one must earn their respect. Actions speak louder than words. Riddle paused, then chuckled, very well. For he too was eager to test the girl's true prowess. Avada Kedavra, Amy declared, too lazy to even draw her wand, casting the spell without incantation or wand. Riddle swiftly drew his wand, casting a killing curse. The two spells collided in the air, neither inflicting harm upon the other. Yet it was sufficient for Riddle to comprehend Amy's true prowess. What is it that you desire? He inquired. Amy smiled gently, mentioning that she had heard of Mr. Riddle's keen interest in the study of souls. I have a friend who, due to your master soul casting the killing curse upon him, was saved by a protective charm, leaving him with a scar. As a result, a fragment of your soul has entered his body. Riddle raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Amy continued, I hope you can extract the soul fragment without causing him any harm. Riddle casually seated himself in a chair, remarking that the study of souls was far from straightforward. It was a formidable challenge. Amy smiled again. Of course, I can offer you my magical energy and assist you in consuming the master soul. Looking at Riddle with a slight smile, she added, you are Tom Riddle, and also Voldemort. Only you. Riddle chuckled, a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a delightful partnership. Amy echoed. She shared a portion of her magical energy with Riddle, visibly enhancing his transparency. Observing Amy, who remained unaffected, Riddle reassessed her true capabilities. Chapter 39, Dobby. Gazing at the now-closed diary, Amy's expression was inscrutable. Dumbledore needed to maintain control of the situation. He could hardly disregard everything for Harry. By the time he devised a method to eliminate Voldemort's soul fragments while ensuring Harry's safety, it would be too late. Amy stared blankly at the diary, acknowledging that appreciating a handsome figure was one thing, but those destined to remain friends were better off dead. She would assist him in consuming the other soul fragments. But he too must demonstrate his strength. Above all, Harry's safety must be guaranteed. As long as the soul fragment was potent enough, consuming the master soul would pose no issue. When the world had but one Tom Riddle left, she would ensure that this one met his end as well. The first Quidditch match of the second year approached, and under the young master's incessant reminders, Amy reluctantly arrived at the pitch early. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the match. The bludger went rogue, relentlessly targeting Harry. Amy's gaze hardened, and she retaliated with a curse that pierced Dobby, who was secretly controlling the bludger. Her brother, she would protect him. Why should she worry about that? Once the match concluded, Draco, preoccupied with searching for the golden snitch, did not miss the snitch as it whizzed past his ear. Proudly grasping the golden snitch, Draco celebrated Slytherin's victory. As the crowd dispersed, Amy approached and took Draco's hand, leading him towards the Forbidden Lake. Upon arrival, Draco curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" "Draco, look." Amy cast a spell to reveal Dobby's true form. Astonished, Draco exclaimed, "Dobby? How did he get here?" Amy replied coldly, "He was controlling the bludger, attempting to severely injure Harry and drive him away from Hogwarts." "How dare he?" Draco glared at Dobby, who was now a pitiful sight, tormented by the curse. "Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby is a bad elf," he lamented, banging his head against a tree. "What is going on?" Harry and his friends rushed over. At the sight of Harry, Dobby's eyes gleamed with hope. Amy cast a derisive glance at Dobby before addressing Harry. "Ask him why you were late on your first day and why the bludger went haywire." Harry stared incredulously at Dobby. "Is this true? Dobby, why did you do this?" Dobby vigorously shook his head. "Harry Potter will be in danger. Harry Potter must not come to Hogwarts. It is perilous. Someone is plotting everything from the shadows." Harry seethed. "And for that, you did this? Ron and I nearly got expelled because of you. And that bludger. Were you trying to kill me?" Dobby, in a state of panic, shook his head. No. It's better for Harry Potter to be injured than dead. If he is injured, he can leave Hogwarts." Harry was furious. "What gives you the right to decide that?" Dobby flapped his large ears. "History is about to repeat itself. The Chamber of Secrets will be opened." Harry stared at him in shock, while Dobby covered his mouth in fear. "Do you know what the Chamber of Secrets is?" Harry asked, excitement tinging his voice. "Do not ask anymore. Harry Potter will die." Dobby once again banged his head against the tree. Harry, feeling exasperated by Dobby's frantic behavior, glanced at Amy and Draco. Having spent considerable time with them, he was no longer inclined to pity those deemed unfortunate. He felt manipulated and had little time to feel sorry for Dobby. Amy, too, displayed her impatience. "Mr. Malfoy, did you let him out of the manor?" Dobby froze momentarily, before punishing himself even more fiercely, proclaiming, "Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby did not obey his master's orders." Amy, growing weary, cast a petrification spell, silencing the world around them. Furrowing his brow, Harry turned to Amy. "What does he mean? What about the Chamber of Secrets?" Amy sighed, explaining, 1,000 years ago, Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders, created the chamber, housing a basilisk whose gaze can petrify. It is said that only the true heir of Slytherin can open it." Draco's eyes widened. "So, who is Slytherin's heir?" Amy shrugged. "In fact, anyone who can speak Parseltongue can enter." Hermione suddenly realized something. "Amy, do you know where the chamber is?" "Indeed, it is located in the girls' bathroom, where Moaning Myrtle resides." Amy replied. Draco looked incredulous. "The Chamber of Secrets is in the girls' bathroom?" Amy stifled a laugh, coughing lightly. "There is another mechanism to open it. Don't worry. It's another space." Draco sighed in relief. "That's good." Ron appeared troubled. "But none of us can speak Parseltongue. We can't open the chamber." Amy raised an eyebrow. "Who said that?" "Harry can." "Huh," Harry exclaimed, pointing at himself in disbelief. "I can speak Parseltongue? Are you sure you're not mistaken, Amy?" Ron and Hermione wore equally astonished expressions. Amy shrugged. "Because of your unique connection with the Dark Lord, you have inherited a power of his." Draco realized something. "So the Dark Lord is the true heir of Slytherin?" Amy nodded. "Yes, the Dark Lord hails from the Gaunt family, but," she elongated her tone, successfully piquing their interest, "he is a half-blood. His father was a muggle." "That is impossible," Ron exclaimed loudly. "He is supposed to be a pure blood, fiercely despising muggles." Amy shrugged. "Exactly, which is why no one knows about it. How could he let anyone find out?" They all sat there, grappling with the enormity of this revelation. Harry felt a whirlwind of emotions. Never imagining he would possess Voldemort's Parseltongue ability, it filled him with revulsion. After a moment of silence, he asked, "But Amy, I don't know how to speak Parseltongue." Amy smiled gently. "I'm merely informing you. You're not required to learn it. I have other methods to open the chamber. You must trust that I can handle this." Hermione frowned. "So, you intend to deal with this on your own?" "That is dangerous. We can help you." Amy tilted her head slightly and kindly revealed the truth, stating, "To be honest, I would feel much safer without you holding me back." The trio of laggards. Draco raised an eyebrow, looking at Amy with a touch of pride, his gaze clearly conveying a challenge. "Dare to leave me behind." With no choice, Amy took the young master's hand and departed in front of the others, inadvertently taking the petrified Dobby along. Abandoned, Harry stared in astonishment at the retreating figures of the two, while Hermione looked at him incredulously, as if to say, "You just realized that?" Ron, equally shocked, murmured, "Did you know?" Hermione was utterly exasperated. The entire Hogwarts was aware of the saying that if you angered Amy, you might escape unscathed, but if you provoked Snape and Malfoy, the anniversary of your demise would be marked for the following year. Hadn't they heard? Ron pondered. So that's it. One is a father and the other a boyfriend. My goodness, Harry, we were the last to know. Hermione shot them a disdainful look, thinking them two great fools. Anyone who falls for them is truly unfortunate. Chapter 40, Alan Hayton. What are you doing? Harry and the others saw that, Draco said, somewhat annoyed. Amy tightly grasped Draco's hand, her eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. I thought you liked me too. Draco paused, stepped forward to embrace Amy, and awkwardly replied, We're still young, just in our second year. I worry they might not accept it if they suddenly see us. Amy, however, dismissed those concerns, asserting, I say they will accept it. Who cares? I've longed to be open about this. She fixed her gaze on the young master, whose ears were flushed. Gritting her teeth inwardly, she had harbored feelings for him for so long. Watching him grow up from afar, her initial desire to protect him morphed into a greedy longing. And she no longer entertained doubts. Draco was hers, and no one could claim him. The lady of the Malfoy household could only be her. After nurturing her prized cabbage for so many years, how could she relinquish it so easily? It had to be hers. Draco observed the unmistakable possessiveness in Amy's gaze. His tone tinged with resignation. All right, I never said I didn't like you. Amy was unconvinced, but you've never said you liked me. I like you, Draco confessed. Amy's eyes brightened at his words. Really? Draco embraced her, of course. Without a moment's hesitation. Amy leaned in and kissed the young master, whose ears turned a shade of crimson, as if bleeding. Draco visibly shook and retreated several steps, exclaiming, What are you doing? Amy licked her lips, admiring the fluffed-up platinum-haired boy, so adorable. Draco, sensing her lingering gaze, turned to leave. I'm heading back. You should hurry too, or you'll be late. Noticing that Amy hadn't followed immediately, he feigned a stern tone to add, Be careful. Amy cheerfully responded and dashed over to take his hand. As for Dobby, he had long been summoned back to Malfoy Manor by the house elf Draco had called, waiting to inform his master when he returned home. Amy was indifferent. Perhaps Draco merely feared that Dobby would face punishment from his father. However, Amy knew that a house elf betraying its master would never escape Uncle Lucius's wrath. That evening, Amy led Draco to the location of the Chamber of Secrets, casually flicking away moaning Myrtle. They began to explore the area. The young master clearly harbored disdain for the surroundings. Gripping Amy's hand tightly and unwilling to spare a glance at his environment, Amy located the mechanism and opened the door using a physical method, protectively guiding Draco downward. They arrived at the chamber. Draco curiously surveyed the surroundings. This is the Chamber of Secrets? Amy smiled as she picked up a strip of cloth. Yes, for your safety. We need this. Draco frowned but obediently covered his eyes with the cloth. He certainly did not wish to become a statue. The sound of something slithering on the ground soon reached their ears, and a giant serpent appeared before them. With his eyes covered, Draco's other senses heightened, and an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. He clutched Amy's hand tightly, his slight tremor making her acutely aware of his fear. Furrowing her brow, Amy decided not to waste any more time. Avada Kedavra. The serpent collapsed, and Amy personally removed the cloth from Draco's eyes, a smile gracing her lips. All right, young master. You can open your eyes now. Draco opened his eyes to see the fallen serpent, curiosity flickering within him. Is it dead? Amy nodded yes. She produced a collection of vials, carefully preserving the useful remnants from the serpent. The young master observed the excitement gleaming in Amy's eyes, suddenly feeling a chill. Amy was elated, knowing her father would be thrilled to see these. This year's Christmas gift was secured. Once Amy finished her collection, Draco had thoroughly explored the chamber and approached her, stating, There's nothing of value here, just a few books. I glanced at them, and they seemed rather dull. Amy grasped the young master's hand, then let us return. Draco nodded, all right. With a flick of their wands, they disapparated. Hogwarts's rules held no sway over Amy. The following day, news of the chamber's discovery spread throughout Hogwarts. Dumbledore sat calmly at the staff table, and no one knew the tumult of emotions he felt upon witnessing the large pool of blood and the gaping hole. He subsequently summoned Amy to the headmaster's office, where she feigned ignorance. Dumbledore clarified that it was indeed the basilisk that petrified individuals, though it had been slain by Amy. Moreover, Harry Potter was not the heir of Slytherin, as Amy had physically opened the chamber with her magic. The rumors finally dissipated, and Slytherin was awarded an additional 100 points. Dumbledore observed the cheers at the Slytherin table, his heart a placid lake. Who could fathom his feelings, knowing nothing while still granting points? Christmas soon approached. To Amy's surprise, The young master chose not to return home this year. His explanation was that his father was quite busy and wished for him to spend the holiday at school. In truth, Lucius's ulterior motive was to foster a bond between Draco and Amy. As for how Amy knew, she simply smiled at the blushing young master, finding him utterly adorable. On the eve of Christmas, in Amy's room, she was taken aback by the sight of a man before her, Alan Hayton. Amy rushed forward, embracing him excitedly. "I missed you so much, system brother." Alan Hayton, the embodiment of the system, was the full-fledged agent of the Curiosities Emporium. Amy was merely a figurehead, while Alan, through his formidable abilities, continually expanded the influence of the Emporium. With a tone laced with disdain yet genuine affection in his eyes, Alan said, "Is that so? You missed me, but didn't he bother to visit Diagon Alley to see me?" Amy chuckled, "I've been too busy." As she watched Alan leisurely settle into a chair, she remembered to inquire about his purpose for visiting. Alan languidly replied, "Of course. I'm here to help you with your troubles. I've sensed that you need me these days. You heartless little rascal." Amy recalled something and grew excited. "Is it a Christmas gift for Draco? Did you really make it?" Alan raised an eyebrow. "Of course, don't doubt my abilities. There's nothing I cannot accomplish." With that, he retrieved a small dragon from his pocket and handed it to Amy. Amy cradled the little creature in her hands with utmost care, her eyes shimmering with wonder. The silver-scaled dragonet, with its azure eyes, resembled a celestial sprite that had descended to the earthly realm. It appeared to possess a gentle temperament, lying docilely in Amy's palms, unperturbed by the presence of a stranger. Chapter 41. Caught in the Act. Amy gently placed it on her lap, her astonishment palpable. What a magnificent little dragon. Yet, surely such a creature did not exist in this world? Alan shrugged nonchalantly, asserting, "Of course not. I have scoured every dragon in this realm, and they are all exceedingly unattractive. Given your penchant for beauty, I simply enlisted the help of another system friend to procure one from a different world." Amy gasped in disbelief. "You have other friends?" Alan regarded her with an inscrutable expression. "Of course, my network is vast beyond your imagination." Perplexed, Amy asked, "Then why did you come to this world and choose me? You never assign me tasks, and you allow me to alter the plot at will. Surely that essay lost for you? Brother has plenty of points to spare," Alan declared with grandiosity. In that moment, Amy felt as though she had been struck by a flash of realization. What an impressive ally she had in him. "By the way, where's that diary of yours?" "Show it to me," Alan inquired, as if struck by a thought. Amy hesitated. "You mean Riddle's notebook?" "Exactly," Alan confirmed with a nod. Although puzzled, Amy retrieved it and placed it in Alan's hands, for her trust in him was unwavering. Alan glanced at the notebook before incinerating it with a fierce flame. "It's gone," Amy exclaimed, bewildered. "What have you done?" Poor Riddle had yet to make his appearance and was reduced to ashes. Alan spoke earnestly. "Did I not instruct you beforehand?" Sighing at Amy's confusion, he ruffled her hair. Noticing her indignant gaze, he continued slowly. "I told you to come to me if you were in need, didn't I? What are you doing seeking that oath? Aren't there enough handsome men around you?" Alan's tone was tinged with exasperation. "If you need assistance, why not ask me? You want to know how to extract the fragments of that little savior's soul from within, right? Why didn't you think to seek my counsel?" Amy bit her lip, feeling a surge of guilt. "But I worry about you. Separating souls is incredibly complex. You've already done so much for me." "And I fear," before she could finish, Alan sighed, "Do not fret. I will be fine. Truly, do not let the novels you've read confine your thoughts. While other hosts may need to maintain the plot, we are exceptional. You need not worry." Amy looked up at him, her eyes wide with concern. Really? Yet she was afraid. If saving Harry came at a cost they could not bear, would it not be a trade-off? She would rather seek alternative methods than risk Alan's safety. Alan tousled her hair once more. "Rest assured, if the plot must unfold, you too will face repercussions. I cannot shoulder it alone." Amy frowned, reluctantly convinced by his words. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "When the oath is revived, you simply need to kill him. I have a plan for the soul fragments of the little savior. Do you understand?" Amy nodded softly. Alan smiled with satisfaction. "All right, then I must take my leave. Farewell." "Wait. All right, you've already left," Amy called after him. The following day, upon opening her door, Amy was greeted by a mountain of letters and gifts. Her father was absent. There were more in her room, yet she had yet to open them. As she stepped outside, she was swiftly pulled aside by Draco. Startled, Amy regained her composure and retorted, "Are you attempting to murder your girlfriend, young master?" Draco shot her an ungraceful glare before stammering, Couldn't he find your gift? Today is Christmas." Amy's face lit up with delight at his words, prompting Draco to scowl in embarrassment. "What is so funny?" I'm leaving." "Hey, wait." "I'm sorry," Amy chuckled, retrieving the little dragon from her pocket. Draco's eyes widened in awe, fixated on the dragon. "It's really a dragon." Amy smiled. Of course, seeing the genuine joy radiating from Draco's face, Amy's gaze softened. It seemed her young master was truly eager for this gift. "Oh my, it's beautiful," Draco exclaimed without reservation. Amy smiled. "So, about the dragoness name, might the young master consider his girlfriend's suggestion?" Reluctantly tearing his gaze from the dragon, Draco asked, "What is it?" "Zelda," Amy replied. Draco tilted his head. "Zelda, eternal." Amy embraced him from behind, whispering in his ear, "Indeed, eternal. Just like our love, it remains unchanged. It is the testament of our affection, is it not?" Blushing, Draco nodded shyly. Amy's eyes sparkled. "Young master. You are truly handsome." Suddenly, Draco inquired, "Where's our godfather? I haven't seen him." If he witnessed this scene, he might. Amy too felt puzzled. "I don't know. I didn't see him when I came out. He's likely out running errands," Draco speculated. Just then, a deep voice resonated from behind them. "Perhaps he is right behind his daughter and godson," observing them in their embrace. Draco. "Amy." Snape's expression darkened. "Get in here, now." Startled, the two quickly retreated, gently closing the door behind them. Snape glared at the trembling pair before him. "How old are you two? Are you acting like those foolish Gryffindors?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Snape stared at them, bellowing, "Do you have any idea how young you are? You're not even mature enough to be thinking about such things." His precious cabbage was not yet grown, and yet they were already consumed by such thoughts. Snape's gaze lingered on Draco, contemplating how to ensure his godson met Merlin sooner rather than later. Amy's complexion paled. "I'm sorry, Father." Silence. Snape barked at her. This was the first time he had raised his voice so sternly at her. She had always been understanding. Observing the tears welling in her eyes, Snape felt a pang of sympathy, but the memory of their earlier embrace ignited his fury anew. Understanding Snape's concern for her, Amy allowed her tears to flow freely. "I'm sorry." "Why, Father?" Snape immediately panicked. His earlier intentions of disciplining her vanished without a trace. He approached her, enveloping her in his arms, sighing, "All right, stop crying." I wouldn't he ask any further. He wouldn't he press her, would he? Chapter 42, The Motionless Dog. Draco, witnessing Amy's tears, felt a surge of worry and yearned to comfort her, but he was met with Snape's warning glare. Snape's demeanor was severe. "What are you still doing here? Hurry back." Did he not cherish his precious daughter? Did he not care for this so-called godson? Draco hesitated, glancing at Amy. "But if you wish to perish, I can certainly oblige," Snape remarked, his eyes glinting with coldness. He certainly did not recall having a godchild. As for Malfoy, he was a stranger to him. Amy, nestled in Snape's embrace, quickly cast a significant glance at Draco, urging him silently to leave without delay. Draco, coming to his senses, promptly replied, "All right, Godfather. I shall take my leave." Once the door had closed again, Snape spoke. "No more tears." Amy paused for a moment, then looked at her father with a hint of grievance, on the verge of tears once more. Snape sighed. "Do not cry. I ask you, have you truly made your decision regarding Draco?" Amy bit her lip and replied, "Yes." Snape closed his eyes for a brief moment, reluctantly accepting this reality. After a pause, he opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Amy, stating firmly, "Until I grant my approval, you shall not wed." Amy nodded earnestly. "Of course, Father. You are the most important person to me. Draco and I shall await the day you consent. We hope to receive your blessing." Snape was momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this. His blessing? Aside from these two children, it seemed no one had ever deemed his blessing significant. Nevertheless, he remained impassive as he declared, "A deal is a deal." As for when he might agree, that would depend on his mood. If he felt good and didn't want his daughter to leave, he would refuse. If he was in a foul mood and found Draco bothersome, he would also refuse. Contemplating this, Snape felt his spirits lift considerably. He must find an opportunity to deal with Draco once more. The sight of Malfoy was already irksome. While resolutely deciding this, he gently comforted his beloved daughter. Meanwhile, Draco, who was busy flaunting his Christmas gifts to Harry and the others, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He shivered and instinctively glanced around, wondering why it had suddenly grown so cold. At that moment, Amy took the initiative to change the subject, inquiring, "Father, did you receive my Christmas gift?" Snape's mood brightened at her words. "Indeed, a fine gift." Amy beamed at his response. "I am glad you like it, Father." Thus, that day, Amy spent a heartwarming Christmas in the cellar with Snape. In the following days of the holiday, Amy, Draco, and Harry frolicked in the snow, creating yet another perfect Christmas. As the days rolled on, Amy remained quite busy. Harry and the others were not only preparing for their final exams, but also undergoing spell training under Amy's guidance. By the end of the term, Amy was pleased to see that Harry had become proficient in the disarming charm. During this holiday, the Weasley family had ventured to Egypt, while Hermione was away vacationing in France. One day, Amy arrived at Privet Drive, intending to fetch Harry for a visit to Malfoy Manor. To her astonishment, she encountered a gaunt and filthy black dog. As she observed the dog, It caught sight of her and attempted to flee. However, Amy would not allow it to escape. Petrificus totalis. She cast the spell, considering it a leniency, given the dog's past transgressions against her father. The dog stiffened instantly, and Amy approached. Her expression slightly disdainful at its unkempt appearance, stepping back a couple of paces. Sirius felt a complex array of emotions. He found the little girl oddly familiar in a most unpleasant way, yet her magical prowess was formidable, leaving him at a disadvantage. At that moment, Harry heard the commotion and rushed outside, calling, "Amy." Amy waved him over, and as he approached, confusion painted his face. "Amy, what are you doing with that dog?" Amy raised an eyebrow, eyeing the agitated black dog with a hint of mischief. "This is your godfather, Harry." Harry glanced at the petrified black dog, a look of disdain crossing his features. "He is a bit dirty, isn't? Indeed, this is Sirius Black." Amy chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. "Your father's good friend." Harry, astonished, asked, "Are you serious? Why isn't he moving?" "This is an animagus," Amy replied, nearly collapsing with laughter. "Professor McGonagall must have covered this in class. He tried to run, and I petrified him." Harry regarded Sirius with a complex expression, observing the anthropomorphic glimmer in his eyes. He realized that this was indeed his godfather. Holding back her laughter, Amy released Sirius from his petrified state and led the two back indoors. Harry remarked, "Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia are out, so it's just me at home. I've been hoping one of you would come over." Amy smiled. "I came to find you today." Encountering him was a fortunate surprise. Harry scrutinized the now human Sirius, confusion evident in his eyes. "Are you truly my godfather? How did you end up like this?" Sirius, gazing at Harry's face that bore a striking resemblance to his father's, felt tears welling up. "Of course, Harry, I am your godfather. Your father and I were very close friends. It's all Peter's fault. If it weren't for him, James and Lily would still be alive." Sirius grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, until Amy cleared her throat, prompting him to pause. Frowning, he turned to Amy. "Who are you?" "Harry, is she your friend?" Sirius scrutinized Amy, wondering if she could possibly be Harry's girlfriend. She was quite beautiful and possessed formidable magic, and their rapport seemed rather close. Yet, there was something about her that felt eerily familiar. Harry introduced her. "This is Amelia Snape, my friend." Sirius was taken aback. "Snape? Is he the Snape I am thinking of?" Harry, confused by Sirius's surprise, remained oblivious, while Amy's expression grew icy. "I am the daughter of Severus Snape. Do you have a problem with that?" Sirius instinctively shivered at the chill in her gaze. Harry might not have sensed it, but having endured so much, he was acutely aware of Amy's murderous intent. She genuinely contemplated taking his life. Despite this, Sirius incredulously repeated, "You are really Snape's daughter? I can't believe he actually has a child." Noticing Amy's eyes grow even colder, Harry quickly tugged at her sleeve, not wishing for his newly acknowledged godfather to meet an untimely end. Chapter 43. Count yourself lucky. However, Harry's gaze towards Sirius was no longer filled with eager anticipation. "Amy is my friend, and Professor Snape is my potions instructor. I hope you can respect them." Sirius looked at Harry, who stood protectively in front of Amy, opening his mouth but finding no words. Ultimately, he relented for the sake of his godson. "I apologize, Miss Snape. My earlier words were inappropriate." Amy's tone held a warning. "If not for Harry, I could conjure 1,000 methods to make you disappear from the wizarding world. In the future, when you see my father, show him the respect he deserves." Sirius's temper flared. He had never been one to be easily intimidated, and being chastised by the daughter of the potion's master was intolerable. He opened his mouth to retort, but was quelled by the cold look Harry now wore. With a frustrated sigh, Sirius conceded, "I understand." After which, he turned to Harry with hopeful eyes. "Harry, come with me. I will take good care of you." Harry frowned, glancing instinctively at Amy. Once he received her nod of approval, he acquiesced. The black residence was conveniently vacant, providing a good opportunity for Harry to stay there, and for Sirius to teach him spells. He must not slack off during the holidays, Amy advised. Harry nodded. Since Amy had assured him that his godfather was trustworthy, he felt compelled to inquire about his parents. Moreover, it was evidently far preferable to accompany this godfather than to go to Amy's home. Sirius observed his godson's obedient demeanor towards Snape's daughter with a slight pang of discomfort. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, he and Harry were still strangers, and the boy's meager trust in him was primarily due to the presence of little Snape. Amy smiled. "In that case, I shall take my leave. This is your birthday gift. Farewell." Harry cradled the gift box in his arms and waved vigorously. "Goodbye, Amy." On the Hogwarts Express, when Amy and Draco entered, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. Harry rushed over upon seeing them. "Amy, Draco, you finally made it." Draco, with curiosity, asked, "What is going on?" Ron, seething with anger, replied, "It's Crookshanks. He has been trying to eat Scabbers." Amy raised an eyebrow. "Crookshanks?" Hermione chimed in indignantly. That's my new cat, Ron. I told you, Crookshanks doesn't eat rats. Then why won't Scabbers come out and keeps clinging to my clothes? Ron exclaimed, glaring at his pocket. Hermione retorted. How should I know? Maybe Scabbers is just too scared. Ron, exasperated, shot back, you. Seeing the two on the brink of a quarrel, Amy quickly interjected. All right. Perhaps Scabbers isn't afraid of Crookshanks after all. Ron looked at her in disbelief. What do you mean? With a smile? Amy glanced at the small Sirius lying quietly at Harry's feet and remarked, perhaps Scabbers is afraid of dogs. Harry and Sirius exchanged bewildered glances. No. He hasn't done anything to provoke her today, has he? Amy looked at Sirius with a knowing expression. Perhaps you have a rat friend. But he is too afraid to meet you. Sirius, with a look of anthropomorphized confusion, pondered, I do have a rat friend? Wait a minute. Suddenly he stood up. Realizing he indeed once had a rat friend, he slowly moved towards Ron, thinking if it were that traitor, he would certainly make him pay. Ron, terrified, called out to Harry, Harry, get him away. Is he going to eat Scabbers? Harry, equally confused, looked at Amy and his godfather. What rat friend? My godfather is a dog, and his friend is a rat? Wait, what does that make my father? Excuse me, may I come in? A pale-faced stranger at the door spoke. Lupin's gaze shifted from the children to the black dog, Sirius. In a moment of astonishment, Sirius transformed back into human form, much to the children's surprise. My goodness, it's really you. I saw the news. I'm so glad you're all right. Lupin exclaimed, visibly excited. Sirius shared the joy of reuniting with an old friend, but suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned cold. Lupin, the traitor of that time was not me. It was Peter. I thought he was better suited to be the secret keeper. Lupin's eyes widened in disbelief. Where is he now? Right here, Sirius replied. So, you're from the Weasley family, correct? I need your rat. Ron took a few steps back. No, you can't take Scabbers. Sirius frowned, his patience wearing thin. And just as he was about to take action, a light, airy voice interrupted. Sirius, what are you doing? Sirius froze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Suddenly, he realized there was no reason for him to feel guilty. Lupin, surprised to see his formidable friend intimidated by a little girl, glanced over to the strikingly beautiful girl with black hair and eyes, who seemed vaguely familiar. Excuse me, miss, have we met? Lupin inquired. Amy raised an eyebrow. I am Amelia Snape. Lupin was taken aback. Snape has a child? Amy smiled gently. What's the matter, Professor Lupin? An inexplicable chill ran down Lupin's spine as he looked at his old friend. It's nothing, just a bit surprised seeing his response. Amy gave him a knowing look, which made Lupin oddly relieved, although he couldn't quite understand why. His gaze shifted to the other children, and Amy kindly suggested, these are my friends. I think you should all introduce yourselves. Under Amy's authority, Sirius begrudgingly stated, I am Sirius Black, Harry's godfather. Draco, wide-eyed, exclaimed, You're Sirius. My uncle. Sirius scrutinized Draco for a moment, hesitating. You're Narcissa's cousin's child and Lucius's? Draco retorted, Who are you calling that guy? Sirius replied nonchalantly, Of course, it's Lucius. You look just like him, like a peacock. Draco was incensed. And what about you, the traitor of the Black family? Sirius frowned. He disliked being called that. At that moment, Amy leaned in and kissed Draco's cheek, claiming her territory. I'm sorry, but this is my boyfriend. Sirius abruptly swallowed back his unspoken words. During his time at the Black residence, he had learned much about this little Snape's remarkable feats, particularly how she had outwitted the Dark Lord, leaving him quite astonished. How had Snape managed to produce such a little prodigy? Sirius cast a silent glance at Draco, contemplating how even Lucius's peacock offspring had managed to capture this extraordinary girl. If those two were to have a child, it would surely set the wizarding world ablaze. Draco, noticing Sirius's silence, leaned in to give Amy a kiss. His mood lightened. Lupin, astonished, mused, Are children today so precocious? Harry and the others shrugged, accustomed to it by now. Lupin, contemplating how to break the tension, introduced himself. Hello, I'm Remus Lupin, your defense against the dark arts professor. He turned to Harry. Harry, I was also a friend of your father's. You can come to me if you ever need anything. Harry looked at this new professor in surprise. He had just gained another connection. Since he was a friend of Harry's father, Hermione and the others felt more at ease. Introducing themselves. I'm Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley. Draco Malfoy. Suddenly, the train came to a halt, plunging the surroundings into darkness. What is happening? Draco instinctively grabbed Amy's hand. Sirius positioned himself protectively in front of Harry, while Lupin moved closer to Hermione and Ron. Draco's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the doorway. What is that? A cloaked figure loomed at the entrance, tall and imposing, its massive cloak obscuring its face. Without hesitation, Amy shouted, Expecto Patronum. A brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire carriage, revealing a magnificent bat. The Dementor let out a dreadful scream and fled. Other Dementors, sensing the disturbance, quickly followed suit. And the train returned to tranquility, resuming its journey. Draco asked, "What was that?" Lupin responded to his inquiry, stating that it was a Dementor, the Dementor of Azkaban. "What? Why are they here?" Hermione asked, her voice laced with concern. Sirius fell silent for a moment before answering. "They have come for me." Suddenly, he stood up and approached Ron. "Ron, hand me Padfoot. You know about animagi, don't you? Just as I transform into my black dog form, Peter, that traitor, has taken the shape of a rat. He is responsible for the death of Harry's parents. Framing me for it, Harry was rendered speechless. What did he say?" Ron, upon hearing this, wasted no time and thrust his hand into his pocket, only to exclaim in terror, "Padfoot is gone." "Here he is," Amy said, lifting Padfoot by the tail with a hint of distaste. "Quick, let him transform," Sirius urged, excitement coursing through him. Amy cast a spell, nonchalantly dropping Padfoot to the ground. Soon, the rat morphed into a balding, diminutive man. Amy gazed at him with a blank expression, feeling somewhat devastated by his ugliness. "It's you, Peter," Sirius said, his eyes filled with hatred. Peter clenched his hands tightly, looking timidly at them. "Sirius, Remus, my friends. It's been so long." Sirius's voice dripped with coldness. "Indeed. It has been a long time." Voldemort's dog Peter shook his head in distress. "No, I had no choice." Sirius scoffed. "What's wrong? Are you afraid? Afraid to hear your old master's name? Have you been hiding from me or from Voldemort's minions all these years?" No, Peter exclaimed, catching sight of Ron, as if grasping at a last lifeline. "Ron, I'm Padfoot. Please, save me. I'm going to die." Ron, feeling overwhelmed, shouted, "Get away from me." He had once considered him family, only to find that the rat had transformed into such a repulsive man. Good heavens, Hermione mused. So Crookshanks discovered something was amiss with Padfoot? "No, Hermione, please don't say Padfoot's name anymore," Ron said, feeling the need to catch his breath. "He is not Padfoot. Padfoot has long been dead." Hermione observed Ron, who was on the verge of insanity, and chose not to argue with him. "All right, fine, what do we do now?" Harry inquired. Amy shrugged. "Of course. We must send him to Azkaban and clear Sirius's name, but it seems you all will be staying at Hogwarts for a while," she said with a smile. "Please be careful of my father. Do not provoke him, or the consequences will be severe." Lupin felt a chill run down his spine at this, while Sirius grimaced. Who was provoking whom remains to be seen. However, he felt the need to advise Remus. This little Snape was not to be trifled with. The remainder of their time was spent donning their school robes, and soon the train arrived at its destination. Sirius transformed into a black dog and was led back to the office by Lupin. Peter was taken to the headmaster's office by Amy, who then departed nonchalantly, leaving the headmaster's work to him. It was the first day of school, and they had just acquired a prisoner from Azkaban. Amy was then dragged to the dungeons by Snape. "Amy," he said, observing her with a leisurely demeanor, "let us hear it." When the two returned to the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony had concluded. Snape shot a venomous glare at Lupin, who could only ignore it helplessly. He had heard from Headmaster Dumbledore that the two of them had been researching werewolf potion. Lupin lowered his gaze, knowing it was impossible to not want it. But it was Snape. Would he be willing to provide it? Dumbledore maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Severus, we owe a debt of gratitude to Amy this time." Snape shot him a disgruntled glance. "Keep pushing my buttons, and you'll find yourself without this week's healthy teeth potion." Dumbledore, fully aware of Snape's meaning, smiled knowingly. This term, Amy remained exceedingly busy. However, unlike the previous semester, she began to have Harry and the others practice the Patronus charm. Naturally, the instructors for them were Sirius and Lupin. The Defense Against the Dark Arts office was a splendid place, and with these two free laborers, Amy found her workload considerably lightened. Draco also sent word back to Malfoy Manor. According to him, Aunt Narcissa was pleased to hear about Sirius. Uncle Lucius also promised to assist in clearing Sirius's name. Sirius felt somewhat ill at ease. It seemed he owed many people favors this time. Moreover, being cared for by so many filled him with a warmth he had not felt in ages, a feeling he had not dared to dream of during his time in Azkaban. As the days passed, apart from Snape occasionally causing trouble, Lupin and Sirius felt they were truly acclimating to life here. Each time Snape sought to provoke them, and they remained unfazed, even responding to his taunts with composure. Snape felt a sense of tedium, although he knew he should attribute their indifference to Amy's warning. Witnessing his old foes in such a state felt surreal. The once glorious quartet had now diminished, one dead, one imprisoned, and the remaining two too fearful to act recklessly before him. Snape looked at his 13-year-old daughter, now unknowingly growing up before his eyes, and felt a swell of pride and warmth. He was truly grateful that when Amy had sought him out all those years ago, he had chosen to take her in. Otherwise, he would still be a mere shell of a man. Yet, Snape frowned at Amy, who was stirring a cauldron. "Must you hurry so? All for the sake of that Lupin fellow." Amy sighed. But we usually work at this pace, don't we? Father. We've set aside the Wolf's Bane project for far too long. Given they've been so well-behaved lately, let us get it done for them. Snape huffed, recalling how obedient the two had been in his presence recently, and begrudgingly replied, Fine then, but we can't make it too easy for them. Amy nodded in resignation. I understand, Father. When the final product is ready, it will be your decision. Snape remained non-committal. How does it look? It feels like something is missing. Have that fellow come to test the potion, he said without reservation. Understood, Amy replied obediently as she went to summon Lupin. Lupin had long since become immune to Snape's taunts and was more than willing to test the potion. This was his hope of shedding the identity of a werewolf. The Quidditch match was an exciting showdown between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Draco eagerly dragged Amy to the Quidditch pitch. Hermione waved at them. Over here, hurry, Draco exclaimed. This is fantastic. This position. Ron smirked. Of course, we arrived early. Amy lamented. Why are we having a match in this weather? Draco glanced at the overcast sky and muttered, Oh, bloody hell, it's going to rain. Amy cast a spell to ensure that they would not get soaked. Ron frowned. This weather is dreadful. I can barely see the pitch. Amy looked at the chaotic scene and couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted, Expecto Patronum. A massive bat broke through the darkness and rain, illuminating the entire Quidditch pitch. As the young wizards marveled at the enormous bat, hundreds of Dementors lurking by the Quidditch pitch were forced to retreat. Cedric seized the opportunity to catch the golden snitch, leading Hufflepuff to victory. Everything seemed to transpire in an instant. Unbeknownst to Amy, this gigantic bat was so immense that it could be seen even from Hogwarts Castle. On the rooftop, Snape gazed at the bat hovering above the Quidditch field, momentarily lost in thought. Was this the child's Patronus? Dumbledore appeared beside Snape without notice, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable astonishment as he beheld the colossal creature. What magnitude of magic could conjure such a being? Observing the tenderness concealed within Snape's gaze, Dumbledore couldn't help but reflect on how much Severus had truly changed. Remarkably, he chose to remain silent, quietly watching the scene unfold, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Lost in memories unknown, Harry, having lost the match, bore a look of disappointment. Fortunately, no one had been harmed. Amy cast several spells on Harry to prevent him from falling ill. They escorted Harry back to the castle, where Amy produced the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. Cheer up, Harry. Perhaps we could take a stroll in Hogsmeade. Harry's eyes lit up as he read the headline proclaiming Sirius Black's innocence. It was simply marvelous. Suddenly, he noticed another piece of news, incredulously reading aloud. Peter has escaped. Amy's eyes flashed with disdain. Those incompetent fools at the ministry. He wouldn't come back for revenge, would he? Ron asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Amy shrugged. No, he lacks the courage for that. All right, Harry. I think you should go find your godfather and get his signature, Amy said with a smile. Harry's expression brightened instantly. Right. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would never sign for me, but my godfather will. Later, it was the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Gryffindor emerged victorious, and they held a celebratory gathering in the Gryffindor common room. The Weasley twins brought forth an abundance of Honeyduke sweets and butterbeer, causing Harry to stare at them in astonishment. How do you have so much? Fred and George mysteriously replied, with the help of the moon face, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and the sharp-pointed fork, along with a generous sponsorship from little Amy. Harry burst into laughter, and that night, they reveled in sheer joy. Having learned about the Marauders map from Sirius, along with Amy's sponsorship, he felt profoundly loved. After all, he had friends and family now, hadn't he? Soon, the term came to an end. Snape and Amy finally perfected the Wolfsbane potion, once again elevating their status in the wizarding world. Unfortunately, Remus prepared to leave. Harry, reluctant, asked, Why do you have to go? The Wolfsbane potion has been developed, hasn't he? They were already aware of Remus's lycanthropy. Remus smiled gently. The successful creation of the Wolfsbane potion holds significant importance for all werewolves. Harry, you cannot fathom how many like me yearn to bask in the sunlight once more. Compared to them, I am fortunate, so I must go help them. Amy smiled, suggesting, the Wolfsbane potion will be sold at the Magical Menagerie. Professor Lupin could apply for a position there. Remus looked at Amy in surprise, his smile sincere. Thank you, Amy. Having lost his position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, he indeed needed a new job to support himself. Please thank Severus for me. I don't think he would be very keen on seeing me, Remus added. Amy smiled. No problem, and good luck. As the holidays approached, Amy unusually chose not to retreat with Snape to Spinner's End, but instead visited Nurmengard. By the time Dumbledore learned of this, Grindelwald had already sought him out in Godric's Hollow. Meanwhile, Nurmengard had been reduced to ashes by Amy's fierce fire. The world was abuzz with rumors that Grindelwald was dead. Ultimately, Grindelwald, citing his lack of shelter, made the astonishing yet reasonable decision to reside in Dumbledore's home. From that point onward, The name Gellert Grindelwald vanished from the world, leaving only Dumbledore's old friend, Remus. Chapter 46. The Young Master Grows Up. The Quidditch World Cup. Snape had never held much interest in Quidditch, so he naturally did not attend this year's cup. Consequently, Amy accompanied the Malfoy family. In the box, Lucius spoke softly, Fudge, it's been a while. This is my wife and my son. This is Amelia Snape. Upon seeing the newcomers, Fudge's face immediately brightened with smiles. Hello, Lucius, Lady Malfoy, Master Malfoy. Oh, Miss Snape, it's a pleasure to see you. Amy nodded in acknowledgement. Good day, Mr. Fudge. Fudge replied with a grin. Actually, Amy, you can call me Uncle Fudge. I know your father. How has Severus been lately? Amy's smile was impeccable. My father is well, and I appreciate your concern, Mr. Fudge. Still addressing him as Mr. Fudge, she maintained a polite demeanor while showing no inclination to grant him any favor. Fudge maintained his smile. I see, Lucius. The Weasleys are here as well. You should know them, right? Lucius smiled. Of course, Arthur, it's been a long time. Arthur Weasley's eyelids twitched at this, and under the watchful gaze of the children, he forced a smile. It's been a while, Lucius. Lucius continued to smile. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, hello. Let me introduce you to my wife, Narcissa, and Draco, your friend. The children had a favorable impression of Lucius, greeting him with smiles, leaving Fudge astonished at their camaraderie. Since when had the Malfoys been so amiable? Narcissa wore an elegant, haughty smile as she responded warmly to the calls of Aunt Narcissa, quickly winning the children's favor. Draco, with his head held high, looked at Harry and the others with a sense of pride, feeling a sense of accomplishment regarding his parents' popularity. As for Fudge, he had long been disregarded, merely a useless minister not worth befriending. Ludo Bagman entered and inquired, Shall we begin now? Fudge nodded. Let's start. They took their seats in order, and noticing Snape's absence, Fudge intended to sit beside Amy, but she preemptively positioned herself between Lucius and Draco. The disdain was palpable. Draco, witnessing Fudge's persistent smile, remarked incredulously, Does this guy have no pride? Even after being treated so rudely, he still smiles as if nothing happened. Amy, seated between the two Malfoys, unabashedly stated, A fool should possess the awareness befitting a fool. The fact that I didn't give him a death glare is already a courtesy. This garnered the approval of Mr. Malfoy, and Draco appeared enlightened. The lights dimmed suddenly, and Amy gazed at the young master, who remained radiant even in the dim light, momentarily lost in thought. Her young master seemed to have grown. His already attractive features had matured into striking handsomeness. Clad in a tailored suit, he exuded an aura of elegance and charm, appearing both dashing and mature. Confronted by Amy's unabashed scrutiny, Draco found himself at a loss for words. After all, seeing her daily should not leave him so mesmerized. He had grown immune to Amy's frequent hand-holding and kisses, sometimes even turning the tables, leaving her with flushed cheeks. Draco leaned closer, propping himself against the back of Amy's chair, his striking visage mirrored in her eyes. He relished the way she gazed at him, her infatuation singularly focused on him alone. Observing Amy's slightly reddened cheeks, he deliberately lowered his voice, teasingly urging her to continue watching. Your boyfriend permits you to gaze, he said, his voice a youthful tenor, complemented by his flawless features, causing Amy's face to deepen in color, though excitement danced in her eyes. She adored him. With her gaze fixed on his alluring face and lips, Amy's smile widened as she unhesitatingly leaned in to plant a kiss on him before retreating swiftly. Draco paused momentarily, then moved closer, cornering her and kissing her with determination. After all, he was the boyfriend, and the initiative belonged solely to him. Having been playfully teased by Amy in the past, it was only fair that he returned the favor with fervor. A soft cough interrupted their moment, and they both looked up to see Lucius. Under the curious stares of the two, Lucius felt somewhat exposed, but still spoke. Enjoy the match, but do mind your decorum. Draco, momentarily taken aback, then realized that they were not in a secluded corner, but rather in plain view of his father. Amy tugged at Draco, urging him to observe their surroundings. It dawned on him that they had attracted an audience. Fudge's expression was barely contained, marveling at the unexpected romance between the future heir of the Malfoy family and the daughter of the potions master, who also happened to be the owner of a renowned apothecary. Their relationship did not seem to be a mere union for convenience. It was clear they genuinely cared for one another, possibly aiming to upend the entire wizarding world. What relevance did his position as minister hold in light of this? Lucius, suppressing his disdain at the shifting expressions of those around him, quietly advised, Fudge, do focus on the game. Fudge, realizing the awkwardness, replied somewhat sheepishly, of course. Harry and his friends remained the most composed, having grown accustomed to such scenes. Let us welcome the mascot of the Bulgarian team, Ludo announced. Harry inquired, What is a vila? He would soon find out as 100 enchanting vila took to the field, their ethereal beauty captivating all. When Amy called out, Harry and Ron snapped back to reality, realizing they were about to leap from their box. They awkwardly returned, only to find Draco leisurely shifting his head away from Amy's shoulder. Observing Draco, who was contentedly embracing Amy, Harry and Ron shot him exasperated glares, as if to say, having a girlfriend makes you special. Draco raised an eyebrow at them, confidently asserting that indeed, having a girlfriend was quite remarkable. Ron intended to complain about Draco's almost egregious pride, but was met with a disapproving stare from Hermione, leaving him bewildered. The stadium erupted with the sounds of discontented shouts, and Draco scoffed, how superficial, earning him the mournful looks of the single men in the box. Lucius glanced at Narcissa, who was seated a few rows away, his expression tinged with longing. All right, let's enjoy the performance of the Irish team. You shall be pleased. Mr. Weasley broke the tension, his irritation at Lucius evident. Lucius was clearly taking advantage of the absence of his beloved Molly. Mr. Weasley shot a disapproving look at his son, lamenting his lack of a girlfriend. Coincidentally, Ron caught his father's gaze and begrudgingly thought perhaps he should not have come. Chapter 47, The Quidditch World Cup. Now Ludo's voice boomed. Let the mascot of the Irish team make its entrance. Green and gold orbs danced together, spiraling into a grand three-leaf clover. It's the Irish leprechaun, Ron exclaimed excitedly. They're tossing gold coins. As the crowd cheered, they began frantically collecting the coins. Soon, both teams took to the field, and the match officially commenced. While Amy and her friends observed the game with a sense of calm, the three boys were filled with exuberance. Amy smiled slightly as she felt Draco's excited grip on her hand. Fudge's mood, however, was less than pleasant as he covertly scrutinized the small gestures exchanged between the two. This made Amy somewhat irritable, prompting her to lean closer to Lucius, while Draco remained fixated on the match, unaware of the tension. He instinctively shifted towards her. Sensing her slight distance, Amy found herself nestled between the two Malfoys, effectively shielding herself from Fudge's prying eyes. Lucius observed his son, whose body instinctively moved closer to his girlfriend with a hint of exasperation, turning to Fudge and stating, I believe the children require their privacy, do they not? Fudge blinked in surprise before chuckling, of course. Lucius was left speechless by the man's audacity. After the match concluded, Amy accompanied the Malfoy family back to their tent. Lucius glanced at Amy and addressed Draco. Draco, go find Harry and the others. I have matters to discuss with Amy. Draco hesitated, nodded after a brief moment, and departed. Lucius's expression grew serious. The Dark Lord was poised to make his presence known, signaling his return. Amy shrugged, let him come back. It's an opportune time to confront him. Lucius frowned. Bellatrix and her associates may also appear. Their strength should not be underestimated. Amy smirked, but they are no match for me, are they? Looking directly at Lucius, she asserted, Uncle Lucius, the era of the Dark Lord has passed. The day he truly returns will mark his end. Stunned, Lucius stared at the young woman. Do you truly believe that? Indeed, Amy replied with a light-hearted smile. We do not require a savior, nor the sacrifice of anyone. Voldemort must perish. Rest assured, I will ensure everyone's safety. Huh, foolish muggles. Mudbloods deserve to die. Bellatrix's manic laughter echoed through the woods. Another figure, clad in black robes and wearing a mask, frowned. Bellatrix, temper your enthusiasm. Do not forget the Master's objectives. With a cold smile, Bellatrix replied, of course. She raised her wand to the sky, and the bones of the dead materialized. A colossal dark mark loomed above, causing panic and chaos as people fled in terror. Draco observed the frightened wizards, puzzled by their fear of what was merely a symbol. Lucius furrowed his brow, murmuring, do not run, Draco. That is the dark mark. Arthur and his companions arrived, breathless. Lucius, where is Amy? Can she handle them? Arthur understood that those aligned with the ministry were powerless against such madness. Without Dumbledore, only Amy could face them. Lucius spoke with a casual tone. Do not worry. Amy has already gone to address the situation. Arthur stared at him in disbelief. She is just a child. No. I must assist her, he insisted. Then you go and drag us down, Lucius remarked lightly, casting a fleeting glance at him. Arthur, sensing the atmosphere, wisely fell silent. Harry could not fathom why a mere mark could render them so apprehensive. Arthur's expression grew solemn. You are still young, and do not comprehend the true terror of that individual. Draco shrugged nonchalantly. What terror? He was merely subdued by Amy. It's just the killing curse. Amy can perform it too. She's far more formidable than that noseless git. The twins nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's hard to believe that the infamous Dark Lord is so grotesque. No nose at all. Yet, the killing curse didn't even end his life. Amy surely has a way. She mentioned it back then. That made sense. The adults listened to the children's discourse, feeling as if the world had transformed into something fantastical. Arthur suspected that Lucius had imparted some knowledge, but seeing Lucius's astonished demeanor made him feel something was amiss. Arthur interrupted the children's chatter, earnestly informing them, the killing curse is a dreadful dark magic, and so is the Dark Lord. The twins exchanged knowing glances and countered. But he has no nose. Arthur pondered, why does the Dark Lord lack a nose? After a moment's reflection, he decided to investigate further. He hesitated, then turned to Lucius. Are you coming? Lucius appeared somewhat surprised. Let's go together. He too wished to witness the fate of those Death Eaters who returned to the Dark Lord's side. He had grown indifferent to the Dark Lord's summons. If Amy lacked the capability to vanquish him, then the Malfoys would be irrevocably cast into the abyss. Seeing that Lucius had not yet departed, Arthur realized that he had indeed severed ties with the Dark Lord's faction, since they were on the same side. There was no need for continued awkwardness. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Everyone was united in their effort to combat the Dark Lord. Unity was indeed the best course of action. Lucius took a deep breath. Let us proceed. Upon their arrival, the atmosphere was palpably tense. As they pushed through the throngs of people, they beheld a gruesome sight. A group lay sprawled in a pool of blood, their demises marked by evident torment. Amy, splattered with some blood yet unscathed, stood at the center of the carnage, wand in hand. The fallen figures were all too familiar to Lucius. Bellatrix Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Evan Rosier, Rabaston Lestrange, and Yaxley, his former colleagues, members of the Death Eaters. The onlookers stared in disbelief. It took Fudge a moment to regain his composure, cautiously asking Amy, Miss Snape, what transpired here? Oh, Amy replied casually, wiping the blood from her face. I happened upon them while they were marking this spot, and they attempted to kill me. But I turned the tables. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Those present had lived through Voldemort's reign and recognized the fallen. Diggory furrowed his brow and inquired, then why didn't you turn them over to the ministry? Amy regarded them expressionlessly. My abilities are limited. I could only use the killing curse. Otherwise, I would be the one dead. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces betraying an unspoken understanding of the brutal reality before them. Chapter 48. The Transformation of Snape. Barty Crouch spoke sharply. You should have spared their lives. We need to interrogate them. Amy shrugged. Mr. Crouch, I am curious as to what you wish to inquire. Is it about the Dark Lord's resurrection or the whereabouts of other Death Eaters? Under the astonished gazes of the assembly, Amy smiled faintly. The Death Eaters are drenched in blood. I do not perceive their deaths as unfortunate. Besides, what if the Dark Lord returns? Do not underestimate my strength, nor the power of the Curiosities Emporium. The crowd paused, suddenly reminded that this young girl was far from ordinary. The wealth and influence she wielded surpassed comprehension. This incident has not resulted in any casualties, has it? Amy smiled. Mr. Crouch fell silent for a moment. Indeed, Miss Snape promptly thwarted the Death Eater's attack on the innocent. However, Miss Snape, this is dark magic. You are still but a child, are you not? Mr. Diggory still struggled to accept this. Amy cast him a glance reminiscent of a Hufflepuff upperclassman. But Mr. Diggory, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, do they not? I am more than willing to cooperate with the Ministry in opposing the Dark Lord. After this, the Death Eaters have lost half their numbers. I hope you all believe that this is merely the beginning. Amy surveyed the assembly and declared. Fudge stepped forward, extending his hand to Amy. I look forward to Miss Snape's future contributions. Amy smiled as she shook his hand. I hope Minister Fudge will extend his support in the future as well. As they watched Amy and Lucius depart, Arthur and the others, someone inquired, what is their relationship? Fudge wore a familiar smile. It seems that Miss Snape and young Malfoy are in a romantic relationship. Following this incident, the entire wizarding world learned of Amy single-handedly confronting the Death Eaters and dismantling half their power. Snape sat leisurely on the sofa, reading the Daily Prophet. He pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. Why was I not informed beforehand? Amy shook her head. I did not wish for you to be entangled with them any longer. Snape paused, looking up at Amy. She gazed at him earnestly. Father, you are a respected potions master, a professor at Hogwarts, and the head of a house. You deserve respect. Those loathsome Death Eaters have no right to associate with you. I will kill the Dark Lord. I will not allow you to approach the abyss again. I hope you can witness me pave the way away from the abyss. Snape stared blankly for a moment, as if comprehending Amy's intentions, yet also bewildered. Nonetheless, he genuinely felt the distance from the abyss and the approach of light. He felt warmth, a brightness that belonged to him, and no one could take it away. This daze lingered for so long that when Amy proposed he refrain from involving himself in these matters, he found himself inexplicably agreeing. Snape reflected upon the fragments of his life over the past few years. He realized he had long detached himself from darkness. He could not pinpoint when it began, but he had also become an object of admiration and envy. He could not discern the moment when he transformed from the morose, greasy old bat of Hogwarts into the brooding, sharp-tongued, handsome young professor. Indeed, He was still only in his 30s. He could not identify when everything began to improve, including those adversaries he once despised, now trembling before him, hesitant to act recklessly. Observing their demeanor, he suddenly recognized that he lacked the rage and loss of control he had imagined. He seemed to have truly changed. After an indeterminate time, Snape gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window, a tranquil and gentle smile gracing his lips. The Hogwarts Express had arrived at its destination, halting amidst a downpour. The young wizards lamented as they looked outside at the rain. Amy conjured a large protective barrier to shield them from the rain. The young wizards, seeing this, crowded into the protective shield, prompting Amy to expand its reach once more. Upon arriving at the gates of the castle, the foremost group of girls narrowly avoided being struck by water balloons. Although shielded by a protective barrier, they were nonetheless quite startled. Ron remarked that it must have been first-year students behind the mischief. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily frightened by Peeves. Amy cast a disapproving glance at Peeves, admonishing, "Peeves, move away." Reluctantly, Peeves complied. His penchant for mischief did not extend to transforming himself into a barbecued ghost. That would be far too terrifying. Professor McGonagall, exasperated by Peeves' antics, nodded at Amy before directing the young wizards into the Great Hall. As they walked, the little wizards curiously observed Amy, this powerful and beautiful senior. Soon, familiar upperclassmen began to regale them with tales of Amy's legendary exploits, leaving nearby students in awe. Draco teased, "You're going to be famous again, Senior Amy." Amy shook her head in resignation. Even if they didn't know her today, they would soon meet in potions class. Draco conceded this point. Amy's voice took on a wistful tone as she hoped this year's cohort of young wizards would include a few with a flair for potions. Who would have guessed that she would end up handling all of Hogwarts' potions assignments? Yet, compared to the chaotic scene of piled-up assignments from both defense against the dark arts and potions, Amy suddenly felt rather fortunate in her current situation. She hoped this year's defense against the dark arts professor would prove more reliable. Clearly, Harry and the others shared this sentiment. As Ron expressed his curiosity about the new professor, Draco, having lowered his expectations considerably, merely wished for someone who was not as incompetent as Lockhart. Harry pondered aloud. "I still hope Amy can substitute." Hermione nodded in agreement. "Yes, with Amy as a substitute, we would have more time to study spells." Ron chimed in. "Amy gives less homework." From the side, Amy's voice floated in. "Isn't it possible that I simply don't wish to grade your mindless assignments?" The group couldn't help but laugh, eagerly anticipating this year's defense against the dark arts professor, completely disregarding Amy's exasperated expression. In the Great Hall, just as Professor Dumbledore announced that Quidditch matches would not take place that day, the doors swung open with a loud bang. A man clad in a black cloak, possessing only one eye, ambled in with a cane. His singular eye was large and spun about like a blue ball. "Allow me to introduce Professor Moody, our new defense against the dark arts instructor," Dumbledore proclaimed. Following his introduction, a heavy silence enveloped the hall. No one welcomed or applauded. It seemed everyone was captivated by Moody's bizarre appearance and peculiar eye. Amy, observing him closely, felt an unsettling premonition. Sure enough, Moody stood and shattered the silence. His eerie blue eye fixed intently on Amy. "I am Moody, your new defense against the dark arts professor. As a newcomer, I am not well acquainted with this position, so I hope someone can step forward to serve as my assistant." No one spoke up, not even Hermione. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "I feel like this professor is rather odd." Ron whispered in agreement, "I think he seems quite frightening." Moody, unfazed by the silence, continued, "I already have someone in mind." Amy's apprehension peaked, and indeed, the next moment, Moody's gaze shifted to her. "Miss Snape." The hall erupted into a cacophony, students astonished by Moody's choice. Yet some felt it was a reasonable decision. Amy tilted her head, thinking, "Reasonable? Bartemius Crouch Jr., you're asking for trouble." With a smile, she stood and addressed Moody. "Professor Moody, I believe there might be a more suitable candidate." "No," Moody interrupted firmly. "You are the most fitting choice, after all. During the recent Quidditch World Cup, you employed dark magic to eliminate several Death Eaters, did you not?" Gasps of disbelief rippled through the hall. "What? Is that true? Impossible. Senior Amy would never do such a thing," voices murmured, yet the Daily Prophet had detailed the events quite clearly, enveloping Amy in a storm of speculation. Maintaining her smile, she offered a reassuring glance to the murderous-looking Snape and restrained the rising Draco. Step by step, Amy approached the teacher's podium, turning to face all the little wizards. "After 4 years of camaraderie, I believe we have built enough trust to speak candidly. I did indeed employ dark magic, but my targets were Death Eaters. I do not take lives indiscriminately. If I do not eliminate them, they will harm more innocents. On that day at the Quidditch World Cup, I took down half the Death Eaters, and I assure you, in the near future, I shall eliminate the rest, including the Dark Lord." The hall fell silent. All eyes on Amy, the audacious girl standing at the lectern. In the face of skepticism, Amy calmly stated, "In my first year, I protected the Philosopher's Stone alongside Harry and his friends, thwarting the Dark Lord. In my second year, I vanquished the basilisk that petrified Mr. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. In my third year, I compelled Peter, a follower of the Dark Lord, to reveal himself, exonerating the true hero, Sirius Black. Professor Dumbledore can vouch for me. I can assure you, I have never killed an innocent person, not in the past, and certainly not in the future." After a moment of silence, Harry and the Gryffindors led the applause, followed by Draco from Slytherin, then Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The young wizards expressed their trust in Amy through their clapping. Amy cast a glance at Moody, her eyes holding a subtle challenge. Did you see that? This was the trust and respect she had cultivated over 3 years. Bartemius Crouch Jr., your demise is imminent. She harbored no ambitions, but that did not preclude her from winning hearts. What might seem like trivial matters to others were not mere distractions for her. The cumulative power of these small gestures should not be underestimated. She simply wished to protect those she cared for, yet there were always those foolish enough to provoke her. Unbeknownst to Amy, Dumbledore observed her with a smile in his eyes. At that moment, he truly believed in Amy, convinced that she stood on the side of justice. The cheers and support from the young wizards made Dumbledore realize he had underestimated her trustworthiness. Furthermore, he recalled someone in his office, his eyes reflecting a rare sense of ease. Perhaps it was time for him to consider retirement. Moody's expression darkened. "If that is the case, then I look forward to your assistance, Miss Snape." Amy smiled back. "I look forward to it as well." When Amy returned to her seat, Dumbledore finally stood, smiling broadly. "I now need to announce that in the coming months, the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts. It seems there are still some among you who are unaware of the details of this competition. Furthermore, only students who have reached the age of 17 are eligible to participate in this competition." A chorus of disappointment echoed through the auditorium, with the younger wizards expressing their discontent, albeit less dramatically. Amy narrowed her eyes. Harry's name had been submitted by young Barty, a situation she felt powerless to alter, for she intended to accompany him in vanquishing the resurrected Voldemort. Yet, prior to that, Amy cast a subtle glance at Harry, contemplating the Horcruxes. With a furrowed brow, she entered the classroom for the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, which was designated for 7th-year students, a class she was obligated to attend as a teaching assistant. In truth, she had already missed an uncountable number of classes in favor of assisting with defense against the dark arts and potions. She felt that Dumbledore owed her 2 salaries. With a sigh, she had hoped that the 4th-year Barty would prove more reliable, only to find him causing her trouble upon their first meeting. "Well, I have received Professor Lupin's letter and am aware of your progress. You have learned a great deal. Yet it is far from sufficient. Over the course of the coming year, I will instruct you in the art of defending against dark magic," Moody declared. "Are you aware of which dark curses are met with the severest penalties under wizarding law?" he inquired. Soon, 3 students responded in unison: the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse, and the Imperius Curse. A peculiar smile crept upon Moody's face. "Indeed, correct answers," he affirmed. And then the entire class watched in rapt attention as he demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses on a spider. "I have not lifted the curses. My intention is merely to alert you to the gravity of the situation. You must remain vigilant," Moody cautioned. Naturally, ordinary individuals would never wield such curses, for doing so would lead them straight to Azkaban. Suddenly, Moody turned to Amy. "Is that not so, Miss Snape?" Without a flicker of emotion, Amy responded, "Indeed, however, the wizarding law has been amended to permit the use of the unforgivable curses against Death Eaters for the safety of the Aurors. Dark magic serves purposes beyond mere murder. It can also protect those whom one wishes to safeguard." With a smile, Amy added, "I believe Professor Moody wishes for everyone to remember these points. Do you not, Professor?" Moody's expression darkened. "Yes, precisely," he conceded. Chapter 50. The 5 warriors. That evening, in the Office for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Amy gently knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, entered. She greeted Professor Moody courteously, every movement impeccably poised. Moody regarded her with an inscrutable expression and asked, "Miss Snape, I presume you are well acquainted with the 3 unforgivable curses?" "Yes, Professor," Amy replied, her tone devoid of emotion. A strange smile played upon Moody's lips. "I intend to engage you in a duel tomorrow, utilizing dark magic." He paused before continuing, "I hope we might attempt a wizarding combat now. What say you, Miss Snape?" With a slight smile, Amy replied, "It would be my honor, Professor." Moody seemed to have anticipated this response, eagerly producing his wand. "Expecto Patronum." Amy smirked, "Avada Kedavra." With just the 2 of them, why pretend to hold back? Moody's pupils dilated sharply as he quickly dodged, retaliating with Avada Kedavra. Amy did not flinch. She met his assault head-on, casting Avada Kedavra. "Moody, taken aback by the thick green light, hastily sought refuge. He had underestimated her prowess. The daughter of Severus was indeed formidable. After several exchanges, Moody finally relinquished his desire to see Amy in a compromised position. With a feigned smile, he remarked, "Well done, Miss Snape, but you need not exert so much magical force. The younger wizards may find such overwhelming power intimidating." Amy smiled and nodded in agreement. "Certainly, Professor Moody. I understand." She then added, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Moody, recalling the earlier embarrassment, looked displeased. "You may go," he dismissed her. Amy turned and departed, indifferent to the assignments for defense against the dark arts. She was eager to find her father. Throughout the day, Amy had been engaged in a battle of wits with Moody, their public interactions masked as amicable exchanges, while privately they sparred, a secret known only to themselves. On that day, Moody confronted Draco, who bore a hint of fear mingled with disdain. Moody, seemingly provoked by Draco's expression, roared, "What are you doing, Malfoy? You are just like your father, Lucius." Surprisingly, however, Moody did not harm Draco, for Zelda had emerged from Draco's pocket. Thanks to Zelda's unique ability, it could maintain its size. Under Amy's repeated admonitions, Draco had never allowed Zelda to stray far from his side, though he would have done so regardless. Even without Amy's urging, a year had passed, yet Draco's affection for Zelda remained undiminished. He truly adored dragons, especially this one, so beautiful and well-behaved. Yet the little creature's combat prowess was not to be underestimated, particularly when its master was threatened. Moody's robes were singed to tatters, leaving him exposed and bearing numerous burn marks. Had Draco not exercised restraint, Moody might have met a fiery demise. Draco patted Zelda's head, basking in the envious glances of those around him, and proudly strode away with the little creature. The incident quickly spread, transforming Moody into the subject of ridicule. His once fearsome and brooding demeanor was forgotten, replaced by tales of his embarrassing exposure and singed appearance. Moody seethed with resentment, yet felt powerless. After all, he had instigated the trouble and had no grounds for complaint. Even standing on principle, Professor Dumbledore would protect Draco out of consideration for Amy's influence. On October 30th, the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived. At the Slytherin table, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Amy, I want Krum to come to Slytherin." He was astonished to learn that Krum was still a student. Amy listened with a smile as Draco rambled on, nodding to the students from Durmstrang as they entered. Draco watched in surprise as they approached. Amy winked. "I know you love Quidditch, so I made sure to introduce myself beforehand." Krum and his companions took their seats and greeted Amy. She smiled in return, introducing Draco. "This is my boyfriend, Draco Malfoy." Krum paused, then remarked, "So he is the boy you mentioned who is fond of Quidditch." "Indeed, he is the seeker for Slytherin and has a passion for Quidditch. I believe you two will have much in common." On the Gryffindor side, Ron watched Krum head over to Slytherin with a look of dismay. "I knew it. Draco must have prepared something for Amy." Harry felt a twinge of regret, but soon let it go. "Let us go find them later." Amy, as always, was accustomed to forgetting her friends in the presence of new faces. This year's competition events have been thoroughly discussed and finalized by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman. A total of 3 champions will participate, continued Dumbledore, and each event will be scored. At the conclusion of the 3 events, the champion with the highest score will claim the Triwizard Cup. The selection of champions is the responsibility of the Goblet of Fire. Tomorrow evening, the Goblet will choose the most suitable 3 champions for the competition. I have set a minimum age requirement. Those under 17 years of age will not be permitted near the goblet. Suddenly, several scorched parchments leapt from the goblet. Dumbledore glanced at them and announced, "The champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum. The champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. And the champion from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory." The 3 champions had been selected. Yet at that moment, the goblet spat out another parchment, Harry Potter. Amy sighed as expected, but immediately after, another name appeared from the goblet, Amelia Snape. Amy stood up in shock, and Harry, who had been downcast, turned abruptly, wondering who had orchestrated this situation. Bagman declared, "A total of 5 champions have emerged. This includes Harry Potter and Amelia Snape." The 3 champions furrowed their brows, and Krum approached, asking, "Amy, what is going on?" With a grim expression, Amy replied, clearly, "We have been set up, but their motives remain uncertain." Cedric expressed concern, aware of Amy's reputation at Hogwarts. Chapter 51, the first event. Fleur arrogantly remarked, "Who would plot against you to enter the Triwizard Tournament?" Amy cast a glance at the downcast Harry and sighed. "Harry is the rumored savior. While I have already eliminated half of the Death Eaters, our common adversary is the Death Eaters. It is evident who has conspired against us." Harry suddenly lifted his head, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Is that true? I did not submit my name, nor did you, correct?" Amy nodded. "Indeed, given my current standing in the wizarding world, There is no need to resort to such underhanded tactics for a tournament. Have you all heard? Amy has no need to employ any schemes to enter a competition. Snape interjected. Others joined in, including Mr. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime. Karkaroff stated, if that is the case, then let them compete together. Krum looked at him in surprise. Although he was indifferent to Amy's participation, being her friend, he did not expect Karkaroff to agree so readily. Snape cast an inscrutable glance at Karkaroff, his eyes glinting with an unknown light. Madame Maxime frowned, but that is unfair. Dumbledore interjected, however, it is as it is. We should trust the goblet selection. Mr. Crouch approached, stating, the first event will test your courage, to be held on November 24th. During this time, various rumors spread like wildfire. Amy remained unaffected, focusing intently on her own affairs. Previously, during the Quidditch World Cup, after eliminating Bella, Amy had taken several strands of her hair and successfully accessed the Gringotts vault. Retrieving Hufflepuff's cup, she found a secluded spot and disposed of it with fiendfire. The notebook had long since been reduced to ash. The Slytherin locket was being dealt with in collaboration between Lucius and Arthur, navigating the Ministry of Magic. The Gaunt family's ring had been secured with Grindelwald's assistance, allowing her to retrieve it from the Gaunt family estate. By now, it too had likely been incinerated by Grindelwald's fiendfire. 4 Horcruxes remained: the Slytherin locket, Nagini, Harry, and Ravenclaw's diadem. Concerned for Harry and the others, Amy resolved to check on them. She stood and prepared to visit the room of requirement. Knock, knock, she called. Come in. Amy was astonished to see the visitors. What brings you here? Harry smiled. Of course, it's for this. Amy's eyes widened in surprise at the item Harry presented. You actually found it. Draco proudly declared. Of course. Ron added. It took a lot of effort. Amy incinerated the diadem with fiendfire. Harry looked at her expectantly. Amy, what other Horcruxes remain? Ever since the champions were announced, Harry had been in a gloomy mood. After careful consideration, Amy decided to confide everything to him, alleviating Harry's worries as he focused solely on the Horcruxes. After a moment, Amy replied, the Slytherin locket, Nagini, and you. Harry fell silent, already aware of the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within him. Although it was difficult to accept, Amy had assured him there was a way to extract it. What is that method? Harry inquired. Amy feigned mystery. You will find out in due time. For now, take heart, Harry. Prepare well for the competition. Harry could only nod in agreement. During preparations, some unexpected incidents arose. For instance, Harry unexpectedly encountered the exam's content, a dragon. Thanks to Moody's guidance, he had learned how to deal with the dragon. He quietly informed Amy, who merely smiled. I understand. Thank you, Harry. Amy specifically advised Harry to trust Moody's suggestions, knowing he must ensure Harry reached the final challenge to encounter the goblet. Thus, he would not allow Harry to be eliminated. Soon, the first event arrived, and Amy felt little enthusiasm for it. They were required to retrieve a golden egg from beneath the dragon's watchful gaze. Amy was the first to act, lacking patience. She cast a powerful stunning spell, incapacitating the dragon. She calmly approached to collect the golden egg, successfully completing the challenge. The judges awarded her high scores for her flawless performance. Notably, Karkaroff and Bagman both awarded full marks. After the event, Amy and the others gathered in the room of requirement. Amy looked at them quizzically. What brings you here suddenly? You know I'm busy. Ron frowned. What time is it? You still have time for your trivial matters. Amy blinked. What time is it? Draco rolled his eyes at them and said, Sirius sent Harry a letter, saying Karkaroff is a Death Eater. Harry looked at Amy anxiously. Should we inform Professor Dumbledore? Amy contemplated something and shook her head. No, it's better to devise our own plans. Relying on some old bee entrapped in a love potion is simply impossible. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Amy refrained from elaborating, simply stating, Karkaroff is not to be feared. He wouldn't dare to act. He was originally a traitor to the Death Eaters, having betrayed the Dark Lord. Have you not noticed how he has been intentionally ingratiating himself with me and my father? He seeks our assistance. He does not wish to die. Furthermore, Amy paused, then continued, have you noticed that Moody seems off? Harry gazed at her with a puzzled expression and inquired, what is it? I think he is quite decent, thanks to the advice he gave me. Amy shook her head, stating, on the contrary, he is the one you must be wary of. He is a Death Eater, loyal to the Dark Lord. It must be Polyjuice Potion. In any case, the real Moody is likely imprisoned somewhere. Draco was taken aback. Then who exactly is he? Amy responded, he is Barty Crouch Jr. Draco, astonished, asked, the son of Mr. Crouch? His child is a Death Eater? Ron interjected. If Percy knew, he would be utterly shocked. Amy shrugged, just be cautious, all of you. Chapter 52, Pampering from Tongu. Hermione, with a look of confusion, asked, then why not capture him? I mean, Amy, you have the ability, right? Amy nodded. Indeed, but I need him to set a trap. His goal is to have Harry retrieve the Triwizard Cup at the final task. which has been transformed into a portkey that will take Harry to the Dark Lord's location. Amy chuckled. I wonder if Harry would be willing to be this bait. I am, Harry replied directly. Amy smiled wryly. Harry, you must at least let me finish. This is dangerous. Harry looked at Amy earnestly and said, I fear no danger. As long as it exacts a toll from Voldemort, I will do whatever it takes. Amy was momentarily taken aback, then tapped Harry on the head. All right. Don't take it so seriously. How could I allow you to be in mortal peril? Now, do you all remember not to show any signs of weakness? You haven't forgotten the items I gave you, have you? She inquired. The others nodded, of course. Amy inspected them, feeling relieved. These items would prevent others from using Legilimency on them. Although Amy preferred to teach them the Occlumency technique, time was evidently of the essence. The Yule Ball will be held at 8 o'clock in the Great Hall on Christmas Eve, concluding at midnight. Draco excitedly relayed Professor McGonagall's words to Amy. While listening, Amy corrected the assignments from the young wizard's defense against the dark arts class. That insufferable Barty Crouch Jr. had the audacity to claim he was busy organizing the Triwizard Tournament and that he would handle the assignments. Amy felt as if the pen in her hand might snap. Her mood was decidedly poor. With evident anticipation in his eyes, Draco asked, Amy, have you decided on your dance partner yet? Upon hearing this, Amy blinked in surprise and met his gaze, clearly seeing the expectation in his eyes. A faint smile graced her lips. Of course, it's my little lord, isn't it? My boyfriend. Draco's lips curled into a smile. Naturally, my girlfriend. Suddenly, Draco seemed to recall something, his spirits lifting, according to tradition. The ball begins with the champions and their partners dancing. Amy rested her chin on her hand, smiling gently as she occasionally nodded at Draco's words. Hey! Draco suddenly noticed a transparent glass jar on the table. Inside was a beetle. Curiously, he asked, Amy, does this beetle have any special purpose? Beyond that, he could think of no other possibilities, as Amy did not strike him as someone who would catch a beetle for amusement. Amy casually glanced at the jar. It's that bothersome reporter, Rita Skeeter's animagus form. She wasn't registered with the Ministry of Magic, and I caught her. Draco immediately recalled that unscrupulous reporter known for her exaggerations. So it was her. He scrutinized the beetle in the jar, which seemed to be staring intently at him, as if pleading for his help. With a hint of disdain, Draco asked, Is she bothering you again? Not exactly. Amy began to mark the potion's assignments. It's just that Harry has been under a lot of stress lately, and this reporter has been pestering him. He was at his wit's end, so he came to me. Draco nodded thoughtfully, gazing at Amy in a daze. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Amy's mind. Ding, the system mall is now open. Startled, Amy sought an excuse to send Draco away. Sitting in her chair with her eyes closed, she asked, Why is there a system mall now when there wasn't before? Alan's lazy voice replied, You never asked. And besides, you don't lack anything, do you? Amy was rendered speechless. That was indeed true. Then why has it suddenly opened? Amy questioned. Alan's tone held a hint of sarcasm. Isn't it because of some fool who likes to overthink? To prevent the fool from pondering too much. I had no choice but to open this useless mall. After a moment's reflection, Amy said, But I really don't need anything right now. Alan teased, Really? What have you been worrying about lately? Is there truly nothing at all? Amy paused, realizing her recent thoughts had revolved around the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry. Her eyes flickered. Could it be that the system mall had a solution? Upon searching, she discovered that it indeed did. Astonished, Amy noted the price was merely 100 galleons. Without hesitation, she made the payment and awaited the system's solution. The system interface displayed, payment successful, resolved. Amy admitted she was somewhat bewildered, asking, Brother, is that it? Alan's voice dripped with disdain. What else would it be? I already told you it would be resolved. You just had to trust me instead of overthinking. Are you satisfied now? Amy nodded in a daze. Was she satisfied? She then asked a rather foolish question. So now only 2 Horcruxes remain? Alan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Great, my host has gone dim-witted. He rubbed his forehead, sighing, Forget it. I won't expect much from you. Just stick to grading assignments here. I'll take care of the remaining 2 Horcruxes for you. Feeling exhausted, yet still inclined to pamper his host, he thought. So now, Voldemort's Horcruxes are all gone. While Amy was still in a daze, Harry suddenly collapsed without warning, which was, of course, due to Alan's influence. In a place invisible to others, he extracted the fragment of Voldemort's soul from Harry's body and casually destroyed it. To resolve it with just 100 galleons? It's merely to prevent a certain foolish girl from overthinking. She always worries about him, as if he would come to harm. Alan also took the opportunity to dispose of the Slytherin locket and Nagini. Thus, all 7 of Voldemort's Horcruxes were destroyed. Originally, Alan had intended to eliminate Voldemort directly. But then he reconsidered. If he simply killed Voldemort, wouldn't that diminish Amy's sense of involvement? Moreover, it would disrupt Amy's plans. With that thought, Alan ultimately decided to leave Voldemort for Amy. After completing all this, he yawned languidly and strolled back to the oddities emporium. These are little Amy's dowries. I must keep a close watch on them. When Dumbledore arrived at the infirmary to examine Harry, he suddenly sensed something was amiss within Harry's body. A nagging suspicion formed in his mind, but he dared not confirm it. Only when Amy, whom he had summoned, affirmed the situation did Dumbledore find the courage to ascertain that all of Voldemort's Horcruxes had indeed been destroyed. As Dumbledore reveled in his joy, Amy expressionlessly extracted 2 towering stacks of potions homework from her expandable bag. Who would have thought she was so accommodating, always at their beck and call? The old bee should truly be grateful that the assignments for defense against the dark arts had already been completed by her. Chapter 53, The 3 Adorable Ones. Oh my, Amy, you cannot possibly believe that Ron and Harry have yet to find partners, Draco remarked with a gleeful smirk. Amy responded with a hint of exasperation. Which is quite normal, considering the only girls they know are Hermione and me. Draco interjected, but Hermione already has a partner, did you know? Someone invited her. Oh. Who is it? Amy inquired, her memory hinting that it might be Crumb, or was it someone else? Draco shrugged, uncertain. She refuses to divulge. Ron, on the other hand, could hardly accept that Hermione already had a partner, persistently attempting to extract information. Amy mused aloud. Has Ron finally developed a sense of urgency? Draco looked at her in confusion. What sense of urgency? After a moment's pause, Amy realized with a start. Could it be that they are progressing too slowly? Draco seemed to grasp the implication, incredulously asking, are you suggesting that Hermione and Ron are involved? I had no inkling. Amy sighed. Perhaps they themselves remain oblivious. Or maybe Hermione has noticed, but has been irked by Ron. Draco's eyes reflected sheer disbelief. We are only in 4th year, merely 14 years old. Do you assume everyone is like you, flirting from a young age? He is still just a child, his intentions not entirely pure, and so forth. Draco, astonished, gazed at Amy and queried, you didn't approach me with the intention of marriage, did you? Amy's gaze drifted. She retorted playfully, of course not. It was simply because you were exceptionally charming as a child. Simply too adorable. Draco remained skeptical, his disbelief palpable. Keep weaving your tale, then. Amy coughed lightly, hastily changing the subject. Doesn't Harry have someone he wishes to invite? Draco regarded her with a bemused expression, scrutinizing her until she felt uncomfortable, then casually replied. Harry initially intended to invite Cho Chang, but she has already accepted Cedric's invitation, and since you are my girlfriend, Harry is now quite troubled. At this, Draco suddenly asked with enthusiasm, Amy, shouldn't Harry be calling me brother-in-law? Amy was momentarily speechless. It seems so. Wow. Harry considers him a brother. Yet he wishes to be your brother-in-law. Draco wore a mischievous grin. That sounds delightful. I shall seek him out shortly. At that moment, Amy abruptly stood and walked over to Draco's side. Draco, seated, raised an eyebrow at her, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Amy looked at him with a pitiful expression, gently tugging at his sleeve. Draco, please help me. There's too much homework. Draco remained unmoved. No way. You've tricked me too many times already, each time feigning helplessness. He was there to keep her company, not to do her work. Amy, feeling wronged, bit her lip, and with a loud thud, she vanished. Draco, startled, lifted his gaze, only to find a small dragon tugging at the hem of his trousers. Surprised, he looked down at the little dragon, which appeared quite miffed, as if displeased that Draco had overlooked her. Draco carefully cradled the small creature, examining her closely. She was a beautiful little dragon, distinct from Zelda, yet equally fragile in appearance. With an unmistakable excitement in his tone, Draco asked, Is that you, Amy? The little dragon nodded in affirmation. Gently stroking her soft wings, he exclaimed, Is this your animagus form? Another little dragon. Amy, you are simply marvelous. The dragon, like Amy, pointed in a direction, signaling Draco to look there. Understanding dawned on him as he followed her gesture, and indeed, it led to the homework. Cautiously cradling the little dragon, fearful of harming her, he sighed, Amy, you truly are. He gently placed her on the desk and picked up a quill to tackle the assignments. Amy unceremoniously leaned onto the table, admiring her boyfriend's handsome visage. Indeed, a serious man is the most attractive. By the time Draco finished, Amy had already dozed off on the table. Draco shook his head in resignation, truly ungrateful yet. Despite his words, his actions were gentle. He cradled Amy in his arms and made his way into her room. With her godfather absent that day, he decided not to return to the Slytherin common room. After tidying up, he climbed into bed, placing Amy beside his pillow, ensuring that she wouldn't be smothered by the covers before finally allowing himself to sleep. The next day, Draco awoke groggily, feeling something resting on his chest. Looking down, he discovered the small dragon blissfully sleeping on the collar of his robe. With a sigh, he gently poked her. The texture is quite pleasant, warm and soft. Wait a moment, where's Zelda? Didn't he also have another dragon? A soft snore emanated from behind him, as if in response to his query. Turning around, Draco was taken aback to find the little creature nestled comfortably on the back of his robe. His attention had been solely on the one in front, completely unaware of the other behind him. With one in front and one behind, these two little ones were unconcerned about being squashed. Draco dared not make any sudden movements, fearing he might disturb the two oblivious little creatures. He carefully shifted the one behind him to the front, placing both little beings together, watching them snuggle against him. A tender smile graced Draco's face. He closed his eyes, intending to accompany them in slumber a while longer. The dim light of the cellar flickered gently, as if wishing to capture the warm scene of the three adorable ones nestled together. Chapter 54, Treasures. The Christmas Ball. Draco and Amy, the iconic couple of Hogwarts, inadvertently drew the attention of the crowd upon their arrival. The students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons had evidently heard of this couple's legendary tale. The two, at the center of conversation, had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny, and under the watchful eyes of many, they executed a flawless ballroom dance. Following this, Draco took a moment to rest while Amy, clutching a glass of wine, approached the area where Snape stood. Observing her father, who had been compelled to don formal attire at her strong suggestion, she felt that today he appeared remarkably dashing. Amy teased, "Aren't you going to dance, father?" The girls will be heartbroken. Snape, maintaining his stoic demeanor, disregarded the gazes of the girls around him, their hesitant yet eager expressions suggesting they might pounce at any moment. He was not fond of crowded gatherings, despite being a Slytherin himself. Amy glanced at her father, who was being subtly admired by the girls, then at her boyfriend, who was being approached by various girls. She felt like a true winner in life. What could be more delightful than witnessing two handsome men of different types? Of course, the fact that both handsome men belonged to her made it all the more special. With sparkling eyes, Amy gazed at her father. Truly, he was handsome beyond measure. Snape regarded Amy with an expression that bordered on incredulity, and he found himself compelled to close his eyes momentarily to suppress the flicker of disdain that threatened to surface. He casually set down the wine glass in his hand and performed a courteous bow to Amy. Amid her astonished gaze, Snape gently inquired, "Amy, would you care to join me for a dance?" With a twinkle in her eye, Amy eagerly accepted his outstretched hand, exclaiming, "Of course, it would be my utmost honor." In the midst of the dance, a chorus of youthful admiration erupted from the onlookers. "Ah, father is so handsome." Once the melody concluded, Snape hastily took his leave, feeling as though the dance with his daughter had activated some hidden mechanism within him. The predatory stares of the surrounding girls seemed as if they were poised to devour him. Did they not realize the need for restraint? Observing her father's almost frantic retreat, Amy couldn't help but stifle a smile. She politely declined the multitude of invitations that poured in and sought out Draco, who was similarly ensnared in the crowd. Draco, eager to escape the throngs, swiftly took Amy's hand and led her from the hall. As they ventured into the tranquil embrace of the night, with her charming boyfriend by her side, Amy felt a sense of calm envelop her. "Dear Mr. Malfoy, it seems you are quite the popular one," she remarked with a smile. Draco raised an eyebrow, playfully retorting, "Miss Snape, you are not to be outdone in that regard." With a radiant smile, Amy playfully leaped into Draco's arms, her eyes shimmering with affection. "Draco, I like you so much. You are finally mine, and I couldn't be happier." Having grown accustomed to Amy's fervent and sincere declarations, Draco embraced her warmly. "I share your joy. Truly, I am elated to be the object of your affection." In a spontaneous gesture, Amy rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Draco's. Surprised, Draco quickly reciprocated. The second challenge was upon them. "Amy, you are aware of the nature of the competition, correct?" Ron inquired. Nonchalantly, she replied, "Of course, it is simply about rescuing one's treasure." Suddenly, Amy's expression shifted. Realizing that her treasure was Draco, grasping Hermione's arm, she asked urgently, "Where is Draco? Where is he?" Hermione, startled and flustered, stammered, "I don't know. We haven't seen him." At this, Amy's demeanor darkened, her gaze turning icy as it fell upon Dumbledore. It was his idea. Dumbledore, sensing her penetrating stare, instinctively wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and shook his head. Realizing he was not the culprit, Amy's attention shifted to Karkaroff, who appeared to be signaling towards Moody. "Little Barty Crouch, you seek your demise." Moody chuckled. "Treasure, of course, refers to the most significant person, does it not? Malfoy is your boyfriend, after all. Who better to play the role of your treasure?" Under the scrutiny of all present, Amy gritted her teeth and replied, "Indeed, Professor Moody." "Dumbledore, may we commence the competition?" Amy turned to him. Dumbledore, not daring to hesitate, affirmed, "Certainly." As the competition was announced, Amy swiftly conjured a blasting curse towards the Black Lake, sending a colossal spray of water that left the onlookers in awe. However, Amy was keenly aware that her explosive spell merely disturbed the lake's surface and posed no threat to Draco or the others. The champions were momentarily stunned by Amy's boldness, paralyzed with uncertainty about entering the water. Soon, a swarm of merfolk emerged, the leading one intoning in a deep voice, "Do you intend to slay us?" Amy raised her wand, declaring, "Release the hostages, or I shall upheave this lake." The merfolk fell silent for a moment before one remarked ominously, "You shall pay for this." The champions watched in astonishment, while Harry, attempting to approach Amy, was deterred by her palpable aura of menace. The merfolk brought forth the hostages. Amy quickly scooped up the still unconscious Draco and began to depart, while Fleur cradled her sister, weeping, and Crumb silently carried Hermione away. Harry exchanged a glance with Moody, hesitating before he too left with Ron. The atmosphere was thick with silence, only broken when Fleur, too, exited with her sister. All the champions had withdrawn, their scores forgotten. Moody frowned, addressing Dumbledore. "Miss Snape is violating the rules." Dumbledore, with a smile, countered, "Yet all the treasures have returned safely, have they not?" Karkaroff chimed in. "Then let it be a draw." Madame Maxime's expression was complex as she surveyed the water-splattered scene, secretly taken aback by Amy's prowess. After a moment of contemplation, she supported Karkaroff's stance, agreeing to a draw. Moody's expression darkened. "And how do we account for Miss Snape's rule-breaking?" Ludo interjected. "Miss Snape acted out of a desire to save lives. It balances out. Let it be a draw." Meanwhile, Amy silently observed Draco on the bed, her heart yearning for the final confrontation. Soon, she would vanquish Voldemort, the Death Eaters, and ensure that little Barty would not escape. No one would be able to harm her treasure again, neither her father, nor Draco, nor Harry, nor her friends. A cold resolve settled in her eyes. Perhaps tonight, she should first reclaim some interest from Draco. "Amy." Draco's weak voice pulled her from her thoughts. She hurriedly asked, "How are you, Draco? Are you still in pain?" Chapter 55, Removing the Dark Mark. Draco shook his head, a smile gracing his features. "Amy, I am your treasure. When that fellow Moody found me, I was truly delighted." Yet, a shadow crossed Amy's face. "But that was perilous. Do you realize how close I came to eliminating little Barty Crouch?" Draco chuckled softly. "Well, I'm still quite pleased. Besides, you wouldn't let anything happen to me, would you?" Amy paused, seriousness filling her gaze. "No, I will ensure you remain safe." Draco smiled weakly. "That's reassuring." "And Harry?" Amy pondered for a moment. "I'm not certain, but he should be fine." That evening, Amy took the initiative to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Moody glanced up, frowning upon seeing her. "I don't recall inviting you here." Amy turned and locked the door, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "I came of my own accord." Without further ado, she drew her wand and decisively uttered, "Cruciatus." Moody's pupils constricted as he attempted to flee, but Amy would not allow him to escape. One after another, the Cruciatus curses struck Moody, and she waved her wand to muffle his cries, taking pleasure in his torment. She remained until the early hours of dawn, savoring the sight of the foe Moody in agony. Undeniably, the Cruciatus curse proved to be a highly effective spell, sparing her from numerous complications without leaving any marks. The following day, Draco heard of Amy's audacious act at the Black Lake. Harry gazed at him with an air of envy. You have no idea how frightening Amy was. I barely dared to speak. Draco, with a hint of arrogance, replied, "You're still a child. You don't comprehend the bond between my sister and me." Harry rolled his eyes. "You just keep basking in your glory." However, hesitating, Harry added, "Actually, I hadn't yet devised a plan for rescuing the hostages. So I was fortunate that Amy managed to save me." "How lucky we are," Ron marveled. "It's all thanks to Amy. But I wonder how Moody is faring." Amy would undoubtedly not let him off the hook, would she? Harry shrugged. After all, it was his own fault. Professor Dumbledore had never intended for Draco to be a prized possession, and besides, Amy had no fondness for this competition. She was already quite busy. In truth, their guesses were remarkably accurate. Moody had entered the infirmary due to a cold. However, Dumbledore had concealed the real news, as its revelation would be detrimental to Amy. Upon learning of this, Snape remarked with irritation, "That old bee has finally done something worthwhile." Amy chuckled beside him. "Well, that little Barty had it coming." Snape glanced at her with mild annoyance. "You're a bit impulsive yourself." Amy flashed a charming smile at Snape. "Well, I can't help but worry about Draco." "Father." A sudden knock on the door interrupted Amy's words. Snape casually said, "Come in." Yet, upon seeing the visitor, Snape's expression darkened. "What do you want?" Karkaroff glanced at Amy, a hint of unease in his voice. "What I mentioned before has become increasingly apparent." Snape, growing impatient, replied, "Then you should leave. Get out of here." "But he won't let me go," Karkaroff said, panic evident in his demeanor. Snape, exasperated, was about to dismiss him when Amy suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Snape cast a downward glance at his daughter, grunting in annoyance. Seeing this, Amy smiled and inquired, I wonder what Professor Karkaroff can offer me. Karkaroff's eyes brightened at her words, filled with excitement. As long as I survive, I will absolutely follow your lead. Amy smiled silently. Karkaroff could betray the Dark Lord, just as he could betray her. However, she had no grand ambitions, so he need not pledge unwavering loyalty. That promise was sufficient for her. Amy produced a vial of potion and handed it to him. Drink this. Karkaroff hesitated as he stared at the potion in his hand, but ultimately steeled himself and consumed it. He dared not inquire about the potion's effects and merely focused on the changes occurring within him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left forearm, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hastily rolled up his sleeve. Karkaroff's demeanor turned grave as he observed the dark mark on his arm. It had not deepened, but rather seemed to have faded slightly. Snape stood up abruptly, having clearly witnessed that Karkaroff's dark mark was indeed diminishing. Under the astonished gaze of the two, the dark mark continued to fade until it ultimately vanished. Karkaroff's expression was a mix of complexity, joy intermingled with worry. He couldn't help but glance at Amy, wanting to say something yet hesitating. Amy simply smiled gently. Do not fret, it is almost over. Karkaroff, puzzled, asked over. In response to his confusion, Amy continued, I will kill the Dark Lord during the third task. Once he is dead, you will naturally be safe. Karkaroff stared in shock at the girl before him, wondering if she truly understood the gravity of her words. He then turned to Snape, only to find him expressionless, with an undertone of disdain directed at Karkaroff. He could not comprehend how Snape could remain so unfazed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Snape unceremoniously tossed him out. What a bore. Seeing this, Amy said nothing, merely laughing as she leapt into Snape's embrace and then produced another vial of potion. She grinned. It seems this potion works splendidly. Father can drink it without worry. Snape accepted the potion without hesitation, trusting his daughter even without Karkaroff's trial. After a moment, Snape felt it was time, rolled up his sleeve, and indeed, the dark mark had vanished. A look of relief washed over Snape. He was finally free. Amy remarked, since that's the case, I'll have an owl deliver a vial to Uncle Lucius as well. Snape nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow. That Karkaroff fellow won't leak your plans, will he? Amy reassured him, it's fine. I added a little extra to the potion I gave him. He won't be able to breach my thoughts for a while. Snape pondered, is there such a potion? Amy smiled. Yes, I only discovered it recently. It's a new product from the Oddities Emporium. Alan brought me plenty. Snape contemplated for a moment before expressing his lingering concern. That Alan, can he truly be trusted? Ultimately, Snape refrained from probing further into Alan's identity, sensing it was extraordinary and should remain undisclosed. He could hardly imagine the consequences if it impacted Amy adversely. Understanding her father's unspoken thoughts, Amy replied, do not worry, father. Alan would never betray me. He has been by my side since I was little. Snape's brow relaxed a bit. Such words indeed suggested no ill intentions. After all, Amy's existence was primarily due to him. He had no ulterior motives. Snape decided to let the matter rest, expressing genuine interest. Do you have more of that potion? The one that removes the dark mark. I must study it. There were new products he desired as well. Amy smiled, of course. She pulled out an array of various items from her expandable bag, including potions and alchemical tools. Snape's eyes brightened as he moved closer to examine the items. Watching this scene unfold, Amy couldn't help but smile. Indeed, potions had the power to uplift her father's spirits. Chapter 56, The Death of Voldemort. Bagman announced. The parameters of the third task are quite clear. All one must do is locate the Triwizard Cup within the maze and touch it to claim victory. Amy shrugged and nonchalantly stepped into the maze. The remaining champions followed suit, and Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. Amy had finally grasped the importance of adhering to the rules of the competition. A cause for celebration. Moody observed the retreating figures with an inscrutable expression, his eyes betraying a chilling intensity. Karkaroff lounged indifferently in his chair, content to await Severus's daughter's emergence. The Triwizard Cup was of no consequence. He simply hoped Crumb would return safely. Inside the maze, the champions took different paths. Amy followed closely behind Harry until he reached the Triwizard Cup without incident. Amy seized the cup as well, pushing aside Cedric, who attempted to approach. Your girlfriend is waiting for you to return. It's best you avoid this dangerous affair. Amy, where are we? Harry asked anxiously, surveying their surroundings. This appears to be a graveyard or something. Amy raised an eyebrow at him. Harry, look, familiar faces are approaching. Before Harry could discern who was coming, a sharp, piercing voice rang out. Amelia Snape, is that you? How did you end up here? Amy replied languidly, of course. I came to see you, you oversized egg. Your taste is truly dismal. You were already hideous without a nose, but have you now devolved into an infant? Oh, to be honest, I've never seen such an ugly child before. Harry instinctively shielded Amy, glancing at the object in Wormtail's arms, and upon a single look, he recoiled in horror. It was indeed quite ghastly. Wormtail, kill her. Voldemort seemed unable to tolerate Amy's mockery, shouting shrilly. Amy gazed at him with a smile that was almost mocking. Wormtail, do you dare? Wormtail trembled incessantly, his voice laced with terror. I cannot, my master. Amy, weary of his prattle, withdrew her wand, uttering the incantation for a heart-wrenching curse. Ah! Wormtail shrieked, his cries echoing with profound agony. Amy chuckled softly, aiming her wand at the pain-ridden Voldemort, whom Wormtail was desperately trying to protect. Avada Kedavra! Harry watched in silence as Voldemort was obliterated by the powerful curse. Amy turned to him, her gaze gentle. I had initially wished for you to deliver the killing blow yourself, but dark magic can have an impact on the soul. I don't think it's worth it for a scoundrel like him. Under Harry's dazed stare, Amy continued, it's better that my brother remains untainted. I have no idea how many lives I've taken. Losing one more is inconsequential. She embraced him warmly. It's over, Harry. Everything has ended. From now on, you are simply Harry Potter. The wizarding world no longer requires a so-called savior. Harry appeared bewildered. Is everything truly over? Amy approached Wormtail, who lay curled on the ground, and kicked him with disdain. Bring the other Death Eaters here. Wormtail quivered and asked, what do you intend to do? Impatiently, Amy retorted, do you wish to die? Wormtail bit his lip, reluctantly rolling up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark. Once he completed this task, Amy swiftly rendered him unconscious. Harry whispered, are we waiting for them to arrive? Them referred, of course, to the Death Eaters. Amy looked at him and gently shook her head. No, I am the one who will wait for them here, Harry. You go find Dumbledore and the others. Let them bear witness to this scene. She wanted everyone to know that Voldemort was dead. Shortly after Harry departed, the sounds of wizards operating echoed through the forest. They hesitated, glancing toward Amy as they approached slowly. They felt the call of the mark, but did not see the one responsible. Lucius, also summoned, saw Amy and immediately removed his cloak and mask. He looked around and inquired, Amy, where is he? Amy smiled casually. Dead. Dead. Another Death Eater echoed incredulously. Amy sneered at them. Yes, dead. Voldemort has been slain by me. A wave of unease washed over the Death Eaters. One darkly queried, you summoned us. What is your intention? Amy smiled faintly. Of course, to eliminate half of your ranks. She raised her wand, and green flashes illuminated the scene as the Death Eaters fell to the ground. Looking at the remaining few, she said, you may leave. I can pretend I have never seen you. For the sake of my friendship with Theodore and the others, Dumbledore and his companions would soon arrive. She wished to grant Pansy a favor. Though she had always preferred associating with Harry and his friends, their childhood bond remained in her memory. Lucius, witnessing this satisfying outcome, felt a weight lift from his heart. He nodded to Amy and disapparated away. The others followed suit, casting one last glance at her before departing. Before long, Harry returned with Dumbledore and the others. Seeing Dumbledore's hopeful gaze, Amy smiled slightly. Voldemort is dead, and these are the remaining Death Eaters. The ground was littered with Death Eaters who had been struck down by the killing curse, a scene reminiscent of that fateful day during the Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore sighed in relief and said with a smile, this is splendid, is it not, Fudge? Fudge's eyes were filled with astonishment. Indeed, Miss Snape's prowess is truly commendable. With the Dark Lord vanquished, his position as minister was no longer threatened. In the end, Hogwarts erupted in celebration, and news of Voldemort's complete demise spread swiftly throughout the wizarding world. Reluctantly, under Dumbledore's gaze, Amy was announced as the champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Although she had no desire for this honor and held a certain disdain for the competition, everyone else deemed it entirely appropriate. Especially Harry, Cedric, Fleur, and Krum, the four champions who led the applause. Amy also revealed that Moody was an imposter, his true identity being Barty Crouch Jr. The real Moody had been rescued from Crouch's trunk, and he had been sent to the hospital wing, weak but alive. Thus, the Triwizard Tournament came to a conclusive end. Chapter 57, The Self-Destructive Umbridge. Fifth year arrived, and Draco and Amy undoubtedly became the heads of Slytherin, while Hermione and Ron took the helm of Gryffindor. When Amy received the letter, she felt a headache coming on, casting a woeful glance at Severus, who was lounging on the sofa. Father, Dumbledore is exploiting me again. He is being utterly unreasonable, she complained. Severus glanced at her dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. You should be more concerned about your new defense against the dark arts professor, that toad-like woman. Amy thought for a moment. Umbridge. Oh, father, I am utterly despondent. That woman is completely deranged. Amy swore. Ever since her encounter with her near Fudge, the mere thought of her made her feel nauseous. Severus contemplated. You must be cautious. She will not be docile. He paused before adding, your notoriety in the wizarding world is now immense. Every move you make must be deliberate. If you wish to deal with her, ensure you leave no evidence behind. Amy slumped beside Severus. All right, I understand. During this time, they had indeed been quite busy. Voldemort's death had caused no destruction, but it had significant repercussions. Yet, he was gone, allowing wizards to finally breathe easy. The Ministry was diligently working to eliminate the remaining Death Eaters. Lucius and Severus were no longer marked by the Dark Mark and had ceased their involvement with the Death Eaters. Naturally, this meant they had no connection to the ongoing turmoil. In fact, Amy had even testified that they assisted her in slaying Voldemort. Lucius and Severus received the Order of Merlin. As for Amy, the hero who vanquished Voldemort, she naturally received her due honors. The potion of Wolfsbane had become widespread, and the renown of Amy and Severus, both masters of potion making, spread throughout the wizarding community. However, Fudge, in a fit of irrationality, insisted on appointing Umbridge to Hogwarts. Amy understood that Fudge was wary of her, fearing she might usurp his position as Minister of Magic. However, she had no desire for such a role. Yet, Dumbledore had to grant Fudge some courtesy, which is why he acquiesced to Umbridge's appointment at Hogwarts. As she contemplated this, Amy couldn't help but roll her eyes. That old bee was claiming that the centenarian required ample rest, when in reality, he had simply run off to date his boyfriend. Dumbledore was remarkably swift in relinquishing his duties at Hogwarts. Before Amy could even react, he had whisked Grindelwald away without a trace. Leaving behind a note that stated his return was uncertain, Amy swore at that moment. She truly had no intention of harming the bee. She merely happened upon the old bee by chance, inadvertently singeing his beard with a careless flick of her hand, and subsequently pilfered his sweets. The new semester had commenced. Amy found herself bestowed with the position of class prefect. Yet, it was evident that she adapted to this role with ease, for she had already possessed the privileges that came with it in prior years. Amy did not perceive this as anything remarkable, and neither did Snape. Ignoring the throngs of admirers, her life was quite satisfactory. 3 days into the official term, Amy found herself dismissing yet another persistent admirer's advances. In the past, at least those young wizards had harbored a modicum of reverence for her, deterred by fear from approaching her. However, it was clear that the situation had spiraled out of control. As she pondered whether to skip class and retreat to the dungeons, a saccharine voice wafted from behind her. "Miss Snape, I believe you are aware that class is about to commence." Upon hearing this voice, Amy's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Indeed, upon turning, she was greeted by the sight of a certain pink toad. Disgust washed over her. With a smile plastered on her face, she replied, "Yes, Professor Umbridge. I was just about to return to the dungeons." Umbridge, her voice dripping with sweetness, countered, "But this class should be defense against the dark arts, shouldn't it?" Amy feigned difficulty. "However, Professor Umbridge, I am the assistant for potions class, and Professor Snape requires my assistance." Umbridge solemnly shook her head, admonishing, "Miss Snape, you are a student now. As the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, I do not wish for you to miss my class over trivial matters." The smile on Amy's face faded considerably. Was her father's class deemed trivial while Umbridge's was of significance? Umbridge continued, "Well, I actually need an assistant to help me. I believe Miss Snape would be quite suitable." Amy feigned a smile of refusal. "I'm afraid, Professor, that I am already burdened with multiple responsibilities and may be unable to take on more." This was indeed a refusal, causing the smile on Umbridge's face to vanish. She stated, "Miss Snape, I believe a student should alleviate their professor's burdens, do I not?" Amy's expression turned icy. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I must decline." With a malicious grin, Umbridge retorted, "Very well, Miss Snape, detention begins tonight." With a scowl, Amy followed her into the classroom and took her seat beside Draco. Regardless of her attendance, Draco always saved a spot for her. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Amy, what's wrong?" A sweet voice interrupted, "Mr. Malfoy, please refrain from speaking during class. Furthermore, Miss Snape shall receive a 10-point deduction for her insolence towards a professor." Amy's expression darkened further. The others stared at her in astonishment. Could it be that Amy was also subject to detention? They looked at Umbridge with sympathy, knowing she would face dire consequences. Amy was no pushover. The onlookers bore expressions of anticipation, clearly believing that Umbridge could not possibly dominate Amy. With a stoic face, Amy remarked, "I understand, Professor. Is there anything I can assist you with? After all, I am your chosen assistant for defense against the dark arts." Umbridge appeared quite pleased, "Of course. But there is nothing you can assist with in this class." The others exchanged peculiar glances, not believing that Umbridge had triumphed, as it seemed unwise for any professor to undermine the one who appointed Amy as the assistant. Umbridge, however, remained oblivious to their thoughts, cheerfully stating, "Now, I hope you will respond in kind." "Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Please repeat that." Draco's eyes reflected annoyance. The notion that defense against the dark arts could be taught without wands was nothing short of ludicrous. Amy shrugged. Who could argue that? Umbridge, reverting to her infuriating tone, declared, Mr. Malfoy, Miss Snape, I believe I have instructed you to remain silent during class. 10 points from Slytherin. Mr. Malfoy, you shall join me for detention. Amy's expression chilled instantly, but fortunately, Draco held her back. Otherwise, the surrounding young wizards might have feared a bloodbath was imminent. Chapter 58, Visitors from the Ministry. That evening, Amy and Draco made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Amy surveyed the pastel-colored office with unabashed distaste. To her surprise, she discovered Harry was also present. Wait, Harry and Umbridge's Featherquill? With a cold demeanor, Amy closed the door, not waiting for Umbridge's hypocritical remarks, and hurled a piercing curse her way. Umbridge emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, Snape, stop. I command you. With a frigid glint in her eyes, Amy retrieved a vial of potion from her expandable bag and, under the astonished gazes of Harry and Draco, forced it down Umbridge's throat. Umbridge clutched her stomach in agony, as if something were gnawing at her insides. Amy observed her expressionless, and moments later, Umbridge collapsed. Unable to withstand the torment, Amy produced another vial of potion and approached Harry, extending her arm. Harry, meeting Amy's icy gaze, did not hesitate to roll up his sleeve. Draco stared in shock at the bloodied inscription on Harry's arm. I cannot tell lies. Is this Umbridge's punishment? Has she lost her mind? Harry's eyes reflected a sense of grievance. I thought the same. Once Amy witnessed Harry's wound heal, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Amy's demeanor had improved significantly, Draco inquired, So what do we do now? Amy grinned mischievously. Why? We shall escort Professor Umbridge to the hospital wing. It seems she has fallen victim to an unknown venom, which means I will likely have to take over the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes for the foreseeable future. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, smiles breaking across their faces. The following day, news of Umbridge's hospitalization at St. Mungo's spread, and the others regarded Amy, who was leisurely enjoying her breakfast, with peculiar expressions. Amy met their gazes with a smile, causing them to recoil in shock. Yet, they also felt relieved. Without Amy's intervention, that toad would have run rampant at Hogwarts. The professors wore smiles long absent, a clear testament to just how insufferable Umbridge had been. With her interference removed, life at Hogwarts resumed its normal rhythm. Amy diligently taught defense against the dark arts, striving to ensure that the young wizards absorbed as much knowledge as possible. In the eyes of the young wizards, Amy had always been an idol. Her recent dealings with Umbridge only elevated her status further. Soon, half a month had swiftly passed. On this day, visitors from the ministry arrived. When Amy received the news during class, she hurried to the headmaster's office, only to find none other than Minister Fudge himself had come. Amy approached with a smile, greeting. Good day, Professor Dumbledore, Minister Fudge. If it were Dumbledore, addressing him with a respectful tone was entirely acceptable. Despite her usual disdain for the old bee, deep down, she held respect for this great and powerful wizard. However, as for Fudge, that was another matter entirely. Simply greeting him was already a concession on her part. Fudge's eyes swiftly darkened upon seeing the newcomer, only to be replaced by a beaming smile as he recognized Amy. Ah, it's Amy. You seem even more radiant than before, he remarked. Amy returned the sentiment. Minister Fudge, you too are exuding an increasing air of authority. Fudge's eyelids twitched. Was it truly a compliment, or a veiled jab at his previous lack of regal presence as Minister of Magic? Contemplating this, the smile on Fudge's face dimmed slightly. On a more serious note, Amy, Dolores has been at St. Mungo's for half a month now, yet the healers remain perplexed by her condition. Do you possess a solution? With a puzzled expression, Amy replied. I, too, am at a loss. Had I known how to help, I wouldn't have sent Professor Umbridge to the hospital wing. Fudge was momentarily speechless. Wasn't it her doing? How could she possibly claim ignorance? Despite wearing a smile, Fudge reflected on Umbridge's previous excesses and conceded, I shall ensure she apologizes to you. However, it is rather troublesome that Dolores, being a member of the ministry, remains at St. Mungo's for so long. Wouldn't you agree? Amy's gaze turned cold. A threat, perhaps? But I truly have no solution, she said, her expression one of indignation. Does Minister Fudge not believe me? Or does he suspect I am somehow responsible? Fudge's smile wavered. What did she mean by suspicion? Was it not her handiwork? Who else would dare disregard her own kind? Meanwhile, Dumbledore, indulging in a sweet, observed the exchange between the two foxes with keen interest. When he saw Fudge's expression stiffen, he nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, it was this very feeling, knowing the culprit yet being utterly powerless to act. Dumbledore felt a surge of delight, with Voldemort vanquished. Amy had now found another to wreak havoc upon. He eagerly reached for another sweet, anticipating the unfolding drama, which he would later share with Gale. Fudge's face twitched in irritation, that Snape was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. He huffed, leaving with a terse, in that case, I shall not intrude further. You simply let him walk away. Dumbledore inquired. Amy casually summoned a chair and helped herself to a few sweets. Well, with Umbridge gone, it certainly alleviates some trouble. She mused. Dumbledore frowned slightly, advising, Amy, your bitterness seems rather pronounced. Rest assured, I am quite lucid, Headmaster. The position of Minister of Magic is inconsequential. Whether astute or inept, it is his encroachment upon my space that I find intolerable. Currently, Uncle Weasley is vying for the ministerial post. Bolstered by Uncle Lucius's support in the ministry, along with my father and me, both masters of potions. It is only a matter of time before Uncle Weasley ascends to that position. Fudge sent Umbridge to Hogwarts merely to keep an eye on us. If she had remained composed, it would have been manageable, but she insists on seeking validation in our presence. You are aware of her inflated ego, Headmaster, are you not? Dumbledore sighed at her words and simply replied, as long as you maintain your composure. After Amy departed, a blonde-haired man approached, stating, why fret so? I believe Amy is quite aware of her capabilities. She is formidable, yet burdened with concerns. Is that not a good thing? Dumbledore's furrowed brow eased at this perspective. Indeed, Amy and Riddle were worlds apart. Amy harbored love and those she cherished, making her less susceptible to straying down a dark path. Chapter 59, Umbridge's return approaches. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Amy spotted Draco waiting for her. She smiled warmly, rushing to embrace him. My dear boyfriend, you've come. Draco caught her in his arms, grinning. Indeed, to take my girlfriend out for a meal. Holding Draco's hand uplifted her spirits. There was something undeniably pleasing about being with him. Draco inquired, I just saw Fudge. What was he here for? Was it about that woman, Umbridge? Amy's laughter brimmed with sarcasm. Exactly. While we view Umbridge as utterly useless, to Fudge, she is a rare asset. Draco scoffed. My father sent word too, advising us to keep a low profile at Hogwarts. It is a critical time for Uncle Weasley in his bid for minister. Furthermore, Dad mentioned that Fudge seems a bit on edge. We should tread carefully. Amy shrugged. People ought to possess self-awareness. Too bad Fudge lacks this insight. Draco suddenly appeared discontented, reflecting, it seems things were less complicated during Voldemort's reign. Amy felt helpless, replying, what can we do? Fudge is no dark wizard. He cannot simply eliminate us. Our notoriety has grown too vast and adorned with the Order of Merlin. We must consider our reputations. Draco nodded, resigned to this reality. He was no longer the naive young Lord of Yore. He was the future head of the Malfoy family, responsible for providing for his family just as his father had. Yet, as he gazed at the radiant Amy, warmth filled his heart. He was fortunate to have a harmonious family, a beautiful and gentle girlfriend, and loyal friends. His life was truly blissful and perfect. What Draco did not disclose to Amy was that he had already conferred with his father about returning home to study family affairs during the upcoming holiday. He aimed to adapt swiftly and mature, determined to show Amy that he could protect her and be a good husband. He hoped his father would soon be able to step away from his demanding work to spend quality time with his mother. They had done enough, now. They simply needed to enjoy each day joyfully. Draco's face radiated happiness and exuberance, embodying youthful vigor, which only heightened his charm. Witnessing this, Amy felt an unexpected urge to delve into his thoughts, intrigued by what her boyfriend might be contemplating in this moment. She had never seen Draco in quite this light. Though he appeared unchanged, something felt subtly different. He seemed even more handsome. Amused by her thoughts, Amy couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Draco to look at her quizzically. Without hesitation, she leaped forward, exclaiming, Boyfriend, you are truly handsome. I adore you. Draco, exasperated, caught her. Do you only see my face? He teased, with a mischievous smile. Amy responded, Of course not, my beloved boyfriend. Every aspect of you is a feast for the eyes. Draco shot her an annoyed glare, seizing her hand and leading her forward with an air of mock indignation. Amy stifled her laughter, noting, Oh, it seems your ears are turning red again. As they walked, Draco, hearing her laughter, felt his expression darken. He suddenly pulled her against the wall, one hand bracing himself behind her, leaning in closely. Amy looked at his handsome face, hesitating between leaning in for a kiss or simply surrendering to the moment. Draco, noticing her distraction, frustratedly closed the distance and kissed her. Ahem. A sudden cough interrupted them, and Draco turned, displeased, only to find it was his father. Draco, Lucius said, having not anticipated stumbling upon his son in such a compromising position, which left him feeling quite awkward. Reluctantly, Draco lowered his hand but kept a firm grip on Amy's. A group of individuals arrived at the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, which had been occupied by Amy ever since Umbridge had gone to St. Mungo's. Naturally, the knowledge that only Amy would be present, devoid of that insufferable toad, attracted a steady stream of visitors, both those with matters to discuss and those merely seeking company. This irked Draco immensely, as he would have preferred to keep the place to himself at all times. Harry and his friends frequented the office daily to practice spells in preparation for their OWL examinations, finding some respite under Amy's guidance. Upon Amy's arrival, they found Harry and his companions already present. The latter cast anxious glances at Lucius, inquiring about any potential trouble, for it was unusual for him to visit in person. Lucius sought to calm the children's nerves, assuring them that all was proceeding smoothly. However, he noted that Fudge had recently become quite desperate, adopting increasingly erratic measures. It was unclear whether jealousy over Arthur's numerous supporters spurred Fudge's determination to rid them of Umbridge. Lucius remarked that he and Arthur had reaped sufficient benefits from the situation. Understanding the implication, Amy grasped that her assistance in providing an antidote was now required. Lucius nodded slightly, confirming her understanding. Umbridge would likely remain at Hogwarts, relentlessly seeking faults among them. Yet, Lucius shared his and Amy's father's sentiments. As long as no incriminating evidence surfaced, they would be safe. Children, do not despair. Lucius addressed the visibly disheartened youths, aware of their disappointment at Umbridge's impending return. Soon, we shall bring Fudge to his knees. Amy pondered aloud. But surely Fudge lacks the capability to withstand the combined might of you and Uncle Weasley for this long? Lucius regarded her with appreciation. Indeed, several who were once neutral have now allied with Fudge. Ron expressed his confusion, questioning why anyone would choose to side with Fudge instead of Lucius and his father. Because they are fearful, Lucius replied disdainfully. They perceive Arthur's influence as excessively formidable. With my leadership of the pure-blood elite, along with Severus and Amy, both masters of potions, and even Dumbledore, they are understandably intimidated. They dread that should Arthur ascend to power, the ministry would become our dominion. Draco interjected with a scoff. In truth, we have no desire to control the ministry. Were it not for Fudge and his incessant buzzing like a bothersome fly, no one would pay them any heed. Hermione added, it is unfortunate that Fudge and his cohorts remain oblivious to the reality of the situation, still convinced of their chances for victory. With a nonchalant shrug, Amy produced a vial of potion and handed it to Lucius. Here is the antidote. Simply have that woman drink it. Lucius accepted the potion, offering a few parting words before departing, as he had other matters to attend to. Chapter 60. The twins' excitement at long last. Umbridge had returned, bearing an appointment letter from the ministry. Dumbledore announced loudly, Professor Umbridge has made a full recovery and is now the ministry's newly appointed senior investigating officer. Draco could scarcely believe it. The authority to scrutinize all professors was a clear sign of Fudge's madness. This was no different from offending every educator present. As Umbridge stood among the faculty with a beaming smile, she suddenly coughed several times, causing Dumbledore's voice to falter. Amy, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of revulsion as the crowd erupted into murmurs. Yet, this was not the first time. Umbridge had interrupted Dumbledore on 2 occasions now. Under the disdainful gazes of the assembly, Dumbledore returned to his seat without flinching. Amy clearly observed him, sending her a subtle glance. Grindelwald has truly spoiled Dumbledore, she thought. Had this transpired in the past, Dumbledore would have acted as if nothing had occurred, rather than covertly signaling her to deal with this toad. With a saccharine tone, Umbridge declared, Minister Fudge has appointed me as the senior investigating officer at Hogwarts, and I am honored. I shall not pursue the matter of the previous poisoning incident. I trust Miss Snape has learned her lesson. Amy felt a jolt. How could she not be aware of her wrongdoing? Umbridge, donning her self-proclaimed sweet smile, continued. As senior investigating officer, my responsibilities are significant. Therefore, Miss Snape, as the teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts, will need to exert herself. Frowning, Amy glanced at Dumbledore, incredulous at the notion that this idle creature was receiving a salary while her father earned but a single wage, and she received none. Dumbledore quickly caught on, returning a knowing look, affirming her lack of salary. Relieved, Amy thought that was somewhat acceptable. During the defense against the dark arts class, Umbridge seemed intent on finding fault with both Amy and Draco, hovering around them incessantly. Amy regarded her with displeasure, but Umbridge appeared oblivious. Droning on in her nauseating voice without the use of wands or practical application, merely reciting theory day after day, Amy could sense the students' growing agitation. Their anxiety regarding the OWL exams was palpable. Upon learning that Amy had deliberately punished Harry and his friends with detention, the students became increasingly animated during potions class. Severus, with a stern countenance, waved his wand, restoring order to the classroom that had been subjected to numerous explosions. He shot a glare at Amy, then fixed a fierce gaze upon the students. My office has no space left to confine you unruly little trolls. If your minds were not filled with nonsense, you would realize that Amy cannot provide extra attention to each of you. With that, Severus shot a final glare at Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco, commanding, you lot, Potter, Weasley, Granger, Malfoy, get out of my cellar. And you, Miss Snape, do not bring any more bothersome individuals to trouble your poor old professor. Amy shrank back, obediently responding. Yes, Professor. I understand. Severus surveyed the entire class with a cold expression, bellowing, what are you still doing here? Do you wish to explode a few more times? Oh, Professor Snape, it appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment, Umbridge interjected sweetly. Amy's expression hardened. What was wrong with this toad? Did she not know how to knock? Severus shot her an icy glance, his tone devoid of courtesy. Umbridge scribbled something on the chalkboard, which Severus disdainfully glanced at without acknowledging. How long have you been teaching at Hogwarts? She inquired. 14 years. Amy cast an admiring glance at her father. Having begun teaching in his 30s, he was truly remarkable. Noticing Amy's gaze, Severus's lips twitched into a slight smile. Umbridge continued, Miss Snape is only 15 this year. Yet she seems to have served as a potions teaching assistant for 4 years. Is that not rather unreasonable? Severus replied impassively, she is my daughter. I am well aware that her level of competence far exceeds that of a mere student, and it is a waste of her time. Umbridge raised an eyebrow. Yet, it seems she has accomplished much in her role as a potions teaching assistant. Severus, visibly impatient, remarked, I believe that were she not burdened with the responsibilities of a defense against the dark arts teaching assistant, she would find her experience considerably more manageable. Upon hearing this, Umbridge maintained her smile, seemingly coincidentally shifting the topic. You first applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, did you not? Yes, unsuccessfully, he added. The implication clear. Amy could distinctly sense her father's fury. However, Umbridge remained unabashedly defiant. After class, Amy made her way to the Gryffindor common room, where she found Fred and George. With an air of playful curiosity, Fred remarked, Oh, little Amy, have you come to seek us out? To which Amy replied with a smile, Indeed. George, grinning widely, inquired, Let me guess, it's about Umbridge. Amy confirmed, Precisely. She presented the twins with a stretchable pouch, prompting Fred's curiosity as he asked, Is there gold inside? Amy chuckled, There are 500 galleons, along with some alchemical materials that I believe you might find useful. The twins dramatically covered their faces, exclaiming, Oh, dear lady, what may we do for you? We shall provide you with the finest service. In response, Amy coolly stated, I want you to deal with Umbridge, thoroughly. But of course, do not reveal yourselves. The Weasley twins exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with mischief. No problem, esteemed guest. We shall keep you in eager anticipation. Furthermore, it is not solely you two. Anyone at Hogwarts willing to handle Umbridge may procure supplies from you. This pouch is specially designed, small enough to fit in a pocket. No one but you two can extract anything from it. As she spoke, Amy produced another pouch containing an additional 500 galleons, bringing the total to 1,000. Hogwarts could use a bit of excitement, she added. The faces of the Weasley brothers beamed with joy as they rushed forward to embrace Amy warmly. Nothing delighted them more than mischief, except perhaps the generous provision of galleons and materials alongside their intended target. The trio soon bid farewell, the twins hurrying back to their dormitory to craft the necessary props. Chapter 61. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Amy then sought out Harry and the others, reminding them not to forget the existence of the Room of Requirement. This reminder brought them great surprise, and they swiftly relocated their club training to the Room of Requirement. Amy refrained from joining them, as she remained exceedingly busy. With Umbridge fixated on nitpicking and finding faults, all assignments fell upon Amy to grade. She even took over teaching classes, much to the students' delight, for her lessons were genuinely enriching rather than mere rote recitation. Though Amy found this burden wearisome, she remained diligent. Despite Snape's proclamations against allowing unruly students to congregate in his dungeon, a few young wizards would still venture there daily. Snape, with a frigid demeanor, ignored the adoring gazes of the young wizards. Observing this, Amy smirked slightly, recognizing her father's soft heart, as he deliberately selected a few students each day to provide them with extra attention. Noticing Amy's gaze, Snape shot her a fierce glare, signaling that he had finished grading. I made a mistake, Amy muttered with a pained expression, picking up her quill to engage in a battle with the papers. Why must I, still a child, shoulder 2 jobs alone? The 24th educational decree was announced. Any student organizations, associations, teams, or clubs would be disbanded, and gatherings of 3 or more students would be prohibited. Amy stared blankly at the notice on the wall. Draco, gritting his teeth in frustration, exclaimed, This means the Quidditch team is gone as well. Amy, I can't stand it. When will that woman leave? Amy consoled the indignant young lord, It may take some time. If you wish to practice, I can accompany you to the Room of Requirement. Draco pouted, Well, fine then. The two made their way to the edge of the Black Lake, where Amy leaned against Draco's shoulder, engaging in light conversation. I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. I'm truly overwhelmed. That wretched Umbridge, she lamented in Draco's embrace. Draco gently ruffled Amy's hair. All right, if you wish. I can accompany you to the dungeon. Amy pouted, My father would toss you into a cauldron. Draco's smile faltered, his tone laced with evident resignation. Indeed. Your godfather truly cares for you. He reminisced. I remember when your godfather and I were like two completely different people. He slowly changed after you appeared. Amy, you are your godfather's treasure. Naturally, he would be displeased if someone sought to take away his most cherished possession. He loves you dearly. At this, Draco tenderly cupped Amy's face, his tone earnest. Even so, I will strive to earn your godfather's approval. My only wife will be you, Draco Malfoy. Amy, you are your godfather's treasure, and also mine. Amy's face flushed crimson, transforming into a small dragon under Draco's gaze. The little dragon covered its eyes with its wings before burrowing beneath Draco's robes, leaving its tail awkwardly exposed, reminiscent of a child attempting to hide. Draco, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle as he grasped the little dragon by the scruff of its neck, pulling the creature out. The small creature gazed up at him with mournful eyes, brimming with accusation. Draco shook the little creature's hand gently before placing it on his lap, carefully ensuring it did not tumble off. Unexpectedly, the little dragon turned its back on him, presenting only its rear. Clearly irked, the little creature's discontent was palpable. Draco, observing the indignant little dragon, wore a gentle smile in his eyes as he poked its head softly, only to receive an accusatory glare in return. All right, Amy. I apologize. Please don't be angry. Amy turned her back, ignoring Draco entirely. Draco, exasperated, sighed. Oh dear, she's truly upset. What are you two doing? Came a low, ominous voice, startling both the boy and the dragon. Snape narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze toward the little dragon, which had just quivered in fright at his presence. Not Zelda, then that must be. Ah, splendid. You've managed to transform into an animagus without informing me, have you? Draco feebly called out, Godfather. Snape shot him a withering look. Who is your godfather? Do I know you? He then seized Amy, who had yet to react, and unceremoniously stuffed her into his pocket before striding away. Draco hurriedly followed. Godfather, wait. Snape impatiently halted, remarking, if Mr. Malfoy has no further business, he should return to writing his essay. 5 sheets of parchment on the potions we learned last class. Draco's smile vanished. Godfather. Snape maintained his icy demeanor. 6 sheets of parchment. Do you have any further matters? Draco fell silent. Humph. Snape forcefully pushed Amy's restless little head back into his pocket and continued on his way. In the dungeon, Snape sat expressionless at his desk, picking up a quill to begin grading the young wizard's assignments. When Amy realized Snape was ignoring her, she pouted in distress. She surveyed her surroundings, then revealed her claws, beginning to climb out little by little. Snape's senses were acutely sharp. How could he possibly remain oblivious to the commotion in his pocket? Yet, he made no move to assist Amy. She persisted in her slow ascent, eventually crawling up Snape's arm and onto the desk. She found the climb to be quite exhausting. Glancing at her father, she noticed he still seemed uninterested in acknowledging her presence, prompting her to dramatically collapse onto the table with a soft thud. Amy felt a wave of grievance, pity, and helplessness wash over her. Snape, his expression inscrutable, cast a fleeting glance at the little creature exuding an air of melancholy, his voice carrying a hint of detachment as he remarked that Miss Snape felt wronged. Startled, Amy instantly sat upright, bewildered as to why she was being referred to as Miss Snape once more. She quickly shook her head and scampered over, gently grasping Snape's hand with her small paw and shaking it playfully, her black eyes gleaming with charm. Noticing her antics, Snape cleared his throat twice and stated in a low voice, "Behave yourself and stay still." Yet, Amy was undeterred. She could sense that her father was no longer angry. Without hesitation, she leapt towards him, causing Snape to instinctively catch her in his arms, fearful of her falling. Just as he was about to reprimand her recklessness, Amy climbed onto his shoulder and planted a kiss on his cheek. Snape, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Amy clung to his face with both tiny paws, pressing her cheek against his and nuzzling affectionately while cooing, "Father, did I do something wrong? I should have told you first. I love you the most. You're the best, Father." Despite having faced Amy's playful entreaties many times, Snape found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He coughed awkwardly and replied in a subdued tone, "Very well, I'm not angry. Just stop the nuzzling." However, his words lacked conviction, as he made no effort to halt her actions, tacitly permitting her playful mischief. Casting a sidelong glance at the little one, he asked, his tone tinged with curiosity, "Your animagus can speak?" With a hint of pride, Amy replied, "Of course. I'm quite impressive, aren't I?" She then leaned closer and pecked his cheek again, adding, "Draco didn't even know I could talk. You're the first to find out." Unable to contain himself any longer, Snape broke into a gentle smile, a glimmer of joy shining in his eyes. Chapter 62, A Rare Day of Leisure. Since their escapade at the Black Lake, Amy had predominantly remained in the dungeon. She wished to spend more time with her father. Previously, She had been preoccupied with a myriad of trivial matters, resulting in less time together. Suddenly, it struck her that she had perhaps misplaced her priorities. Being with her father was what truly mattered. Why was she so concerned with insignificant affairs? Thus, for a time, Amy dedicated herself to the dungeon. Whenever she had a moment, she would help Snape monitor the cauldron or grade potion essays. As for the defense against the Dark Arts office, she had not returned since her self-imposed exile. She had even decided to forego the defense against the Dark Arts class entirely, not stepping out of the dungeon even once. Umbridge, feeling the weight of Amy's absence, found herself under considerable pressure. Yet, the other professors would not lend her a hand, nor would they even offer her a semblance of kindness. Consequently, she had no choice but to insist that Amy leave the dungeon, citing the necessity of attending classes. Amy was not fooled. Each time Umbridge arrived, she would drink the potion Snape had brewed to feign illness. Every time Umbridge saw Amy, she appeared to be in a pitiful state, which only served to infuriate her further, yet she was powerless to act. After all, she could hardly demand that Amy attend class while ill, as that would provoke public outrage and cause trouble for Minister Fudge at the Ministry of Magic. Recently, Amy had been thoroughly enjoying her days, and she keenly observed that her father's mood seemed to be quite good as well. She pondered, perhaps it was due to her presence. Indeed, did her father wish for her companionship? During this period, she learned through the students who were sent to the dungeon for confinement about Harry and his friends forming Dumbledore's army, as well as the Ministry of Magic's new edicts issued intermittently. On one particular evening, while stirring a cauldron, Amy noticed the door creak open. Lifting her gaze, she saw her father and Harry enter. Snape, with a scowl, forcefully shut the door, strode over, took over Amy's task, and unceremoniously tossed her towards Harry. Bewildered, Amy looked from her frowning father to the sheepish Harry, her eyes silently inquiring what had transpired. Harry, glancing cautiously at Snape, whispered, "I found Professor Snape while wearing the invisibility cloak and wanted to come to the dungeon with him to see you, but Professor Snape disagreed." And then Amy looked at him quizzically. "And then what?" Snape, overhearing, snorted derisively. "This giant brother of yours from Gryffindor is currently sitting on the floor, clinging desperately to his poor old father's leg." Amy was taken aback, her gaze shifting to Harry with newfound admiration. She had not anticipated such courage from him. Truly, he was a Gryffindor at heart. Harry, noticing Amy's look, became even more embarrassed. Fortunately, she did not press further but instead curiously asked, "Harry, did you come to see me for something specific today?" At her prompting, Harry's anger erupted as he recounted Umbridge's recent actions. Upon hearing him, Amy realized that so much had transpired while she had been enjoying her respite. Under Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore's prior arrangements, the Quidditch team had finally been reformed. However, today, Umbridge had imposed a lifetime ban on the Weasley twins and Harry, which nearly drove Harry to madness, as Gryffindor's team was now reduced to just 4 players. Ron's spirits were also low, contemplating withdrawing from the team, but with Harry and Hermione's encouragement, he refrained. Slytherin was facing troubles as well, with Umbridge seemingly targeting Draco, resulting in the house losing over 30 points today. Professor Trelawney was placed under her scrutiny. Furthermore, the ministry had issued the 25th educational decree, declaring that Umbridge held the highest authority over all student discipline and punishment, with the power to amend other professors' decisions. Although a significant amount of time had passed, Amy felt speechless upon hearing this news again. She later learned of Dumbledore's suspension and Umbridge's ascension to the position of headmistress. Silently, she observed Harry as he furiously expressed his outrage at Umbridge's actions and his anger over Dumbledore's unjust treatment. Amy's expression became one of incredulity, while they lamented Dumbledore's situation. He might very well be relieved to be away from Hogwarts, enjoying time with his boyfriend. Dumbledore was now free from Hogwarts, likely living in luxury with Grindelwald. Harry sarcastically remarked that Umbridge had attempted to enter the headmaster's office today, but the stone lion at the entrance had denied her entry, causing her to throw a tantrum. Amy shrugged, thinking that her triumph would be short-lived, as Uncle Lucius had sent word that they were close to success. Yet, it seemed she still intended to usurp Hogwarts and was persistently trying to win over Filch, who had become rather arrogant. Harry furrowed his brow and asked, "Amy, when are you going to come out? Many people want Draco and me to come find you. They wish for you to lead them against Umbridge. They are all waiting for your word." Surprised, Amy replied, "Oh really? Then let's plan for tomorrow." Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" Amy smiled, "Of course. Fred and George should be quite active lately, right?" Harry, encouraged by her words, exclaimed, "Absolutely. They've been developing a lot of new products recently. Trouble was brewed for Umbridge and Filch, truly making them our heroes." Amy chuckled and shook her head. "Just wait. We'll pay them a visit tomorrow. If we're going to play, let's go all out." I believe they're thinking the same. They must have something grand up their sleeves. Harry's eyes lit up at her words, and he hurriedly asked, "Amy, how do you know this?" Amy replied, I provided them with 1,000 galleons for research expenses, along with a plethora of alchemical materials. The pranks they've pulled so far hardly warrant such an expenditure. Harry was taken aback, realizing the implications. Well then, Amy pointed to a nearby set of tables and chairs. You must have a mountain of assignments to tackle, right? I won't keep you from your work. So hurry and finish your homework. Harry nodded, indeed burdened by the weight of numerous tasks. Lately, they had been nearly buried under assignments. Snape furrowed his brow and asked Amy, "You intend to go out? That woman will undoubtedly cause you trouble. It would be far better to remain here in peace." Amy smiled slyly, but Fudge is on the verge of falling from power. If we don't take care of that toad now, we may never get another chance. Seeing that Amy was well aware, Snape chose not to press further. After all, with him watching over her, she was unlikely to come to harm. Chapter 63, Restoring Calm. "Ah, Miss Snape," came Umbridge's saccharine voice from behind Amy. Her smile was sweet, if one could overlook her face, which resembled that of a toad. "Have you recovered from your illness?" she inquired. Amy replied, "Yes." "Oh, then the position of defense against the dark arts teaching assistant must continue. I trust Miss Snape will excel in her duties, yes?" This was the affirmation Amy had been waiting for, and she smirked, of course. Upon receiving her satisfactory answer, Umbridge's smile grew even sweeter. "Then I shall see you in the office shortly." "Very well, Professor." Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air. Umbridge lost her balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Amy feigned concern. "Professor Umbridge, what happened?" Umbridge, maintaining her composure, instructed, "You return to your duties. I will investigate." Grasping her wand, Umbridge rushed downstairs, where a chaotic display of green and gold fireworks erupted in the corridor. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Amy located the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and hurled a multitude of dung bombs and stink pellets produced by the Weasley twins inside, then swiftly shut the door, casting a spell on the doorknob to ensure that anyone attempting to open it would be trapped inside. Meanwhile, Umbridge and Filch stood frozen, clearly startled by the spectacle of fireworks. For the entire afternoon, the pyrotechnics wreaked havoc throughout the castle. Both Umbridge and Filch found themselves in a state of utter disarray, while the other professors appeared indifferent. On her first afternoon as headmistress, Umbridge spent her time racing around the castle, with the professors unceremoniously directing her to manage the chaos. Umbridge found herself at a loss for words, having previously prohibited the professors from acting recklessly. By the time she finally returned to her office, utterly exhausted, she was surrounded by stink bombs and dung bombs, with Amy's spell on the door preventing her escape. Thus, she endured the stench for an entire night. The following day, when Filch sought her out, he discovered Umbridge already fainted on the floor. Additionally, Peeves, at Amy's behest, continued to torment Umbridge. He would frequently appear during her classes, appending desks or splattering red ink across the blackboard. It became evident that the King of Mischief lived up to his title. The only two capable of managing Peeves were Blood Trader Barlow and Amy. However, with one indifferent and the other wholeheartedly supportive, Peeves felt no restraint, causing chaos in Umbridge's classroom. A wave of pranks swept through Hogwarts as everyone seemed eager to compete for the title of Master Prankster. Umbridge sought to punish them but lacked evidence. Even if she had any, she had no recourse. The Weasley twins had devised a method to counteract Umbridge's enchanted quills. Meanwhile, Amy had set fire to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and Filch's office. The castle was riddled with traps and prank devices, and one could easily fall victim to them. Amy, along with the Weasley twins, also created a colossal firework. The Weasley twins' quick-acting skiving snack boxes became exceedingly popular, often leaving Umbridge alone in her Defense Against the Dark Arts class as the other students fled to prepare their pranks. Umbridge was on the verge of madness. Yet she couldn't forcibly keep a group of students suffering from nosebleeds, high fevers, and vomiting in the classroom. One evening, the Weasley twins zoomed around the castle on their broomsticks, pelting Umbridge with several dung bombs. Amy conjured a multitude of bubbles that guided the young witches and wizards to the Quidditch pitch. Soon, the stands were filled with students, and even professors made their way there. McGonagall quietly asked Snape, "Severus, what do you suppose Amy and the others are up to?" Umbridge will not let them off lightly. Underhanded schemes were one thing, but this overt display could lead to dire consequences. Snape, unfazed, replied, "They're merely biding their time, throwing a farewell party for Umbridge." The professors exchanged puzzled glances. "A farewell party?" Snape, unusually patient, elaborated. "Arthur has successfully campaigned for the position of Minister of Magic. Soon, Umbridge will be dismissed, with Azkaban and the Dementors awaiting her." The professors suddenly understood, watching as Umbridge shouted at the Weasley twins, genuine smiles creeping into their eyes. Seeing the moment was ripe, Amy waved her wand, igniting the fireworks scattered around Hogwarts. Several fireworks converged in the sky, transforming into a pink toad, which then morphed into Umbridge's face adorned with a pink bow. The young witches and wizards erupted into laughter, while Umbridge's expression darkened ominously. Fred and George rained down countless glowing firework tubes from the sky. Curious students caught them, twisting them to discover that the tubes instantly shot forth pink beams into the sky. Soon, a multitude of pink toads filled the air, surrounding the massive pink toad at the center. In a matter of minutes, the little pink toads began to distort, transforming into the name Dolores Umbridge. At the heart of the spectacle remained that colossal pink toad. Despite employing every means at her disposal, Umbridge could not erase the words from the sky, her face contorting with rage. This farce continued until the Ministry of Magic personnel arrived, at which point Umbridge glared at the two figures before her, her mouth twitching violently. Lucius boldly announced to the young witches and wizards the news of Arthur Weasley's appointment as the new Minister of Magic. It was declared that their purpose for this visit was to escort Umbridge to Azkaban. Furthermore, Dumbledore would be reinstated to his former position. Upon hearing this, the young wizards could no longer contain their exuberance and erupted into cheers. A smirk of schadenfreude graced Amy's face. Their beloved headmaster had been away on his dates long enough, and it was time for him to return to his duties. This evening was destined to be one of jubilation, with the young wizards remaining awake throughout the night, the great hall resonating with their jubilant cries. The professors, seated at the staff table, engaged in cheerful conversations, and the light-hearted atmosphere was truly delightful. Arthur Weasley had ascended to the position of Minister for Magic and promptly annulled all those chaotic educational decrees. Dumbledore was back, reclaiming his role as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor Lupin was also invited to return, resuming his position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, receiving a warm welcome from the young wizards. Hogwarts had regained its former splendor, and the lives of the young wizards had finally returned to a state of tranquility. The end of the text. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.